to be. I could be everything you need me to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let you. Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. You got 5 senses, so take your time with all them. Cause I need you to look at it before you go to just tasting that feeling on me. You know there's a cookie here, but before you go tasting, I need you to breathe. Cause I wanna be everything you need, and I need to be everything you wanna be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me and it bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw on the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air brake to dry, gotta stay on auto. Matic, all the wins at it. Need a new patty, cause the time costs. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just got it shown. Got a whole game prepped up, got them like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive. Hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, Zell like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, flex getting coldest. Crept down the court, bought with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and it step like clutch. Team G6 in the league, stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it. Yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach. I cook like I'm frying up chicken, and ain't no debate on the hood, man. They catch it. I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, but beating it. Yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, hot. First out the skillet. Yeah, busy. I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy. I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG. It won't get you nothing but fake love and a whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man. We finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Ooh, I ain't worried about your opinion. I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile, stiff arm you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you getting mobbed, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Bands rack it up, first of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, shots to the face. So rock with the Sprite, he might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cop shut us down, but we turn up anyway. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Patty cake, it's a 1, 2, 3. All that body on a fake, she can't twerk like me. You know I don't get tired, I can run on E. And if you ain't talking money, then the talk is cheap. Independent with my money, why they mad? Acting funny, if you tryna take it from me, better tell him go and run it. Need to go and take your tummy. And your man, I know he want me, taste like honey. Head so good, he a dummy. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand.
If you wanna dance, now's the time.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so tönen oder sowas machen.
Bye, 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 bye.
I pray this will never end. I know your dreams. I have my heart open wide.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so tönen oder sowas machen.
Wanna dance, now's the time.
I pray this will never end. I never let you alone.
looking for no wifey, but you're trying to entice me. No way, no way, I see PJ, cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, am I calling late? I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama,
But I can't help it,
I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey.
A strong showing for JDG so far this split has seen them ascend the ladder of the LPL.
Back ends here, doing a bit of damage to ZS. Yagal wants the angle himself. Does he take the Lee syndrome here? Sonic Wave Resonate Strike not there, but into the back line. Now it's up to ZF, but he's blown apart. Equalize doesn't matter. Yagal sets up with a mighty kick. Beautiful stuff as Kanavi receives him with the moonfall. Asking you shall receive as JDG bring it right back.
And the highlight for JDG has to be Kanavi in the jungle. With strong innovation and big impacts in fights, this man is the core of everything JDG do.
Baron's already taken. WLA to the plate. Sleepy Trouble Bubble goes wide. Lumao look for the hook, flashes forward for it. Onto Base Junk. Has a Zonyas as well to keep himself safe. The bait's call to come in. Shockwave only onto one. As Kanavi just slices them apart.
Off the back of a monstrous win over EDG, RNG can now shake off their slow start to really focus on finishing as high as possible in the table.
Go for a fight, but how do you start it off? How do you fight on your terms? It's go time.
Here we go. This is how they started on their terms. We're going to see the Dazzle not quite come down, but it's going to be the Cosmic Radiance, but not enough to keep them all safe. The Callista Tarek has fallen. They jump straight back on the Scout, who goes golden to strike a pose. The Crying will not be taken down today. There's 3 kills, 4 kills for the Varus, and that's going to be enough for RNG. They remind everyone in the LPL that they are still kings in China.
Xiaohu personifies everything about this RNG team. The post-Uzi era is slowly becoming the era of Xiaohu. No matter what is needed, Xiaohu can deliver in spades for the RNG faithful.
Xiao versus Shy. Again, Needlework is not up and available though. And Ignite coming down reduces the healing from the Leeching Lair. It's an easy solo kill for Xiaohu, who's now 3-1.
Prodding, they want to see if they can get in. Xiaohu's behind them.
There's Solar Flare, but it goes a little bit wide. Xiaohu is still underneath the tower. He actually gets a kill while RNG sweep up the front line, and Alias is just left alone.
Playoffs on the horizon, and every win counts. Only the top teams will have the honor to represent the LPL in the World Championship. And now, both RNG and JDG need to take that all-important step to showing that they are that top team.
Hello everybody and welcome to the LPL. My name is Munchables and today I'm joined by Orcs. I was supposed to be joined by Lyric, commiserations to Lyric, as his power has gone out. The city he lives in is currently being flooded with rain because he lives in the desert and it don't rain there often. So Lyric, we hope everything goes all right, mate. Hope everything works out. But Orcs, welcome to the show, mate. I'm excited to have another cast of you because I feel like last cast, your banter was off the charts. I'm hoping I'm going to be grading you on your banter across the day here.
Okay. What sort of areas would be grading the banter in? Will it be just like an overall one or like specific areas? You know, how witty it is?
Yeah, will be based on speed, on creativity, and on the giggle factor. But we'll come back to that. Let's first talk about what happened yesterday in the LPL. Because we had some games happening yesterday. I don't know if anyone knew, but there was actually some games happening yesterday. RNG 2-0 over Up, fairly expected. The second series was actually a lot closer than I think most people were expecting. BLG really showing up, RA taking it in the end, but they were tested to say the very least.
Yeah, I think just RA's recent form and BLG also being on like a decent streak, it felt like BLG might actually be able to bring out a solid performance in this one, and they did. In fairness, you know, the first 2 games it was kind of one each, both one-sided, and in that game 3, RA they pulled ahead, and as much as BLG made it, you know, relatively competitive, their composition didn't really hold up in the late game, and it was kind of just like a slow sort of controlled game from RA. And we do get to have a look at team standings and how that's impacted. And right. Yeah, I mean, I won't lie. RA, I think it's a big win for them. They've managed to pull up back to that 3rd place spot, and they were, as I said, having a bit of a rough last few series, so I think it was an important win.
Yep, certainly was. And RA, you can see with 8 wins, all but guaranteed themselves playoffs. It's not quite guaranteed just yet. The only guaranteed team is currently EDG, sitting pretty on 10 wins for themselves. We're looking at FPX today. We're looking at Suning, who have managed to sneak into the top 6, top esports, and then Rogue Warriors, who, let's be honest, if Rogue Warriors lose this game today, they are pretty much guaranteed out of the running. They're going to be in our first series against top esports. And then we go into Suning versus FPX. And I have to say, that second series, Dan, I'm very excited about that top lane matchup. Nuguri versus Bin once again, the world's final rematch.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a banger. Also, I get the impression you're a little bit of a Suning fan, Joe. Just a tiny bit.
No.
You know.
The thing is, there are 4 teams that I have a soft spot for. Suning and WE are the classics. So there's top esports and FPX. 3 of those teams play today. So I'm going to be an emotional roller coaster across the course of the day. But things have changed as we begin today. We're moving into patch 11.14, which means that there have been some significant changes. And importantly, one of my favorite picks that has only just come into the meta has been nerfed down. Ziggs got his base mana reduced pretty significantly. I'm hoping it's not enough to kick him out of the meta. But what were the most important changes in your mind for 11.14?
Yeah, I think the big one for me is the Stride Breaker nerf, which also, with Nocturne's nerf, completely pushes them out of solo lanes, affects a lot of these Stride Breaker champions. Akali, who is huge priority, gone, and the Aurelia change, because that champion is incredibly broken. So I feel like the Aurelia is probably the big one that we're going to be seeing quite a bit. I honestly feel like Xin Zhao and Ziggs, it's going to lower their priority slightly, but I think they can kind of shake off those nerfs. Xin Zhao was already like banned pretty consistently or picked very high priority. And Ziggs, as much as the mana cost kind of hurts, it's only really a problem in the early laning phase. And once you get your first back, you get some mana items, it's kind of whatever. I think we'll still be seeing those 2 around, but Akali and Nocturne. Akali, maybe not so much at all. Here and there, but Nocturne probably just in the jungle for now.
Okay, we'll have to see as the day continues. And one thing is, this is LPL. The players don't necessarily adhere to the meta that we always expect. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not the players are going to respect the patch. Certainly top esports, they have never really cared about what the meta is. So who knows what they're going to be bringing out. And, you know, on that topic, just like they don't really respect the meta, they don't necessarily always respect regular season series. And it's to the point where when you see them absolutely sprinting it down against teams like FPX, you kind of just sit there and you go, oh TES, oh you. And we see these games where, like, so regularly you've got Carson doing his best to try and get in these lanes, to try and help out. You've got Knight 1v9 and Xingtian holding his own and doing well in the team fights. And you look at the scoreboard and Jackie is already 0-4. And you're just like, oh you. And then they lose the game. And, you know, and it feels like as a top esports fan, this is a repeating factor that has been happening for multiple years now. We've got a couple of clips from the FPX series, but they're all clips where it's like, top, you guys didn't need to die here.
Yeah, kind of choosing their fate in these situations and opting into these scenarios. I like to use the phrase limit testing as a generous way to describe it. And there were certainly some limits tested, I'll say that much.
The limits of top esports fan patience, I think, were being tested in a lot of top esports series. And that comes from someone that fully believes that this is going to be a team going to the World Championship. Has to be said as well, FPX have been playing out of their minds, and we'll talk more about FPX later on in the day because they'll be playing in our second series against Suning. But we do have to talk about Rogue Warriors as well, because if you guys remember, there was a big hype train starting to leave the station for Rogue Warriors. And we're like, hey, look, they've got 4 or 5 series left, and their next opponent is TT. Should be easy. The hype train is going to be... No. Everything got ceased. TT was sat at the side of the train tracks with a bazooka and just blasted the hype train off of the rails entirely. It was actually a really fun series between Rogue Warriors and TT. If you missed it, I would recommend going and watching the VODs if you want to see just crazy fighting and awesome action in the early game. But we've got a couple of clips of a couple of the moments where it felt like TT was straight up just better at team fighting than what Rogue Warriors could bring.
Yeah, and it's kind of rough because that there was that momentum coming out from Rogue Warriors, and it kind of felt like on their good day they could match even some of the teams who are looking for playoff spots. But in this series, it just felt like TT had their number, and consistently across these team fights, it felt like they were able to find the critical advantages, able to shut down the key members for the most part. And it wasn't all one-sided, of course, but at the end of the day, losing the series is a pretty big blow.
Yeah, and it's a rough one for Rogue Warriors, but the rest of the split, they can still prove how good they are as players. It is still technically possible for them to make it to the top 10 at this stage. It's just incredibly improbable at this point. So we'll have to see whether Rogue Warriors can put some wins together. A win here, though, would be a massive upset if they manage to take out Top Esports. Let's look at the junglers, though, because it's fair to say with both of these teams, the junglers quite often set the pace of things. And with both Karsa and Xiaohao, it feels like, why play the map when you can just gank lanes?
Yeah, I mean, both of these aren't really the sort of farming junglers that were kind of more popular before the changes where the camps got extended. Very much more favoring the ability to impact their laners, get them ahead, snowball on them. And you can see from the team proximity, even the XP at 15, these junglers are not playing for themselves. They're very selfless and will try and snowball. And I think it makes a lot of sense, you know, with laners like Top Esports. I would be doing the same thing, I would think.
Yeah, especially when if you don't gank the lane, Jackie's going to go 0-3. I would also be ganking that bottom lane every game. This is going to be a fun game, I think. Top Esports, already a team known for playing a little bit fast and loose. And let's be honest, Rogue Warriors and TT both in the last few weeks have been the kind of teams to really, really push aggressive early junglers, make action happen in the early game, win through snowballing, through those skirmishes, and taking over from there. And so it does feel a little bit like we're going to have these two teams that like to take control early, kind of having a bit of a face-off in that early game. But enough of my babbling, Orcs. Let's get into Champ Select. Let's get the series underway and see how things are going to pan out as we head into our first Champ Select of 11-14 as well. So obviously these teams will have scrimmed on 11-14. I am curious how the priorities will change. Top Esports not believing that the Ziggs nerf was anywhere near enough.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with the sentiment. I think it's a good call. The interesting one for me is that Nocturne ban. He is still very high priority in the jungle, but we aren't really going to see him in the solo lanes anymore. And I think the fact that he's been sort of mitigated as a flex pick, I wouldn't expect him to see him first rotation banned quite as much. The big thing is that Relia is still open and available. And Rogue Warriors can either ban it here, or I could honestly imagine Top Esports just first picking the Aurelia on the back of this. It is, I think saying it's broken is an understatement. It is something else right now. And they're actually going to ban the Akali, which, you know, it's another one that has been nerfed.
Wait a second. Have we been given false information? It says patch 11.13 on the overlay. So until I'm told otherwise by production, I'm going to assume that we're actually on 11.13, not 11.14. So forget the overlay we talked about before. It's a Lee Sin first pick here for Top Esports. As we'll get that double checked for you guys. Yeah, Lee Sin, pretty standard first pick here. It has fallen out of favor a bit, but a lot of teams still love it. Cars are going to be picking that one up.
You know what? The Nocturne Akali ban, the Aurelia not being touched, makes a lot more sense. Is all I'm going to say. Jin Zhao left open though, so going to be prioritized by Xiaohao, and I think we're seeing what we kind of talked about before the series. Both junglers looking to aggressively establish control in the early game. Obviously, this Lee Sin can still be flexed, but it means that they have an aggressive early option to lean on if they want to go for that. And Top Esports is trying to decide potentially on the set, which can hold up pretty well into the Renekton in the top lane. And they will just lock that one in, and then very quickly pick up the Salas for Knight.
No,
which I rate
it's
that.
Over. It's over.
Yeah.
The draft is won. Knight got silenced. That's the game. We can wrap it up. Let's move to game 2.
I think as well, obviously with the Silas, you're always thinking about what ult you can take. Jin Zhao ult is pretty good, is all I can really say on the subject. So being able to steal that one away, definitely favorable. Now Rogue Warriors, toying with the idea of the Rise. Obviously, it's something that can kind of harass the Knight down while also shoving the wave. After you get a little bit of mana in your pocket, you're able just to kind of clear the waves endlessly. And also, it's pretty good at setting up ganks. With that point-and-click route, can very easily get Xiao Hao in. And now, going to the second rotation, seeing 80 carry bans. Kalista going to be taken away by Rogue Warriors. I imagine we'll see Varus banned at some point. There it is from Top Esports. And then usually at this point, things like the Thresh, the Nautilus, the Leona, you could see as bans. If you want to keep targeting 80 carries, maybe the Aphelios is something you want to get rid of.
So I just want to quickly, while these bans are coming through, I want to quickly mention why I kind of overreacted to the Knight Sylas being locked in. For anyone that hasn't watched Top Esports this split, hasn't had the pleasure of watching a Knight Sylas game in Season 11, he's played 6 games of Sylas so far this season. He is 5-1. And across 6 games, including a loss, he has a 21 KDA. Not to mention, in that loss, he literally 1v5 to save the game and then got backdoored again later, so he couldn't actually do anything to stop it. The man is a literal monster. Is that a no ban from Top Esports? And then an Aphelios lock-in?
Yeah, pretty wild. I felt like maybe we'd see like the Aphelios band away or even something like the Thresh. For Top Esports, you know, maybe you want to prioritize the Thresh in this situation. I feel like leaving Aphelios Thresh up is kind of dangerous, but I guess we'll see. You know, maybe Top Esports like, we've already got Knight Sylas. We don't really need to ban anything else. Game's over anyway. And
yeah, that could be their thought process, or maybe. I mean, like, also, they were banning 80 carries, right? And I think maybe saying, look, we want to see what you're going to go for, and then pivot around that. So maybe just wanting a bit more space. Regardless, it's going to be Ezreal Leona locked in. Does mean Yanja can roam around pretty effectively.
Yeah, I think in this situation, both Thresh or Braum would make sense for Rogue Warriors here. I think Rogue Warriors could be pretty happy with their draft. I think bot lane, you know, Aphelios is always going to have priority against Ezreal. Braum is a very good matchup into Leona. Mid lane, you should be able to find priority once Rise has some mana. I'd say Jin Zhao's super strong in this patch, a lot of early pressure. It kind of feels like, to me, Rogue Warriors has the pressure advantage in lane. They also have arguably like the stronger early jungler, but you have to take the nameplates into account, right? This is Top Esports, a lot of comfort on this side. You know, Knight Sylas, Jackalope and Ezreal. As much as I feel like Rogue Warriors are giving themselves the best chance possible with this draft, I still think they're going to have a big challenge converting that into a win.
Yeah, I mean, that was always going to be the case, right? And I do love that I love it when we get 2 teams on the stage with essentially matching uniform colors, kind of going head-to-head deciding. It's same with like BLG versus Suning, Top Esports versus Rogue Warriors, the red and the black. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The Top Esports are going to be a heavy favorite coming into this one. And regardless of the draft, I think most reasonable people would be saying the Top Esports is still the favorite coming into it despite draft, because this is one of the teams that regularly will ignore their own win conditions and find wins despite of that fact. Like we've seen plenty of times when Top Esports are running a scaling competition, they skirmish in the early game, they just have better hands than the opponent and they win anyway. So we'll see if that's going to happen here today. Let's talk how these compositions are going to function, though, because every time you see an Aphelios in the game, you always have to think towards scaling and towards kiting away from the fight.
Yeah, and I think that applies here massively, especially with the Rise as well. If you think about the composition of Top Esports, it's only really Ezreal who's got sort of a longer range. Everyone else will be likely looking to dive onto the side of Rogue Warriors, trying to deal with the backline. And that's where you get so much value from the AoE damage from Rise, from Aphelios, once he's got that Runans especially. You can kind of just fire things off. So a big thing for Top Esports is obviously, you know, getting a solid early lead is always an advantage, but also approaching Rogue Warriors backline from multiple angles, looking for flanks. Whereas with Rogue Warriors, it's very much just protecting their backline, setting up kind of a wall to keep them safe and running interruption. And I feel like it's one of those things where when you see a draft like this, I think if you flip them, I'd be really concerned for Rogue Warriors. But I think when it's this way round, like this isn't like an auto win for Rogue Warriors. It just sort of gives them a good chance based on that. But again, as I was saying, Top Esports, definitely not a team to be underestimated. And we are going to see not too much action in the early level 1. Just, you know, pretty standard stuff.
I think a key thing to look at as well is the skill expression that this top esports roster has available, right? Ezreal for Jackie Love, you've got Knight on Silas, you've got Karsus Lee Sin, like that is maybe the most vintage pick in the entire league, honestly. And then Xingtian as well, on this set, incredibly good at being a team fighter. Guess what Xingtian's biggest strength and biggest boon to this team has been is his team fight presence. So it does feel like, even if it's not the perfect composition for the meta, it is a very strong composition for top esports specifically, but we'll see how it's going to pan out. So let's talk pathing here, Orcs. As we see Karsa pathing up towards the top side of the map, Xiaohao doing the exact opposite on his Xin Zhao and actually skipping his Krugs. Are you anticipating some early ganks here towards the bottom side?
I think it's going to be kind of difficult because I expect Rogue Warriors bot lane to have priority. That they should be looking to push the wave in, so I think the opportunity to actually gank is a little bit limited. I think it's more based on the Scuttle Crab in this situation, although if you actually look based on how Rogue Warriors bot lane is playing, they're keeping this lane very neutral. They could have pushed this in, they could have tried to take the level 2. Instead, they're sort of just kind of chilling a little bit, so potentially not wanting to push too fast, but I think for the most part, this kind of guarantees Xiaohao is able to get the Scuttle on the bot side, whereas Karsa paths up towards his top side because the set has better priority contestation level 1.
Here we go.
And it looks like, yeah, that neutral lane state paying off.
You're absolutely right. They've set up the neutral lane state. They've set up a gank for Xiaohao. They've set up an early kill onto Yu Yanja. Rogue Warriors just playing the flute and top esports dancing to their tune.
Yeah, really nicely done. And I think, honestly, for top esports, in a scenario like this, you have to suspect something, right? Okay, you know, this is Braum, Felios. They should be pushing us in. There's no reason why they just, you know, would let both bot lanes hit level 2 at the same time, unless they're looking for something like that. But fortunately for top esports, they don't kind of manage to react to that one, and Xiaohao gets a strong early gank. He doesn't really miss too much as well, as he's just going to be able to path back up and clear his camps towards the top side. He picks up that bot side Scuttle, but looks like top esports were trying to make a play onto Forge, but he sniffs it out. And saying that, he's just walked up again, so I think
so he saw Yu Yanja on the ward. Yeah, there was a ward at Chickens.
Right, yeah.
Yu Yanja's gone and swept that now. So I think he was feeling confident because Yu Yanja could be seen clearing the ward. He just maybe wasn't aware Karsa was on the top side of the play. Doesn't matter. Doesn't happen in the end anyway.
Yeah, I think maybe Chocho on the reset coming mid kind of gave him that confidence to step up. So, you know, makes sense. And honestly, Rogue Warriors, good start. I think all things considered, you know, mid lane going massively in favor of Forge right now. Obviously, Knight Silas is going to be a monster later on, but this is kind of why you're picking the Rise into this matchup. You have that priority. You can kind of zone the Silas away. And now he's reset, picked up an Oblivion Orb already. So Knight, it's not really going to get too much easier for him for the time being.
Yeah, makes that Silas lane significantly more difficult. One of the advantages Silas has once you start to get a couple of abilities is you do max your W, that Kingslayer. Gives you a lot of sustain during the laning phase, and being able to go a little bit more aggressive with those trades against an Oblivion Orb, that does become a little bit harder. But I'm keeping my eyes on Karsa here. You can see him on the screen. He already made an attempt towards mid, and it didn't quite work out. Now he's rotating towards this bottom side of the map. And this is where we often see Karsa move towards in the early stages of the game. He loved to make a play for Yu Yanja and Jackie Love. They clear the vision. Karsa moves into the river here. But look where Xiaohao is on the map. This could be a 3v3, and Karsa going to be just channeling a recall for the time being. The wave pushed way too far up for Jackie Love and Draw. They're trying to reset it, trying to finish off those last couple of minions. It looks like the wave state will reset. Looks like Xiaohao won't find an opportunity either.
Yeah, I think Karsa's presence there was kind of just given some cover. And you can see Betty having the Infernum start to trim the wave pretty heavily. Wasn't really in the mood to set up a freeze. And so as a result, Karsa's like, okay, you guys seem like you're okay. I'm going to be able to back off now. And the wave will now be pushing towards top esports. So, you know, might miss a CS or so off the back of this, but ultimately shouldn't be too much of a problem. They should be completely fine there, and Karsa's happy to go up towards his top side and continue clearing. And, you know, other than that early gang coming out from Xiaohao, it's been a pretty slow early game, especially considering the junglers that we are seeing. But I think both teams kind of just confident to let their laners get a little bit of alone time to scale up.
going to be exciting to see how this mid game goes, because it does feel like Rogue Warriors are leading the charge so far. We said Xiao Hao, often the driving force for this team. They like to be fairly aggressive early. And the key thing here is if they happen to have good lane matchups, which they do so far, right? We talked about the Rise versus Silas. We talked about Aphelios having to push on the bot side. Caster's in the mid lane. Forge flashes out, keeps himself safe for the time being. It does feel like even the scaling conversation for Rogue Warriors looks pretty good with an Aphelios and a Rise there. So if they can continue to control the Drakes like they've just picked up that first one, they're winning out the laning phases, which is something that top esports historically, that has always been one of the big things to talk about, is how good they are in the lane and therefore in the rest of the game. Well, when you're down in CS across the board, it's not a great way to start the match off.
Absolutely, and I think when you look at the composition from top esports, you're thinking about the backline access, the dive threats from the Set and the Lee Sin, and the difference they'll make if they're behind when we get to those team fighting stages is the burden of execution so much higher. If you're ahead and you have a composition like this, it doesn't matter if you land everything. You know, if Xingqian gets a good combo onto Forge, that probably is just enough on its own to kill him. Maybe you have like a true shot Raj flyover. But if you're behind, speaking of behind,
Forge is in trouble.
The dozy do.
Wait, the road whoop has been out road whooped.
It's like leapfrogs. He just goes over their heads. Oh, slick one from Forge. Saw that one coming and just able to get away. And it does obviously mean that Forge doesn't have that ultimate available to him. So, and without the flash as well, might struggle a little bit to move around the map. And you see top esports just going to head over and start that Herald up. But I think Rogue Warriors want to contest this, and I don't see a reason for them not to.
All right, well, Yanja has just set off recalling, whereas Chocho is making a beeline straight across the map. But it's going to be a smite fight, and Caster's going to beat ZDZ, who doesn't have smite. In comes Xingqian. Showstopper comes through on Xiao Hao. There's the Haymaker. He will go down. Top esports in full retreat here, but they got the Herald and they got away with it.
Yeah, still a win for top esports. Herald for a kill. You take that one, but Rogue Warriors trying to do as much as possible to sort of make things a little bit more even. Taking that blue buff for Forge there, taking a kill onto Xingqian, and do you not see Engage coming in?
Pick coming out here off the back of it. Knight getting on top of Forge. No realm whoop this time, buddy. And Knight grabs himself the kill.
Yeah, and honestly, just a little bit of a mistake there from Forge. Took an aggressive path towards the mid lane. Definitely could have gone a safer route, and I think didn't anticipate the re-engage. And now, you know, I said Rogue Warriors trying to make it as even as possible. It's a kill for a kill. That blue buff has just been transferred onto Knight, and obviously top esports getting a Herald. Definite win for them on the back of this play.
Yeah, and top esports, this is what we always praise them for: creative and different plays that we get to see. The smite coming out from Caster, Xingqian unable to get it, and then this is basically just the repeat, the retreat distraction play, right?
Yeah, just I think the big factor there as well was, as you talked about, the supports roaming up. Chocho was going to be there sooner, so top esports were like, right, we can't win this. It's going to be a 4v3. And then when Xianja gets there, they're like, okay, you know, we feel confident now. We can go for the aggressive play.
Yeah, and managing to find a pick off the back of that really was a consolation prize that turned it into a very positive play for top esports. But they are still massively behind in gold right now. It's a almost 1,500 gold lead in favor of Rogue Warriors, and it's down to Caster to try and change that fact. But importantly, it wasn't Caster that picked up the Herald. But forget the Herald, because he just wants to go onto Forge. There's the ward jump, but Xiao Hao is here too. Caster has been red, and Xiao Hao is the first one on the scene. It means that the top esports jungler just has to back away and help push the wave.
Yeah, and it's trying to fish for those windows where you can use the Herald, but you have to be pretty cautious. If you try and do it without a wave, obviously the opportunity got punished.
Oh, we've got a big 1v1 actually. They're going to commit to this one. Showstopper comes through, but the Dominus is enough. ZDZ just destroys him.
Yeah, just absolutely dominates him. And obviously there's that little bit of extra gold you got from that earlier kill, but Xingqian, I mean, we highlighted his strengths in the team fights, but really dropping this kill in the laning phase in a solo kill, not ideal overall. And as well, he's the one with the Herald in pocket, so, you know, he's now dead. He's going to have to come back to lane, catch that wave. It's kind of the window is tightening on when they can use that. And just again, Rogue Warriors though looking good, solid so far. We said draft favored them in the early laning phase, and they've not just sort of capitalized on that. They've really looked to like sort of make things happen. They haven't just sort of been satisfied with, okay, our lanes are okay. They've done proactive plays, and JDG finding that solo kill, obviously pretty impressive, all things considered.
And now Drake is up once again, so they can keep that ball rolling, keep being proactive. There is a control ward in the pit, so Top Esports have full information that this is going on. Chocho has finally spotted that one out. Those wards in that corner can be very pesky, can be difficult to deal with because sometimes they're not always spotted. But that is going to be 2 Drakes. It's going to be a Mountain Soul coming out here. And the next sort of 5 minutes, I think, is where we're going to see this start to heat up, folks. I feel like that's when we get to see it. But let's look at the solo kill.
Yeah, and I think the big thing here is ZDZ chunks Ching Chang out really early with that Q. The ult just doesn't quite do enough damage to really take him down. And the Renekton with the Dominus down as well, a lot of sustained damage. And we do see the Herald thrown down top. They are looking to dive on the back of this.
I'm going to try and get the kill. That's 1 down, and Xingtian flashes out to safety. The Herald got the charge as well. Forge, I mean, he's TP'd in. He's trying to do something. He's got a bit of damage, to be fair to him, but I don't see a way he can 2v3 this one alongside Xiaohao, especially since Yu Yanja's arriving as well. Plates being traded in the bottom side. You got to expect Forge has to back away here, or a redive could come out from Top Esports.
Yeah. I think he has to play this one safe. But he cleared the wave is a critical thing. Thinning that initial wave out slows down the pressure from Top Esports. And because we saw Yanja roam all the way up to the top side, it gave this window for Betty and Chocho just to apply pressure on the tower. So even though the Herald was used by Top Esports, they only got 2 plates. Rogue Warriors able to get 3. So it's still Rogue Warriors trading up. And you mentioned before the Mountain Soul. I actually think this is probably the best dragon Rogue Warriors could have got. Because we're talking about how like they want to protect the backline. They want to keep them safe. The extra shield from the Mountain Soul just makes it even more difficult, right? There's that extra little bit of resistances, and then that extra just flash shield is going to make it so Top Esports will struggle to take out those high priority carries, and it's going to need that extra bit of damage. When you're already behind, it's kind of hard to be able to afford it.
Now, I do want to quickly mention where we're at in terms of items so far, because, you know, we do have ZDZ doing very big things. I'm never sure whether to say ZDZ or ZDZ, because I know most of the talent team here is like it's the Commonwealth talent team, right? Like we've got an Aussie, we've got a couple of Irishmen. I'm English, you're English. So there's a lot of Z pronouncers, right?
Yeah.
But ZDZ does just roll off the tongue infinitely better for specifically that name. So I don't know. I'm torn on that one. But yeah, I was talking about items. We've got Gore Drinkers for the top 2 on Rogue Warriors. We've got a Kraken Slayer finished for Betty, who's already fully stacked a cull at this point, as well as getting those 3 plates in the bottom side. So as Betty is getting big, does obviously need a few items on Aphelios before he's really impacting the game, but it's good to see him finding those items early on. Then when you look at Knight, 4 stacks on the Dark Seal already. Everfrost finished. We've seen this before from Knight Silas. We've seen this kind of precursor to him taking over a game.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me is that with Forge and Betty, I'm kind of looking at sort of the 3-item point. Typically, you know, you have your core damage items, maybe even a defensive on top of that, kind of puts you in a comfortable spot. Whereas for the likes of Jackie-Love and Knight, 2 items is probably going to be enough. Their mid-game spike is really strong, has to be respected, and it looks like, you know, the Herald play is done by Rogue Warriors, but because they commit so many resources up there, they leave their top bot lane exposed. Top Esports trying to get this tier 2 tower, and we do see Rogue Warriors bot lane come to defend though.
Yeah, we've got a fight on our hands. It's going to be Xingtian in trouble. Showstopper outside, and his Haymaker is there as well. And Xingtian will go down for his trouble. There are 3 men under this tower. And I don't know why Top Esports are pushing so hard for this one. Knight has to back away next, but it's a double kill into the pocket of Betty. That couldn't have gone much worse, because Xiaohao and Forge have got a charge on the inhibitor tower at the other side of the map.
It's just an absolute disaster, and I completely agree with you. I'm not sure why they're pushing the number there, but I have to give credit to Rogue Warriors. The move to put their bot lane in position really smart. And, you know, we said before, if you're not getting on top of this Aphelios, he's just going to absolutely shred. And this is why the Aphelios Braum is such a powerful combo. with those guns as well, all you have to do is just auto someone, land your passive on someone. Aphelios procs the stun almost instantly, and he just absolutely shredded. We'll see this here. So Xingqian just kind of oversteps, gets locked down, doesn't even get to play his champion, can take his hands off the keyboard for a few seconds. But it's just the fact that they can't really disengage, and then Caster gets a bit too close, very quickly stunned by Betty, and the follow-up is just there. And right now, this Aphelios is a massive problem, especially with that extra influx of gold there. They're dragging in 15 seconds. I'm not even sure if Top Esports are going to contest this one because they're so far behind. I think from the pings coming out, they're just letting it go. And, you know, I respect the decision, but it feels pretty bad to be given 3 dragons to the enemy team at 17 minutes already.
Yeah. And Rogue Warriors, I wasn't sure whether to bring this up before the game. And I decided not to because it seemed a little bit too tenuous. But if you think back to last split, Rogue Warriors, they managed to defeat Top Esports. And it was truly a monumentous win for them because, if I'm not mistaken, it was their only win of the entire split. They managed to take down Top Esports. And right now, we're looking at a scoreline of 2-5. We're looking at a goal difference of 3,000 in favor of Rogue Warriors. We're looking at 3 Drakes in favor of Rogue Warriors. And a fed Aphelios down in that bottom side for Betty, who has been consistently the carry for this team. Orcs, maybe I'm calling it too soon here, but I'm liking the look of what Rogue Warriors are bringing to the table.
It's looking good. It's looking good, honestly. I think we can kind of get on the hype train tenuously. We'll buy a ticket. We're not boarding yet, but we're ready and waiting at the station. I think the big thing for me is that Top Esports are closing in on their sort of mid-game spike. I think if things go wrong there, if they're not able to regain control of the game at that point, I think Rogue Warriors are in position to take this, right? We have 4 minutes on the next dragon. That is critical mass in this game. By that point, probably we'll see Jackie Love finishing off that Manamune. And if they haven't got to the point where they can comfortably fight Rogue Warriors, that they can't deny that Mountain Soul, I think Rogue Warriors momentum will just get, you know, more and more. We'll get on the hype train. We'll continue to the next station. And I think it should be, you know, a strong first game for them.
Oh, Betty's gone too far forward, though, and he's just removed from play. Top Esports, you make a tiny mistake and they take you apart. Betty got greedy, wanted his Kraken Slayer procs, thought he was Aphelios and he had a Brom, so he was fine, but it's not how the game works. And now Top Esports 5v4. It's their turn to put the pressure on. They're underneath the tower here. Feels like Rogue Warriors do want to defend. There's not enough minions for Top Esports to get greedy.
Yeah, honestly, you know, it's not good. Don't get me wrong. Definitely a mistake from Betty, but not really going to drastically change things too much. A nice little bit of gold over the Top Esports. There's still 3 minutes till that dragon. He'll get back on the map. He's bought that Runans. It's just an overstep. He was going for the route on his Jackie Love. The whole setup was there. It's a really nice engage coming in for Leona, and he just gets popped. And unfortunately, it's Jackie Love who gets the 500 gold, so he'll definitely have his 2-item spike. You can see he's already completed that with the Manamune, so this next fight sort of ramping up to be the big one. And I'm looking at Betty. He's got the Runans and the Kraken Slayer. That's a hell of a spike. It's just whether they can keep him safe, and Cast is fishing for him right now.
There's a really crucial point I want to bring up before this fight kicks off. We've got 2 minutes. It looks like Betty's flash will be up. I'm not sure that his cleanse will be because he used it in that last little pick. That could be crucial. If Betty mispositions or if Cast is able to get a kick on Betty in this next fight, that could be enough for Top Esports to change the pace of the game. Right now, they are behind. Right now, it's Rogue Warriors in control. But if Top Esports can make the next few minutes count, that could certainly change.
Yeah, I think it's really important that even if Betty gets caught out in the next, like, 30 seconds, he doesn't flash, because you need that for that team fight. It's good he didn't have it there because he didn't end up using it. I think he should actually have his cleanse up just in time for it as well, so it should be full summoners across the board for Rogue Warriors. And on the back of that, I feel comfortable for them, because I actually feel like in a lot of situations, Rogue Warriors having summoners is more important than Top Esports having summoners, because, you know, these are mobile carries like the Aphelios, like the Rise, super reliant on those, and don't have a Thresh to sort of get them out of a sticky situation. What I actually want to see here is I want to see Betty push this wave in, and I believe he should have enough money. And if he does, recall, buy a stopwatch for this next fight, because I really think this fight is the big one that's going to dictate the game. I think if Top Esports win it convincingly, we'll see them deny the Dragon Soul. We can see them head straight to Baron. And actually, there is a potential play that could go on here from Rogue Warriors, right? They don't need this Dragon, not even by a long shot, right? They have an Aphelios who has very high DPS on Baron. What they could do is bait around the Dragon area and then Realm Warp to the Baron, kill it in a couple of seconds, back out. Top Esports only have a Mountain Dragon to show for it. So keep your eyes out for that potential play. And they've actually done it already before the Dragon even spawns.
Why bait for the Drake when you can just go straight away? Top Esports don't even know it's happening. They are completely unaware. Rogue Warriors have pulled the wool over Top Esports' eyes. They've taken the Baron before the trade even needs to happen. Now 15 seconds until the Drake is up. Jackie Love gets tagged by a Q. He will back away. Rogue Warriors are like, look, we still don't need the Drake. We can just push with a Baron wave onto this mid tower. There's a little replay on the bottom right of the Realm Up to get the carries into the pit. Now face checking into this river. Top Esports have already started the Drake off. Rogue Warriors do want to contest here. Jagged could be in trouble, but he flashes into the Dragon Pit. Could have a 50-50. Xiao Hao moving over. No smite for Xiao Hao, so this should be Top Esports Drake coming through. And now the rest of the fight. Showstopper in. There's a Haymaker on 3 as well. Qingtian, huge engage. But do they have the damage to finish the fight? Knight stuck at the front line. It's Jackie free firing though. Rogue Warriors getting low on this one. And the skill expression on these champions. The chase down from Top Esports is possible. It's 1-for-1 so far. Rogue Warriors slowly but surely get chased. But looks like they've got out with it.
Yeah, and it's really important Rogue Warriors disengaged on that one. The Dragon's already gone. There's nothing really to play for in this fight. And if you die, you lose that Baron buff that you were able to pick up. So completely the right call to disengage. It was a little bit messy. And again, Top Esports are spiking hard right now. I really feel confident in the items they picked up. The Ezreal and the Silas in particular. It's not worth risking it on the back of that. They've only picked up one Dragon. It's not super relevant. And I think you can see on this approach, Qingtian's spotted on the flank, which is really important. If he was able to get on Betty, it could be very different. But this big clumped AoE, and then the knockback coming in from the Crescent Guard just completely disengages the rest of Rogue Warriors. And at that point, they kind of have to scatter and move away. Jackie Love free hitting, and everyone in Rogue Warriors a little bit too low to continue the fight. So I think it's fine, though. They managed to just reset things. They're still up in gold, especially thanks to that Baron buff, and very comfortable with this game going later.
So, Orcs, I want to ask you a question now. I'm going to put you on the spot because this is that Baron play is the kind of play that we anticipate out of teams like Top Esports, teams like IG, or the top teams in the league, and the teams that have reputations for being creative. Would you now put Rogue Warriors in this category of a team that levels up to the opponent that they're up against? Because it feels like this is a different Rogue Warriors we're seeing today, a much more creative and cognizant Rogue Warriors than the win lane, win game style that we've seen during a lot of the hype train.
Honestly, yeah, I think a lot of things from this game are a lot more intelligent rather than just, we're just going to win lane and just be strong. You know, the draft was really smart. The pathing from Xiao Hao combined with the setup from Rogue Warriors bot lane, the decision making to send that bot lane to defend that bot tier 2, which went so favorably for them. This just felt like Rogue Warriors really thinking carefully about their moves on the map and how they're going to play around things, and that's what's given them the lead. This isn't, you know, it's very hard to go up against Top Esports and be like, we're just going to win lane, lol, and then win the game. You really struggle to do that one, but they've played it intelligently, and as a result have bought themselves this lead. So there's a lot of positives to be said for this team so far, and it's about continuing that momentum, but they've definitely put themselves in a good spot.
You do have to wonder as well, does it count as rolling a 3 if it's not 369 on the roster? We'll have to see. Qingtian on the flank, though. Could have another huge set engage. In he goes with the showstopper. The rest of the team here to follow up the Haymaker onto 2. ZDZ on the front line. But it is only Yu Yanji to go down. The damage was there. Karsa gets the kick onto Betty. What a play from Karsa! Realm Warp out to safety, though. Still 4 strong, but the 3 players remain from Top Esports. It's Jackie, Karsa, and Knight. 3v4 here. Knight with the Zhonya's has Kingslayer available. Flashes away. There's one for Jackie as they look for a little bit more as well. Karsa gets the red buff. The slow's coming down on Xiao Hao. Jojo 1 HP. Forge getting tagged by the W. Taken out by Knight. Double kill for Knight as they look for a little bit more as well. Rogue Warriors consistently falling apart in these fights.
And it's just a flank pressure. This is the critical thing for top esports, being able to find those flank angles, and Xingqian doing a beautiful job of forcing the flash from Betty. It allows Karsaf to follow up on that play, and this is the critical thing, is top esports, despite the fact they're down in gold, despite the fact they're dealing with this Fed Aphelios, this difficult rise, they manage to find the angles of approach to get themselves a favorable fight and keep themselves relevant in this game. And now, you know, you were talking about it before, this is a 5-0 Silas off the back of this fight, but this ult from Xingqian doesn't give any reaction chance for Betty. Ults and back forces that flash, and then Carter finds this beautiful angle in just to cement the kill. Comes in with a water hop, kicks him against the wall, and Knight is straight there to follow up. And it's a nice realm up to reposition. Honestly, though, I think they should have just looked to disengage off the back of this. They go for the pick onto Knight, but a great Zonya's there. Baits them in, essentially, and allows JackieLove just to clean up the kills.
Yeah, and this is where Ezreal really specializes, right? Just being able to get those autos in, get those Qs in, and finish kills off after the fight. Hex flash from Yu Yanja, but won't find anything there. And I want to do a quick little shout out to Yu Yanja, because, you know, he's a player that's been heavily criticized on top esports since the start of time. In that fight, he does get onto Betty, managed to get pretty much all of his CC down onto Betty, but unfortunately the rest of the team couldn't follow up in that situation. Knight just had his hijack denied by Chocho. Very nicely done by the Rogue Warriors support. But now, Drake coming up in 1 second's time, and Rogue Warriors, they're just looking for mid lane towers. They don't care about this Drake. JackieLove going to be soloing the Drake as the rest of top esports move over to try and contest. It's Karsa to finish this one off. Early smites just to get it done as fast as physically possible. We'll take the Drake. That's 2 now. It was a tier 2 in the mid lane, traded by Rogue Warriors. They're toying with the idea of a Baron, but I think they're just going to move past Yu Yanja with a Hex Splash that was perhaps a little dicey, but he gets away with it. Now Karsa wants to go for a Q. Top esports, could they look at the Baron? I wouldn't put it past them.
I think they may want to bait the Baron, but I'm not sure they can just definitely start it now. Realm Up's going to come in just to scout out, make sure they haven't started it yet. And I think, honestly, Rogue Warriors made the right call. You don't need to stop that Dragon for top esports. It gives you another 5 minutes before you have to fight. And I think you can see that they're struggling a little bit on the confidence to take these fights. They hit the 3-item spike for the Aphelios. This is his core items. He's doing a ton of damage. But I often say it's about 3 items plus, right? You want the defensive options to keep yourself safe. And I think Betty being able to get those will be a massive factor. You imagine Betty with the GA on top of those, you feel much more confident going into team fights on the back of that and much more comfortable. See Chocho getting
JackieLove with his signature E forwards, and now he's in trouble. Xiaohao's going to be locked in his tracks. I think JackieLove's going to be okay on this one. Karsa backs out as well, but the rest of the fight going to ensue as in goes Knight in the middle of everyone. Zonya's to keep himself safe. Health bar's getting pretty low on Rogue Warriors, but Forge chunking out the damage here as Xingqian goes down. That EQ combo from Forge just annihilated top esports.
Yeah, you can see the difference between getting on the backline and kind of just being shredded by this AoE. Betty and Forge just doing so much damage in those pumped up fights, and you have to approach these intelligently. And this actually could be a favorable scenario for top esports because they're all corralled into the pit.
This is we've seen top esports do this plenty of times before. Knight looking to get in the pit. Karsa gets it. Karsa, you beautiful man. That's his signature Lee Sin. He sacrifices his life to get this steal. Can the rest of the team get out, though? In they go. Xiaohao closing the gap. Forge is getting low as well. Yu Yanja's off of the backside. He's buying time all across the entire team. And Rogue Warriors, they're falling apart here. Betty in a 1v1 with JackieLove. Chocho next to him falls down. Knight closes the gap onto Betty as well. The double for Knight. And how do they do it every single time, Orcs? How is it possible?
They angered Rogue Warriors. They're like, we want to fight. You took the Baron off us. We want answers. And top esports are able to play with that, kiting back. You see Betty trying to push forwards, but he's not able to deal with JackieLove. That frozen heart makes him too tanky. And now it's 3 members against 2. They have the Baron buff. They might just push for the end here. This is JackieLove Knight so strong right now.
This is just classic top esports. Xiaohao has to start a fight here, has to try and do something, but the towers are going to be taken down. That's half of Forge's health just from the Haymaker. Xingqian surviving. I think top esports gonna realm warp out to safety. They can't end for now, but I want to go back to what we said right at the start of the day, Orcs. Oh, TES. Every single damn game, it doesn't matter how far behind they fall, you can still believe they'll come back.
Yeah, and I think this was just you know, it ended up being a 50-50. It was a dangerous spot to be in, just the sheer threat of being in the Baron pit. But you see that they clearly want answers on this. They want to take down the Baron buffs. It's a massive overcommit here from Fortune and Xiaohao. They go so far forwards and get chunked out by the Ezreal. And realistically, after this and the Baron damage, only Betty is a threat. And Jackie Love instantly jumps onto him. And because he has that frozen heart, Betty can't even trade with him. He's just doing so little damage per auto. There's no armor penetration. He has now picked up that last Whisper to sort of deal a bit more damage. But you could just see Jackie Love is so bulky with his Ezreal build, there was just no real threat to him.
The crazy thing is, Top Esports actually did less damage than Rogue Warriors across that fight. But with the nature of champions like Set, like Silas, you can do less damage and still survive longer. Drake coming up, though, in a minute's time. Let's talk Rogue Warriors, Orcs, because it feels like they're losing control of the game. What do? How do they regain control of the map?
They want to have really good vision control and ensure they're not getting flanked on any approaches. Honestly, if you're feeling unconfident about this next team fight, you could just let the dragon go. And I feel like this may be the angle. The engage is coming in. This is honestly not too bad for Rogue Warriors. They are kiting backwards. And I think that's why we'll see Top Esports back away from this one. But they have control over the dragon area. I'm not sure you're going to be able to reestablish this. I think you're going to be on defensive mode for a bit longer from the side of Rogue Warriors. They have got their Zhonya's for Forge. They are going towards that low Dominic's for Betty. You know, they may look to contest mid priority and rotate from here, but there is a ward behind. Low TP from Xingtian, but if he finds a flank angle, I think Rogue Warriors lose not only the fight, but the game.
Knight going to TP straight in, going to push that bot wave and then move over to his team as Rogue Warriors group up and look to move through this jungle. Keep your eyes on Chocho. What he can block with the Unbreakable will be crucial in the fight, but Knight already stolen an ultimate, so that can't be blocked this time. Everfrost goes wide, though. And now Jackie Love east forward. Xingtian's behind everyone. All of the AoE goes through, and the game might just be over, Orcs. Rogue Warriors, they gave us a good showing. They gave us a good early game, but they fall apart when it matters the most, and Xingtian gets a bit of redemption with a triple kill. After a rough early game, he takes over the fights.
And we see Knight and Jackie Love absolutely on fire in these fights. Rogue Warriors just unable to set up for these team fights, unable to find a 5v5 with a backline safe. Xingtian consistently finding these engage angles just to shut down this Aphelios, and it just shows the sort of caliber of this team. The early game, bit rough. The draft obviously didn't help them out, but when it comes to the mid game onwards, when it comes to those team fights, they are absolutely on fire.
I mean, you can never quite count out Top Esports when they fall behind. The individual skill on these players is just off the charts. And just the confidence, man. When you see these fights, when you see the way that Knight and Jackie Love play, I think Knight and Jackie Love, we never talk about carry duos, really. When we talk about duos, it's usually the bot lane duo, or it's like mid jungle, or it's jungle top, or it's jungle support. We never talk about mid and ADC, and I think Top Esports is one of the few teams that you see Knight and Jackie Love playing as a pair in these fights very regularly, where Knight is almost like a he's carrying, but he's also almost a peel tool for Jackie Love to be able to carry simultaneously. The way that they work in tandem is just, it really is something to behold.
I think particularly in those moments, like we had that team fight around mid where we saw Betty try and step up. It's making sure that it's never like a 1v1. It's never a true fair fight, because you see Knight there ready to assist. And it means that they just can't handle the pressure. One carry is problematic. Two carries is very hard to deal with. And I think they showed that throughout that game, just despite the fact they didn't have the greatest early showing. Knight in particular had a rough laning phase. You know, we expected that from the Rise pick. He definitely fell behind in farm, but he found so many great windows in the team fights, particularly that bot lane fight where we saw the cast a kick and he instantly followed up. It just feels like they're all on the same page. The team fighting so smooth, so clean. And I mean, Ezreal does Ezreal things, but Jackie Love definitely does Ezreal things really well.
I mean, Jackie Love is, look, he's a very criticized AD carry this split. He dies too much, etc., etc. You cannot ever criticize his damage per minute. If there's one thing this man does, is damage per minute. Every single game, he's topping the damage charts. It's actually insane. But just look at that gold chart as well. Down 5,000 gold at one point. They are behind in gold for pretty much the entire game. But you can see those 3 consecutive fights where there's just a vertical line in the gold graph going in favor of Top Esports. Beautiful game coming out from them. And I think I really, really want to highlight Qingtian here because this game to me was a really good example of the positives and negatives of Qingtian on this roster. He got solo killed in the laning phase. He fell pretty far behind in the laning phase. Like, he really struggled in the 1v1 against DZ. But then you come to the team fights. Every single fight he's got a flank. Every single fight he's getting a multi-man facebreaker into a haymaker. Like, every single time he does it like clockwork. When it comes to the team fighting, if you set him up on a pick like this set, like the Renekton, these kind of picks that are great in the team fights, the man is a monster. We're going to jump into a break. And then we'll see if Rogue Warriors can come back from this deficit or if Top Esports have got the momentum. We'll be right back.
这把阵容我起来，
他在 TP，
应该乱喷，
成4成，应该无脑冲你。
没事，我裸那个
副甲，
挺难死。
裸副甲，
裸副甲是什么？能看一下我吗？
看一下中路。那挡不住，挡不住，人太多。
来，
我打了位置，
来，干了一，打人死，干了一。哎，
都杀光。
这人是不是
大龙，
还得你来开呀，杰克。
还是得杰克。
原来杰克才是开场死，
一露头就开你。
变成变态这个。
只开你。
是。
中影要不要直接加速喷他？我可以给你。
来，给，看你们。那个不是那边，看。
看一下前天。
关灯了。没事，应该赢了。
赢了。Nice，
还是得靠我开呀。
对你来，
只开水。
来，冲！
来，我有大。
这波，等等，7秒 W。
好了，要不再来。
Go！ 救命！来点兄弟，来了！
给不到。一波吧。
拆了。
我的肉身开台，先肉身。
说实话，这把有点没玩到。
一波吧。
懂了。
啊，来一波吧。
可以一个。
勾一个。来，
快勾啊
！W 这里，哎呦，他不 W 吗？哎，别拆！
啊，真别搞！哎，原来你要他死。
下吧。
你要杀人。
下吧。不杀人，让他死的。
来，兄弟们，下野都是毒。
我动不了啊！妖姬一直多踢，完前面妖姬多踢怎么来啊？
不在了吗？下路
啊？怎么来？
不来，下野一直刷野，
有病哦！
中路一直多踢，盲僧还来抓我几次，我怎么动啊？
先下吧。
OK。
没事，下一把吧。
大家跟我联动不？我带你。给我指挥啊，小哥你。
我求你们两个真的千万不要来中路，我求你们了。
我一定会来的。
离我远一点就行。
你放心，我
真的，
我来帮你。
我们321，我喊321，小哥弟。
你喊321，我直接开团。
林伟翔，你离我远一点，真的，我不想看到你今天。
我会来帮你的，别怕。
先别来了，林伟翔，求你。
我真的会来帮你的。
你信我。我不需要你。
起飞。
离我远一点。
我一定会来帮你的。
哎，真不需要，谢谢。
起飞。AD 没啥。
别大。我要走。小心。我大阵没好，但是
跑，走，慢，走，能走就走。
哎，可惜，可惜，那个 AD 没闪，这里应该有眼。
哎呦，还可以。来，我逼了，别打，你小心。
我们 AD 上了没杀 ，AD 上打右上，
能打吗？我可以打，
打也没打，慢点，打也没打。上单没杀，小伙，打也没打。
慢慢打。
Nice！ 起飞！
可以一波。
Nice！
就这。
打到，这里 OK，Nice！
我也是100%胜利。
Nice！
100%牛。
对。
打破了我们队伍的
等一下。
If you want to dance, now's the time.
pray this will never end. I know your dreams. I have my heart open wide.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so Töne oder sowas machen.
I pray this will never end.
Das gebrauchen kann.
I never let you alone.
我觉得打 W 他们就偷家厉害吧，我们就只要把前面做好，就不给他们机会偷家就行了。下一赛 BOLO 问题可能也挺多的吧，比如英雄池方面还有中期的运营吧，就之后肯定会就把这些问题都解决掉吧。
Backdoors are personal for Knight now. After what happened, I think was it Rare Atom where he 1v5 and then still got backdoored? Like, never again. Never again. And especially what Rogue Warriors have been pulling out. How much this is Orcs gone, mate? What were you saying?
I just find it funny that in the interview, he's like, yeah, you know, they have these backdoors, but if we win the early game, they won't have a chance to backdoor. And then he's like, yeah, we have some issues with the mid game. And then in that game, they lost early game. And then they brought it back in the mid game. So, you know, look, who knows, really, at this point.
It wasn't a clean mid game from Top Esports. It was just a creative and we've got better hands mid game from Top Esports. True. And do you know who had the best hands? It was Night9 in the mid lane, as always, on the Silas. Like, I don't want to brag. I don't want to pretend I've got a big brain or anything. But I called it in Champ Select every single time he gets Silas. It's just something else, man. Like 8-0 and 6, 20% of the team's damage, almost 100% kill participation as well. But when you look at the intricacies of these fights, Knight is always taking over.
Yeah, and I think damage share is always going to be a little bit low when Jackie Love's on your team, but he just knew exactly what to do in the fights, was finding those perfect windows, and was consistently a massive threat. There was so many critical moments where, you know, he was baiting in the enemy team, finding those windows. This in particular is probably one of my favorites, where he dashes forward, uses the Zhonyas when he gets engaged on, and literally just baits them all in for JDG to clean up.
And it's what we were talking about after the game, right? This carry duo that we see. It feels like the whole team from Top Esports is about setting JDG up. Even though Knight ends up being the carry most of the time, it's like he's carrying through making sure that JDG can just get infinite amounts of damage down. The way they work as a duo here in this fight is just... it's really beautiful to watch.
Yeah, just consistently finding those windows, using the healing, using the Zhonyas, using his mobility just to be unthreatened consistently. And it feels like the enemy team had a really hard job of shutting him down, which, considering you have a Braum, all Braum needs to do is hit a Q or land an auto, and it should be a stunned up Knight, but we're still really struggling to find those opportunities. I think he just managed those team fights really well.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Knight, and it means that we go into game 2 with Top Esports 1-0 on the scoreboard. And let's be honest, Rogue Warriors should have won that game. They were ahead. They had the better scaling. In my opinion, they had the better composition. Like, in the grand scheme of things, this probably should have been a Rogue Warriors win, but Top Esports did Top Esports things. And, like, I know it's become a meme watching Top Esports and thinking, well, maybe they just win anyway. And I know the idea of mojo has essentially been equated to copium, but you just can't disbelieve against this team. You just can't. Like, every single time I can see the way that they can make it through. Every single time they just manage to make it happen. They pull it out of nowhere. It's beyond analysis. What Top Esports do in League of Legends, it's not something that's easily analyzable, because it's all about just clutch factor and these ridiculous intangibles like just Knight popping off.
I think that's the worrying thing right now for Rogue Warriors, because I think they had a great draft. They had a really good early game, and they still lost. So game 2, it's like, well, what do you fix, right? That's the question. What do you fix? And I think, you know, they could definitely go in with a different approach in terms of compositions. Maybe things like having the Thresh would have re-enabled them. Maybe being more aware of flanks would have made it more difficult for Shington to find those angles. But it's still difficult. There's no like easy just switch one champion out and things are drastically different. Yeah. It's very clear that when it came down to those team fights, it was hard for them to keep their backline safe against just the sheer team fighting prowess of Top Esports.
Perhaps just a more aggressive composition overall, or something along those lines. I don't know. Apparently the answer is blue side, as we have Rogue Warriors.
And ban Silas.
Over on that side, Top Esports on the red. Yep, Silas is banned, Nocturne is banned, Thresh is banned. Top Esports banning that Camille from ZDZ once again, because he is an absolute monster on the Camille. The Viego being banned away. We'll see where they go with the last ban. Things like Set available, things like Lee Sin available, Renekton as well, an absolute monster right now. So plenty of options in terms of these bans. Even Lee Sin.
Yeah, and I think keeping things open and available, still the Gwen is potentially an option as well. That Lee Sin's not banned. Jin Zhao is an option, but Akali, so this been left open. And Forge potentially, or ZDZ able to get their hands on that one. Definitely a massive threat. And you said a more aggressive comp. This is already sort of lining up to be one.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight that Forge on Akali, it's one of his better picks, or certainly from the eye test. Like, it's one of the picks that I like to see Forge on. And I distinctly remember a game where it was Forge on Akali, ZDZ on the Camille. And they just did this insane dive duo system where they were just taking over the game. I want to see more of that kind of thing. Obviously, the Camille is banned, but perhaps another similar style of champion. It's going to be the Xin Zhao locked in here. As Top Esports already have their full bottom lane here by the looks of things. Rogue Warriors opting towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, and I like the Leona pick. It's a good matchup in the Nautilus. And also, you know, going down that aggression line, you've been faced up with the Ziggs. You cannot just sort of sit back at max range. You're going to get hammered. So having something that can challenge the Ziggs, get on top of him, is pretty important. And the Leona makes sense there. Top Esports, you know, I think taking a jungler here makes a lot of sense if you want something in this rotation. But it looks like they might be committing to a bit of poke here with the Jace. This is a flex as well to just keep their options available.
Yeah, and let's be honest, this is a 369 pick, but they don't have 369. Jingtian, not a player that I think is particularly known for things like his Jace. like, not. I'm sure that he can play the Jace. I'm sure he's perfectly capable. This guy's a very talented player. But Jace is known for lane dominance. Qingtian, not really the player that's known for that. And we have yet to see his Jace here in the LPL. So I'm curious if that does go up topside. We've seen Knight play Jace before, but Jace mid, not exactly a standard pick right now. Perhaps that could be something crazy. Wukong banned away, and a Lucian as well. But that Wukong ban makes me think the Jace is going top.
Yeah, it kind of gives me that impression, especially I think Rogue Warriors sense that it might be as well with that Lucian ban away. See what else they want to bring out. Potentially could be looking to sort of ban away counters to the Akali. It feels like they're not really targeting the jungle pool at all. Kind of happy leaving that open. And I think as well with the Ziggs, sometimes you'd see like a Diana ban to limit the AP options. With the Ziggs, you're not really as concerned about that. They're going to have the AP profile regardless of what they go. So really depends whether they want to sort of target the jungle here or the mid lane. Even something like LeBlanc could be something that has a really good matchup with the Akali, guaranteeing 2 winning lanes into it. But they actually go for the Olaf, something which we've seen picked up a fair amount into the Xin Zhao, just because it can kind of go toe-to-toe with him in melee range.
So I think we're going to see Volibear here. Oh, Sejuani. Okay, I like it. Caster going with these tanky engaged junglers. We saw Zac a couple of days ago. Like, I like this.
It's not a bear, but it's a boar, so it's pretty close in those regards.
They're both cold.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, really works well with sort of melee laners, so could end up seeing, you know, depending where that Jace goes, the alternative lane still picking up a melee champion to proc that passive. And for Rogue Warriors, I feel like Varus is open available. I would kind of be leaning towards that one to kind of match from a distance, but actually going for the Jhin in this situation, I guess does have the tools to follow up on that engage from a distance, but may still struggle really to get in range against that poke, and might be very reliant on sort of his W and his ult to have an impact. And now it's that final pick. We'll kind of get to see where the Akali goes for the most part. They could just go for a flex, something like the Gwen, again, really strong and kind of solidifies that heavy sort of backline threat on this team composition. A lot of champions that are just frustrating to play against, hard to target. Between the Gwen, the Xin Zhao, and the Akali, all three of them have essentially abilities that make it hard to deal with. And now for top
I
esports,
wanted to say that. I wanted to say the Yone before the champ select comes on through, saying maybe Knight goes to the Yone, but it's actually a gangplank. So it is probably Knight taking Jace mid, unless that's a gangplank mid. I don't know what's going on in this draft, but I am loving it. Is Knight seriously taking gangplank into the mid lane live in the LPL? What a draft we get to see here, Orcs.
They can still swap. So we'll wait and see a little bit longer if they are going to keep it there. But, you know, it can technically go mid lane. It should just be able to harass the Akali down in that situation. And obviously the ult in tandem with the Ziggs, very threatening. I don't think you can actually play Jhin here and press R. It's actually kind of weird, actually, now that I think about it. They picked Jhin into Ziggs, and now there's the Gangplank as well. Picture this, Joe, right? Everyone in the enemy team's low HP. You're like, you know what? I'm going to pop my ultimate. Suddenly you look up in the sky and you see a giant bomb just flying towards you as cannons start firing in the distance. You're not channeling that ult anymore, I can tell you that much.
So I do wonder, when you look in the sky, do you see a flying ship that's firing the cannons, or are the cannons being fired from the ocean somewhere with insane precision accuracy? Like, because it's an impressive feat that they can get it in such a tight radius so consistently.
I think it's got to be the precision accuracy, right? I don't think Gangplank's ship is flying, you know. I mean, at least
I'm just trying to figure out how they can logistically make that happen so impressively. Anyway, moving on. We've got a Gangplank in the mid lane, ladies and gentlemen. Knight, of all players, bringing a Gangplank out. They needed an AD mid laner, and boy, was Knight happy to step up and show us what he's got. Forge on the Akali. He's going to have his work cut out in this lane. And, you know, Betty, a man after my own heart. When things get stressful, he looks towards some Jhin. This time it's League of Legends based, but we've all been there, man. Gwen versus Jason, the top side as well. And I feel like this is an opportunity. We were talking about Qingtian a little bit already. Is Jacob taking a bit of damage? He hasn't had to flash, though. Qingtian, not a player known for lane dominance in the top side, but he does have a good matchup here against the Gwen.
Yeah, I think the thing is we have two I guess, pseudo-range champions, which is kind of cool because both the Gangplank and the Jace work well with the Sejuani proc and the passive, but they also have that range to harass that they can kind of use to find the lane advantage. Mid lane in particular, you're going to see Knight really harassing Forge down. Top lane is a little bit more precarious. At level 1, the Gwen can just dash forward when with that attack speed and range buff can just out-trade you, so still has to be a bit cautious. And I expect to see Xiaohao, you know, he's going to look towards the path towards the top lane and kind of rely on that pressure from the Gwen he's relying on to put him in a good situation. But vice versa, Costa also going up. He's leaning on that mid priority to make sure he can secure camps. And we did see a ward on those Raptors being placed down. Oh, bit of a trade in the bot lane, but that'll just be a little bit. But yeah, ward on the Raptors from Rogue Warriors on a top esports. You have a Xin Zhao into a Sejuani. I would like to see this capitalized on. Maybe not on the first clear, but on the second spawning.
Oh, hang on. Yu Yanch is in real trouble. He has to flash away early on in this lane. Betty and Chocho have consistently been super aggressive in the 2v2, and they're proving it once again against top esports.
Yeah, and this is the thing with the Ziggs is you can't really do anything level 1, right? You throw out a bomb, you're waiting you know, quite a while before the next one's available when you've only got 1 point in it. And in that meantime, Betty can, you know, unload a bunch of auto attacks at you and just out-trade you. You have to be more respectful, especially as it is Leona into Nautilus. It's a winning matchup for the Leona, and you can consistently threaten. I think this is just a bit disrespectful for the bot lane of top esports, but definitely an advantage found for Rogue Warriors.
So I want to ask you, Orcs, about this mid lane matchup, because I think most of the viewers at home, that's what they're going to be looking at, right? We've got a Gangplank in the mid lane against the Akali. Now, Gangplank in the top lane, usually it's about trying to get your grasp procs, waiting for the late game, getting a few items, and then doing these big barrels and team fights. Is it the same story for the mid game, or do we have a little bit more early game power there?
I mean, it's going to be similar in terms of what you try hoping to achieve in sort of the mid to late game, but the early power is huge, and you wouldn't normally see this if it was like, you know, if it was a Gangplank into a mage matchup. Something like a Ryze would be able to handle this matchup really well. But into an Akali, it's brutal. I mean, you can look at how it's going already. You keep the grasp back on the wave, you just harass the Akali with parlays, and there's not much Forge can do till level 6 is hit. And at level 6, you obviously have the potential for kill pressure, but until that point, you are in a pretty rough spot. And actually, we saw, so Xiaohao sort of pathed up topside and then looped back to go for that bot scuttle. ZDZ not really having a good time in this lane, and we talked a little bit about that level 1. But
Cage on the top side, Yu Yanch is in trouble here as the Ignite is burning down onto him. But Betty
flash.
maybe a step too far. Xiaohao hanging in the wings, though. If top esports aren't careful, they could be in trouble. Chocho using both summoners there, though.
Yeah, ends up getting satcheled in a little bit too deep and get put in an uncomfortable position. ZDZ, obviously the level 1 of Gwen is strong, but after that, you're kind of in a rough spot, and I think he was pretty respectful of Xingqian playing safe. But look at this wave. It's in such a bad spot. It is a Ziggs. It's probably one of the only champions who can continue to farm from this distance, but if you walk up on that wave, you're doomed. You can see Karsa is beelining straight towards the bot lane, but it may end up being too late. Betty will block the bomb, denying that cannon minion. And it's kind of like, you're doomed if you do, you're doomed if you don't.
Yeah, and look, top esports knew Xiaohao was there. We see this from Xiaohao every single game. You could see the positioning from top esports. They knew that something was up. They knew that they couldn't push too aggressively. Xiaohao finally shows and they back away. ZDZ is in big trouble in the top side as Xingqian is really battering him in this laning phase. The CS difference, not that significant, but ZDZ has been stuck underneath his tower all lane long and a little bit more health gone. He'll have to base without a TP.
Yeah, I mean, these solo laners for Rogue Warriors are just having a really rough time. And he just TP'd back up and gets chunked out almost instantly. Definitely feeling rough right now for ZDZ, and Forge in the mid lane kind of getting battered a bit. He's doing an okay job staying in farm, I'll give him that. And he should be able to TP back in on the back of this and be in an okay spot. But Knight definitely showing the strength of this Gangplank pick in that matchup. And now with the Sheen, that harass does cut even more so.
Yeah, and not only getting the Sheen procs that do transfer to your barrel damage, but on top of that, being able to just keep on blasting your Q off, getting your grasp procs onto this Akali going as well, building up the health for later on. Gangplank one of these champions that scales exceptionally well. And I think that's a point that we need to talk about next, is the scaling options here for Top Esports, because when you think about this team, they love to play late game. They're more than happy to play a slow game of League of Legends, and they have plenty of options for that with this kind of composition.
Yeah, I feel like both teams are strong scaling options. I do really like, obviously, the Gangplank, the Ziggs, Jace, and the Sejuani, all really powerful. But things like the Gwen and the Akali, it can't be understated how effective these champs can be in the later stages. It kind of will come down to execution of the team fights and how they're played. But I do think if either team gets a lead, the other team can't exactly just sit back and be like, it's fine, we'll look to fight in 10-15 minutes, because you won't get that opportunity where you're just going to have, hit a scaling point and be like, we're fine now.
Certainly doesn't feel that way. I think it's often the case that people look at compositions and scaling just in a vacuum, and it's almost always incorrect to do that, right? But when you look at this composition from Top Esports, and you just try and picture how a Baron dance happens in these games. I'm going to come back to the imaginary Baron dance, though, because Xiaohao is invading onto the blue buff here. JackeyLove and Yuyanja wanting to contest, wanting to say something about it. It's not going to happen, though. Karsa accepts that his blue buff is gone. Xiaohao, is he willing to start a Drake here? I'd imagine not, because Karsa is on the bottom half of the map right now, and is moving on over.
Yeah, I think just taking that window, punishing the blue, like to say it, but doesn't feel confident enough to go for that dragon. I think part of that is just the fact that Knight is ready and in position to move. Oh, comes in.
Oh, pick onto Betty. Massive damage already. A bomb going through. There's the flash from Betty to keep him alive, but Chocho left up the creek without a paddle. That's going to be a kill for JackeyLove. First blood for Top Esports as the Observer falls off of his chair. I hope he's okay. But Betty just about surviving.
Yeah, a lot of value from that flash from Betty, but I think you see how difficult it is to position on this carry when you're up against, a Ziggs and a Gangplank.
Oh, hang on. Qingtian having to bat him away, but ZDZ still has the needlework. One more ult going through, finishes the kill, and 2 games in a row, ZDZ finds the solo kill.
And on Gwen of all champions, it's definitely not going to get easier as the game goes on. Champion a little bit broken, I would say, and now with the pressure achieved on the top side, Rogue Warrior is confident to go for this Herald. No TP on Qingtian. I don't think any response is going to come through.
Yeah, nothing to happen here from Top Esports as Rogue Warriors once again finding opportunities. Now, they lost the fight in the bottom side of the map. Xiaohao answering with a Herald, a solo kill out from ZDZ as well. And we got to go back to the conversation of Qingtian, right? We said they're picking a lane-dominant champion for him. His laning has not been the strongest part of his kit, and losing out the 1v1 again.
Yeah, and the thing is, Jace isn't, Jace isn't set. You can't just come into team fights 1 and 3 or whatever and expect just to be able to press R and have a ton of value. Jace is very, very snowbally, very gold reliant, especially, with the lethality items. It's like the difference between a fed Jace and an underfed Jace is night and day. So it's a little bit concerning already, and feel like he just kind of needs to play safe, farm up, not get pressured too hard. But obviously Top Esports were able to make that play happen in the bot lane, and it kind of just highlights, I think it's so difficult for Jhin to even just exist. You see the Cannon Barrage and the Mega Inferno Bomb come down. I think once you get Gale Force, at least you have that extra dash to use, but it makes it very hard for you to position safely and use your ultimate. And if Yuyanja just presses R on you, it's like you're dead.
Knight gets his heart broken there as his barrel is destroyed just before he clears our wave. A little replay of the 1v1 on the bottom right there, as you can see Qingtian trying to dodge the needlework, but it was already too late for that one.
Yeah.
And I want to return. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, I actually think it was a mistake, because you have to hit them again before you can use the next needlework prop. I don't think ZDZ was actually able to use it until he got in range. So I think the dodging kind of actually hurt him. I don't know if it would have made a difference, but I think maybe walking a straight line could have been the safer bet. But yeah, sorry. Go on.
Mate, you're good, you're good. I want to return to the imaginary Baron dance that we talked about before, as it'll be Rogue Warriors going over to the Drake, and I don't think there's much Top Esports can do about it, because it's not just about how these two teams interact in terms of scaling in a vacuum, right? When you think about this short-range composition out from Rogue Warriors as Yuyanja, mate, you just saw him take the dragon. I don't know where you thought they would be on the map right now, but The shot's coming on through. It's an easy kill for Betty, and maybe Jaguar can get a bit of damage back, but that's all he'll get. But yeah, let's talk about the Baron Dance still. I'll try and tee it up for a third time. Look at the range on top esports. That's the big thing I'm trying to say here. Huge amount of poke damage, and it's a close range composition from Rogue Warriors. In a long extended trade, they will never ever win.
Yeah, they need that instant engage, that instant impact, and I don't think they can ever start the Baron, right? If top esports exists. Cannon Barrage, Mega Infinibomb, devastating, but even outside of those, if they're on cooldown, just a poke from top esports will absolutely shred you. It's like, you know, if top esports can position and just hold up a spot, if top esports can, you know, let Rogue Warriors get funneled into a Dragon Pit or a Baron Pit and land poke, they are golden. Rogue Warriors want flanks, they want instant fight starting, they want things to kick off quickly before anyone gets chunked out too hard. And they have the champions to do that, right? It's very easy to find flanks on Akali, it's very slippery, same with Gwen as well. And it's very hard to collapse on them is a critical thing when you're thinking about flanks. It's like, if you have someone who the enemy team can just run towards and kill, it doesn't really work, but these champions are slippery. But the burden is on them. We saw that last game from top esports. They were the ones who had to find the flanks, and Qingtian did a beautiful job of it. Rogue Warriors, when they come to team fights, should be the ones looking for those opportunities.
They're going to have to be what top esports were in game one, creative and playmaking. Jojo, there's not much space for creativity and playmaking in that situation as he just gets pummeled. This will be the first tower taken by top esports. Your Herald doesn't mean anything when you're against a Ziggs. This is the power of the pick. This is the reason we wanted to see it in the meta. And now Qingtian in a bit of trouble. The Herald won't finish the tower off, obviously. A couple of autos will finish that one, and now with an accelerated shock blast, he defends the tier 2. So a trade of towers. Top esports getting a minor gold advantage off the back of that. Karsa could be in trouble, though. The Arctic Dash on cooldown, and he has to flash into the pit.
Yeah, nice shuriken from Forge and body block the Arctic Dash. Does force that flash, though, but Karsa is able to get away. Just a little bit of an overstay in that situation. The rest of the team had reset already. Yuanja just able to come top and just guarantee that tier 2 is able to stay safe. But top esports finding that advantage in gold. I'm looking at Jackie Love, 6,000 gold in his pockets, thanks to the fact that he got that tower 1,500 above Betty. It's a little bit scary with how well this champion scales.
Yeah, it is getting nerve-wracking for the side of Rogue Warriors when we talk about the scaling. 2 kills on Jackie, the Leandries, the boots. Oh, it's terrifying. And this Sejuani. I want to talk about the Sejuani Orcs. We've not really mentioned the Karsa pick just yet. Obviously, we talked about the melee options in the solo lanes for ganking, but realistically, they're playing this one exceptionally slowly, and it's not surprising because this Sejuani, what it turns into is a pull the trigger engage tool when you need it, when you find the opportunity for a pick. You can do that with the Sejuani, but also just being a huge beefy brick wall that it's difficult for Rogue Warriors to break through.
Absolutely, and a great peel option. It kind of makes the front to back very hard because, you know, by all means, Betty isn't the best at killing tanks. Jin isn't the best tank killer. It's actually something he struggles with because obviously, you know, you want to be able to auto someone, do a massive crit, get them low, and then get that force shot to finish them off. If you're not killing a target in your 4 autos, you're kind of waiting a long time to reload as well. So it's definitely effective in this situation. That's why Rogue Warriors need to be so creative when it comes to those team fights to find success. Taking a look at the items, we do see the Triforce coming in for Knight now, so a pretty big spike in that regards. Gale Force completed for Betty, and again, that one is so important in this game. You definitely need that mobility here, and with that, we see Rogue Warriors starting off the Herald. The TP coming in from Knight. They're looking to contest this.
Yeah, we're gonna have a fight in our hands here, Orcs, and interesting that TP, the Triforce coming on through. We've seen shield bows quite regularly on GPs, but this is just going to be top esports saying, look, you can have the Herald. We're just going to take a tower. What's the Herald going to get you? A tower. We've already beaten you to it. Just taking the shortcut on this one because it also opens up a Drake for top esports here in 20 seconds. They have control of the bottom side of the map. Rogue Warriors have to try and do something in the mid lane perhaps, but Jackie loves Ziggs. He can clear the wave.
Yeah, and it's very hard to push into this dragon area because unsurprisingly, you're going to take poke for it, but they found Qingtian.
Oh, the flash into the Raptor pit, Qingtian. He couldn't have messed that one up any more than he did. It's a disaster for him. But hey, at least top esports will get themselves a Drake. That was good positioning from Xiaohao, though. To be fair, like, Xingtian, I don't think he was expecting the enemy jungler to be there.
I think that's a big thing, is that they kind of left the bot lane just kind of a bit isolated, and then they opted to go for that aggressive play. Xingtian, the thought process there was he wanted to flash away from the Jin W, and I think in the panic of the moment, he's like, if I get hit by this Jin W, I'm dead. But if you flash and don't go over the wall, you're also dead. So it kind of ended up backfiring a fair bit for him. And you can kind of see that here coming out. So Xiaohao gets just in time into this brush. And then it's here. So the Jin W comes out and he's like, I have to flash this. And, you know, he thought the safest direction was towards the mid lane tower, but just not close enough to a wall. Probably would have been better if he just saved the splash. But either way, Top Esports on the back of that able to pick up the dragon. We do see that tier 2 top go down in favor of Rogue Warriors, despite the fact Mega Inferno Bomb was used. And this is one of the frustrations as well. If you're trying to cross map against this team, Cannon Barrage, Mega Inferno Bomb are so good at just eliminating waves. It makes it very difficult to apply that pressure. I mean, you imagine this example here. If the roles were reversed, Rogue Warriors, you know, could just throw a Cannon Barrage down and wipe that whole wave. And that's kind of what Top Esports have been doing, just limiting the impact of the waves whenever the enemy team's going for a push.
And a pretty underwhelming Herald on the bottom side of the map as well, while Knight and Xingtian hammer away on a tier 2 on the top side. Forge will be able to finish that tier 1 off, but that's pretty much all they'll do. As a curtain call comes out on the top side, looks like Rogue Warriors actually want to fight this. Yanja getting real low as Carson completely whips the ult, but it's not going to matter. The damage is there. That's one killer bomb in from the side as well, as Betty forced out of the play. Top Esports somehow go 2 for 0 there. I'm not quite sure how they pulled that off. Now Forge in the bottom side still will at least trade a tier 2 for the play, but I don't know. I'm not sure this favors Rogue Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, Top Esports are getting a tier 2 themselves, and they're getting the gold from the kills. And we kind of saw that Cannon Barrage, Mega Inferno Bomb combo. It just makes it impossible for Rogue Warriors to re-engage after the fight has started to split up. Did so much damage, actually killed Chocho with that. It's pretty insane how much they're doing right now. We'll get the replay, so we can see here, ZDZ, he's hyped. He's looking for the play, but he actually ends up splitting damage quite a bit, kiting in and out. Chokes out multiple members, and this great stopwatch from Yanja baits him in. And then we see this re-engage, and watch Betty, and look, Cannon Barrage comes down, Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, Jojo ends up getting chunked out, and the barrel combo just obliterates him. I mean, where did he go?
Yeah, Knight bringing out his magic tricks again, making him disappear. And Betty almost disappears there as well. This is meant to be a late game champion, Orcs. He's 18 minutes into the game, and he's doing half of the carry's health with his barrels. Who needs crit Gangplank when apparently you can just go Triforce and more and still do insane damage with these barrels? Knight, it feels like, has got ahead of the curve when it comes to the scaling options, and he scaled into the late game way too early, a lot earlier than Rogue Warriors would have liked. And now underneath the tower they go. Ziggs W a little bit early as Xiaohao running distractions. Xingtian the one to go down. It was a flash forwards from the Jin. Xiaohao in trouble. There was Karsa in a 1v1 with the enemy jungler. ZDZ to the backline, and he's taken out Jackylove. Top Esports have been rooted as Karsa cannot take this fight in the backline. He falls, and Rogue Warriors have made the picks happen.
And that's the approach they needed, the flank play. Oh, Ken Cole gonna come down.
Knight trying to dodge. He's not doing the greatest job of it. Gets hit by every single shot. Fair play to Betty there. But he will clear the wave, importantly, so Rogue Warriors cannot take a tower. There's no Drake up. Baron not really on the cards.
Yeah, the saving grace is the fact that Baron still had a bit of time to spawn. Otherwise, I think they would have gone towards that. That being said, Knight still had the Cannon Barrage in the later end of that fight, so it could have been problematic. But it's just a great engage coming in. The fight started here by Xiaohao to bait them in. They managed to take out Xingtian, but we see both the solo lane is coming in on this beautiful flank, and this is what they need to do. We said they need to be creative with their approaches to team fights. They need to find these flank angles, and they were able to do so, and essentially just renders Top Esports comp null. You know, they don't have the window to find poke because the engage is so quick. They can't kite backwards because there's an Akali and a Gwen behind them. They're able to get those kills quite convincingly and still keep themselves relevant in the game. And that's why I feel like even if the game goes late, even if we get the scaling from, you know, the likes of the Ziggs, from the Gangplank, it's never going to be over for Rogue Warriors, simply because even if you're miles ahead, even if you're like hitting those big item points for Top Esports, if you get flanked by a Akali Gwen, you're probably dead.
Rogue Warriors, they know Drake is coming up in 10 seconds time, and they would love to grab this one for themselves. And the thing about this range composition that we talked about before, Orcs, about how it's really difficult to push into top esports, it's also really difficult for top esports to push in. They do have Casa, though, who's happy to face check forward. ZDZ up on a flank once again. He was spotted on a ward, though, so top esports know exactly where that Gwen will be operating from. Dragging down to 3,000 as Rogue Warriors engage the fight, and I think this is what top esports are actually looking for. Drake goes down. Forge just on the front line, trading with Yuyanja here. Curtain call comes out. Yuyanja is in big trouble. Goes down. Betty with the third shot to finish that one off. And now Xiao Hao trying to back up Forge, who's gone a little bit deep. Xiao Hao goes in by himself here. It's a bit back and forward here from Rogue Warriors. Not quite as coordinated as we'd like, but they still do get one pick, and they still do get the Drake.
They need to get back on the map quickly, though, because I could see a Baron rush potentially coming out here if they really wanted. I think the ward on it's actually going to maybe ward top esports away, and it looks like they're not really committing. But I think we kind of saw there a better fight for top esports. Even though they lost a dragon, even though they lost a member, you can see how tentative Rogue Warriors were with approaching because they didn't have that backline access. Jackie Love was firing a poke, battle combos were being threatened, and as a result, they just had to kind of disengage. So the initial engage comes out, and obviously a flash from Knight keeps them safe. And in this extended fight, you actually, because the cannon barrage has been used very early because of the Mega Inferno Bomb, you actually get a full channel curtain call, which is going to be rare this game, and they pick off the Nautilus. But even with that man advantage, you know, the barrels are coming out, the Ziggs poke, it's very hard for them to actually move forwards on the back of this. And as a result, Rogue Warriors aren't really able to find any more.
So Rogue Warriors can't quite finish the kills off on this one, but importantly, they have closed the gold gap. And we talked about how it was going to be difficult for Jhin to operate in this game, but so far, the way that Rogue Warriors have been playing these fights has meant that Betty can get these ults off pretty much unhindered. He's 4-0-2 so far in this game, and he's feeling pretty strong, looking towards perhaps an IE as a third item. We'll have to see where that pickaxe and that longsword go. It could be a collector as well, if he just wants some raw upfront damage instead of that crit. We'll have to wait and see where he goes with that one. 8-4 on the scoreboard, 23 minutes on the clock, and top esports are trying to get vision control of the Baron area.
Yeah, and it's so important having good vision control. Can't highlight that enough for both sides, honestly. It's creating the flank opportunities for Rogue Warriors. It's denying the vision for the enemy team so you're not as vulnerable to poke. But for top esports, any ward, any single ward behind you is a threat. When there's double TP on this Akali and this Gwen, we saw it early in the game.
Yep.
You miss a single ward placed in your jungle, that's the potential for Rogue Warriors to flank you and win the fight. So you have to be super diligent when you're looking for flanks. We can see this ward just there over the wall from the river brush there. That one's potentially a threat. We can see Xiao Hao and Chocho very deep warding here in the jungle, presenting these options. And now top esports contest the priority. They move forwards into the river, but those flank shot options are set up and enabled. Chocho alone here, playing with fire, but you know, if the opportunity arises, he does have Forge backing him up.
I think he's been spotted now. I'm pretty sure Carter saw him, but he's on tonight already. The orange has come out. Jackie Love's in trouble and taken out by ZDZ. Yuyanja underneath the tower, but ZDZ still basically full HP. Yuyanja trying to dodge shots, but he can't do it. And Betty, the sniper, takes yet another one with his ulti. And now into the pit go Rogue Warriors. And Orcs, they're actually taking over the game. Are they actually going to do it?
We'll have to see if top esports can contest. Cost is low, but could try and find a steal here. They need to take him out of the fight. Forge is looking. Won't take much to take out this Sejuani at this point. I think they should just have the Baron.
Yep, Casa has to back away. They can't contest it. 10-4 on the scoreboard. A 3,000 gold lead almost. And a Baron now for Rogue Warriors. They already have 2 Drakes as well, and the next one's up in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a great spot. You know, we have Betty hyper-fed on this Jhin right now, and it just feels like top esports are suffering from the same issue Rogue Warriors had in game 1. They can't keep their backline safe. The ult comes in from over the wall. It slows down Jackie Love, allows the easy follow-up, and he just has no way of surviving when they collapse onto him. And you can see it's difficult for Rogue Warriors to continue from this point because of the cannon barrage, because of the minefield. But it doesn't matter. They're able to get the snipe from Betty to clean up another kill. And with Jackie Love down, with the cannon barrage down, they're a lot more free to go for that Baron play. And ultimately, I look at this game and I have to say, Xingqian on the Jace, not really being a factor. And again, this champion is hyper snowbally. The difference between him when he's ahead and him when he's behind is absolutely massive. And it just kind of feels like top esports, they can't really keep the backline safe. Xingqian is not doing that much for them. It's starting to look really rough, and this could be Rogue Warriors answering back in this game if things keep going at this rate.
Scaling feels like it's not really coming into the conversation at this point. 15 secs on the Drake. And that's going to be pretty much uncontested, I think. Rogue Warriors should be able to get this one. And guess what? They already got the Baron. So they don't even need to worry about top esports answering elsewhere. There really isn't much top esports can do about this one. It's Jacula TPs to the mid lane here to just try and help out with the wave clear. These Baron minions remove a lot of the value of the Ziggs pick in the first place as Forge. How much time this game, Orcs, has Forge spent totally alone in the bottom lane just taking towers? We saw it earlier on in the game as he took the tier 2. Now he's able to take an inhib tower completely unhindered. And Knight has to move over just to clear the waves and protect the inhib itself. ZDZ on the top side. As Jacula and Karsa pretending they're not here, they would love to get on Betty. He does have his cleanse available. Karsa has flash, has ult. He's going to go in. And he whiffs it. Karsa had to make the attempt happen, but it doesn't work out.
And I think this shows kind of how desperate Rogue Warriors are right now. They're fishing for these plays with, honestly, a low chance of success. Even if you hit the ult there. There's a cleanse available to the Jhin. There's flash available. His team are there in support. They wouldn't kill him. It's never going to happen unless Betty takes his hands off his keyboard. But they have to look for these plays because they're in a pretty dire spot. Their wave clear tools are struggling to deal with these Baron minions. And essentially it's taking, you know, most of their team grouped up mid just to defend the tower. Oh,
but that's the interaction we talked about. The cannon barrage coming in as well. Oh, that was a little dicey for Betty. That's what we've been talking about, right? When he goes for the ult like that, and ults are available for top esports, they're not pressured, you can't just get away with that. And Betty's just discovered that firsthand. Now we'll root underneath the tower. I don't think they can go for a dive right now, though.
Trying to fish for ZDZ. Betty, turn a life still up. But yeah, that's a lesson he won't soon forget on the back of that one. Kind of does negate the play coming out from the side of Rogue Warriors, and the Baron has timed out. So top esports, they managed to actually keep the tier 1 mid alive. I think that gives credit to how insane the wave clear of Ziggs and Gangplank is. They obviously did lose that inhibitor tower, but still very much maintaining a bit of map control with that mid tier 1. And we do have Baron in 2 minutes and a half. I feel like that's kind of going to be the play point. Although for Rogue Warriors, the ideal scenario is you just stall the game. Don't look towards the Baron. Wait until the Dragon is on the cards. And that's when things are problematic for top esports because, you know, their poke tools become a lot less threatening when there's that mountain shield on the other side. And on top of that, if the mountain soul is on the cards, it's like it becomes much harder to decide between objectives. Because if you give it the Dragon, enemy team has mountain soul. If you give it the Baron, enemy team has Baron. And, you know, top esports don't really get a good trade out of either of those.
Yeah, it feels like top esports are being pushed into a difficult position here. I want to revisit items. We were talking earlier about the Gangplank spiking a little bit early with the build that he's gone for. Well, Knight is now on 3.5 items here, getting close to finishing his 4th. But Betty is in a similar position, right? Went for the Serpent's Fang as that 3rd lethality item. Jacula getting some good poke out here. For Forge, 3 items. You've got the 2 core items and 3 for ZDZ as well. Xiaohao on the 2 that I was mentioning. Well, we do have 3 for Jacula. It feels like across the board. I'm just listing items here. But across the board, we are hitting 2 and 3 item spikes. We're seeing these carries come online. The conversations of scaling really now come into play. The difference is that gold lead for Rogue Warriors and the control of the map right now. They're trying to pressure in the mid lane, but struggling to do much. There's a route coming through. ZDZ, the target from Karsa's ult, but with the Zhonya's, they can't do much.
Yeah, and a lot of tools honestly used by top esports. It's actually the correct timing for this. Karsa's ult and Jacula's will be back up before the Dragon fight. So, you know, if you're going to pick a window to use that, potentially look for a pick, that's the window. But unfortunately, you know, from ZDZ, his Zhonya's will also be available within that time window. So you're not really winning too many advantage on the back of that. It was just kind of looking for the play, potentially seeing he could find something. And now, top esports, 30 seconds on the Baron, but it's 1:15 on that Dragon. And this is where things get very delicate. A misplay here could cost you massively and potentially put the game into the point where it's very hard to come back on. Do you see the Serelda's Grudge picked up by Knight? His barrels are doing a huge amount of damage if you can connect them. And I think that's the critical thing. It's been in these, you know, scattered fights where you're being flanked and such, it's been kind of hard for him to find those barrel combos. But if he does land one into a critical target, it's going to do damage.
Now I want to remind everyone, before this fateful fight kicks off, that Rogue Warriors in Spring, the last time these two teams met, beat Top Esports 2-1. It's still perfectly possible for that same result to show its head today if Rogue Warriors can win 2 games on the trot here. They're in pole position to take this one. But it's Top Esports controlling the mid lane right now. Look at the solo laners from Rogue Warriors, pressuring both sides of the map as ZDZ in the bot side jungle and Forge threatening yet another inhib tower. Knight moving on over though, does not want to use the ulti. He's going to try and get over on foot. Forge is really committing. We could have a 1v1 on that top side if Forge isn't careful here. We'll back away with his Razor Shuriken there. Now Rogue Warriors starting the Drake off. This is a Mountain Soul if Rogue Warriors can take it.
And they need to reapproach quickly and try and get in on this.
Yeah, and just stepping forward, he's got to be the front line. There's a hook, gets onto the support, but immediately Jackie Love is just eradicated. And look at Betty just free-firing a Zult once again. CDZ in the middle of the fray. It's going to be 1-for-1. Knight still going strong as he's finally taken out. Caster gets in against the Drake. How does he get away with it every time? Stops the soul being taken, but 4 people die from Top Esports. Rogue Warriors, they don't need the Dragon Soul if they can just end the game. They did it in Spring, and now they take a game here against Top Esports. It's going to be 1 apiece on the scoreboard, and Rogue Warriors desperately try to keep this hype train alive.
A well-deserved game as well. I mean, Top Esports were forced into a really uncomfortable position. They had to contest the Dragon. It left their top lane vulnerable, left their bot lane vulnerable. And then in the fight, Jackie Love again cannot find the space to position against this team composition of Rogue Warriors. They get on top of him. They take him out almost instantly. The Gwen and the Carly just too difficult to deal with. And off the back of that, able to end the win and able to end the game and tie the series up. I was saying after game 1, this was kind of like best case scenario for Rogue Warriors, and they still lost. But they managed to bounce back. We talked about how they need to be creative with their approaches to team fights. They were. They kept finding these great angles, and it felt like the Ziggs, this pick we've seen so much priority on, was a little bit useless in honesty in that game. He just couldn't find the space to survive.
Yeah, Ziggs getting caught out in that last fight as well. Jackie Love going down, and let's be honest, it's not the first time that we've said the sentence, Jackie Love going down is what loses Top Esports the game. A rough one here for Top Esports. We talked about the scaling. We talked about what could happen in theory in a vacuum. It never felt like that poke ever came out, though. Never felt like Top Esports were in the position where you've just got shock blasts and zig bombs and barrels from Gangplank consistently hitting. Every time they got close to Rogue Warriors would start the fight and threaten that back line.
Yeah, and I think as well, a big thing was Xingqian on the Jace. Not a fan. Wasn't really able to get the ball rolling. Got solo killed again. And just kind of felt like a non-factor in this game, in all honesty. Knight and Jackie Love did a fair bit of damage, but it kind of felt like, you know, Rogue Warriors went in the team fights like, okay, let's kill the Ziggs. Ziggs is dead. Let's kill the Gangplank. Gangplank's dead. Fight's basically over. That felt like the consistent theme. And it was just very difficult for Top Esports to create that space to keep them alive. And as you said, Jackie Love unable to position clearly. I have to give credit to Betty, though, on this Jhin. There was some concerns about this pick into, like, you know, the Cannon Barrage into the Mega Infinibomb. We even saw it for a moment in that game. But for the most part, delivering massively and finding great angles, great long-range snipes to find success in this game.
And ultimately, it's a little scary for Top Esports because when you think about last year, some of the comps that they succeeded the most on were these full-ranged compositions where you'd see 369 on things like the Jace, you'd see the Zoe coming out from Knight, you'd see like the Ezreal, the Jhin, and these kind of picks coming out for Jackie Love. This emulates a very similar style of composition and struggling to execute it in the same way. Does feel like Top Esports have some problems that they do need to resolve by the time we get to playoffs, or they are going to be in big trouble because this is Rogue Warriors they're against. You can't really afford to be losing these games to Rogue Warriors when you're going to have to face teams like FPX, teams like EDG when it comes to playoffs. If you could even make it that far into playoffs. There's a lot of question marks around Top Esports right now, but they've still got that mojo. We've still got another game in the series. Let's see what can happen right after the break. this one, but Knight moves in, gets stunned, gets eradicated here by Tian, who just destroys him with his giant bed force, but the fail flash! Oh, it's all gone wrong for Tian, and after it looked so good to start, he gives over a double buff, and now...
I mean, that was so spectacular to see top esports in that team fight, the way they were maneuvering around Karsa fighting the angle. This is quite a camera angle. Yeah, Draven and Mundo, but point is, Viper...
That's how they make it look. On tries to combo Abel. True shot barrage from Angel onto the Ezreal himself. That's going to be a stylish win there from Suning. It was slow, it was steady, it was precise.
最近刘少身体不适，住院治疗。与 LGD 的比赛由金一替补出场，但是金一打 AD， 强哥打辅助。
我感觉到我们要赢了，有吗？开看，有感觉。我上路康特，中路康特，打野 OP 英雄，
三路不看这真的假的？真的假的？真的假的？辅助也是绝活哥，都是来看我的，都是来看我的牛头。
辅助金一牛头，
干嘛？干嘛？大家跟我联动不？我带你，
听我指挥啊，小哥弟。
我求求你们两个真的千万不要来中路，我求求你们了。我一定会来的。离我远一点就是。你放心，我真的，我来帮你。
我们321，我喊321，小哥弟。
你喊321，我直接开团。
没什么可以把俺击退。
Close your eyes, children. He's not gonna see this. He's just not looking. He's not paying attention. Oh, dearie.
The thing is, he levels E, fails that, fails the.
Oh no!
Nobody can be punished here, as the top lane tier 1 will go down.
Yeah, and they're trying to cross-map here, but there's really nothing that they can cross-map for. Oh my, that was the longest Lee Sin Q I think I've ever seen in my life. Jesus, connecting onto the Yone when he takes his E back. But,
You're not too worried as RNG caught out. It's just crying though. Wei already went back. They know he's in there. They know. And Bid's played with the wave. Wait. Oh my god. They don't know. Oh my god, no.
Yeah, not doing too well. Is going to taunt up Fofo.
Yeah, it's Fofo did take a fair bit of damage. The Rift Herald has been dropped now into the mid lane, and they will not get a charge off. So Liam, big mistake there from him, not able to get any of that plate gold whatsoever. And
I mean, your only real option is playing around your Camille, right? Your bot lane doesn't offer that much. If you look for your own bot lane or commit Galio ultimate to that, I feel like RA still should be able to win out, or you have the disengage coming in from the headbutt from Alistar. And yeah, that one did work out once again. That's twice in a row.
That hit, but does cost them there, and it shuts down a bit of the pressure that Rare Adam have had. Now, should be able to get this charge still off. JDG not going to be able to force that. Oh, they just get us. Holy moly, that fourth shot doing work, but there you go.
带小天吧，毕竟清华打野应该他的学识、他的知识应该能用上。
我想跟牙膏回话说，就是怎么去都不会跟你去的。
Lee Sin solo killing Gwen. Lee Sin is like 10 years older than Gwen. This is not how it's supposed to be. It's like if Quick Shot was somehow able to beat me in a 1v1 in League. You just do not expect it to happen. And yet, two of them just destroys that poor Gwen.
They have good vision control. They can't spot him. I wonder if he's going to be found out.
They don't know. For now, we can have a Pepe laugh. But we know how deep the wards are. Huanfeng's backing away.
Go to the right, go to the right.
Oh, he needs to go right.
Is he
goes
right?
left.
Is he going right?
Oh, he's gone
no,
back.
He's still there.
Oh, well, this really is like a first date, isn't it? I mean, have I used that analogy enough in the LPL? I don't think so. What are they wearing? What are they going to do? What restaurant are we going to? We haven't really organized things too well. And so everything is up for debate. Will I marry this woman? Am I never going to see her again? You know, maybe it's a man. It doesn't matter. It depends what sex you are. It doesn't matter.
All right, enough projected. Now, Huanfeng, he's moving forward now, I think. There he is. He's behind him.
Okay.
But Angel, he's going to... Angel is just around. He's the guard dog.
Angel, he spots it. Oh, he's going for the distortion. He flashes immediately. Angel matches as well, looking forward, trying to end the game. But there's still an Elder buff there. But into the pit, Betty's joined too. Suning are outnumbered. The Nexus getting hit down. The heroic entrance. Betty needs to hit it.
No, they didn't.
They've got it. The satchel charge to secure. And Rogue Warriors, yes, I'll say it again, they're bloody going to Worlds. An elder buff there, but into the pit. Betty's joined too. Sooning are outnumbered. The Nexus getting hit down. The heroic entrance. Betty needs to hit it.
No, they didn't.
They've got it. The satchel charge to secure. And Rogue Warriors, yes, I'll say it again, they're bloody going to Worlds.
就下场跟晴天的对线，因为我跟他之前在 LPL 也打过，就我觉得还是挺有信心的。下把对战 TES， 我觉得我们尽量把自己的东西打出来吧。
We should try our best to do our best. Insightful words there from ZDC. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Orcs as we head into game number 3 between Top Esports and Rogue Warriors. And you know, this series, it just had to go to 3 games. We all knew it was going to go to 3 games. It's just, I don't know, Top Esports. Oh, TES. Rogue Warriors won the best of 3 in spring in week number 2 of spring 2021. Let's see if they can repeat that performance. And Xiao Hao has certainly been the man of the hour for Rogue Warriors fans. And I know Rogue Warriors fans didn't like the guy when he first joined the roster, replacing Ice Coke of all people. But he has completely transformed this team, and he gets himself another MVP.
Yeah, I think he was a massive factor in kicking the fights off, finding the angles to approach that would create time for his team to get in position and follow up, and constantly being a threat to Jackie Love, who just couldn't play the game. This one onto Xingqian, a really creative angle to find that pick, and we kind of saw this continued here, the engage, creating time, stalling up Top Esports so that his solo laners can get in position.
And I want to give a quick shout out to Chocho as well, because I think he had a similar performance in terms of finding these creative flanks. There was the one flank where he kind of went secret agent mode through the topside jungle of Top Esports and got a great solo flare down. But you can see that across these fights, when Betty was able to just get these ults off, when Xiao Hao and Chocho were buying plenty of space for him, the fights were just easy from that point on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, again, felt like they couldn't find the space to function. The engage sets were there. The team fighting was on point. Kind of a complete flip from what we saw in that game 1, where one team has that strong backline, the scaling elements to lean into. They get an early lead. And then when it comes to the actual team fight execution, struggle to find the windows. And credit to both Top Esports and Rogue Warriors so far in the series for being able to approach that creatively. And now with this game 3, you know, no one should have a backline, I feel, in this game because it's just not working.
Yeah, backlines have been in danger in this series. We'll see if that continues to be the case. We're heading to the stage for game number 3's pick and ban to kick off here in the LPL. It's Top Esports and Rogue Warriors. If you've missed the game so far, you've missed some shenanigans, to say the least, as top Rogue Warriors actually winning out in the early game, both games so far. Top Esports coming back in game number 1. Rogue Warriors finishing the job game number 2. Top Esports, though, back on that blue side. They ban that Camille from ZDZ once again. They ban out Xiaohao with that Xin Zhao ban. And then the Ziggs as well taken off this time.
Yeah, so kind of similar bans to what we saw in that game 1, except it's a Xin Zhao ban instead of the Jace. And at this point, Top Esports prioritized the Lee Sin in that first draft. Looks like they're going to do a similar thing here. But obviously, Rogue Warriors with the Xin Zhao ban away won't be able to answer back. We'll have to move off that, but are looking towards that Jace that is now left open. I mean, we've seen ZDZ play pretty well so far, but he's just going to default back to the Renekton. They are going to pick the Gwen very quickly. This can be a jungle Gwen. Probably the most likely role if the Renekton's go on top, but obviously the Renekton can be flexed as well, keeping those options open and available. Looking over Top Esports, toying with the idea of a Diana in this situation. Again, very much playing the sort of dive under the backline style, threaten those carries.
Diana, certainly a powerful pick. This is 11-13, remember, so Diana still perfectly capable. It does feel like it's fallen off in priority. Much more teams doing a decent job of being able to fight against that. But alongside this set, we talked about the Qingtian set, certainly can do work. This is interesting to see the Lee Sin and the Diana locked in, though, because both of them more recently have been junglers.
Yeah, I think this is likely going to be that solo lane Lee Sin. Probably going to be mid, I would expect, although they could put the set mid. They have those options available. We'll have to see where they end up putting those. Either way, it gives them a lot of strong engage tools, and Rogue Warriors are going to commit to that Jace. Again, I mean, we can't really tell where anything's going for sure right now. I think the most likely one is Diana in the jungle. Aside of that, it's kind of up in the air right now.
What is this composition for Rogue Warriors, though? It's got to be Gwen jungle, right? Because
yeah, it has to be.
You've got 3 solo laners there. So we do have AP junglers on both sides.
It's definitely going to be Gwen jungle. They could flex the Renekton mid or top, and the same with the Jace. So they have those options available. Both teams picking up essentially the solo laners and the junglers. The targeting's coming for the bot laners again. We're seeing, you know, the Kalista and the Draven banned away once more. Varus banned by Top Esports. And, you know, they have options in terms of when they limit here. The Felios, probably not as high a priority as it was earlier in the season, early in the series, just with how kind of unsuccessful it's been. They could look to target a support here. The options are open and available. And they will take that Aphelios off the card, so limiting those quite a bit. Ezreal is something that is on open, and obviously we saw Jackie Love doing so well in those scattered team fights in that first game. So maybe Rogue Warriors could look to deny it, and they actually opt to do so now on Top Esports to see what they want to pick up into that Ezreal. Kai'Sa speaks out to me, often something we typically see as a counter to Ezreal. With the dive from Top Esports, would do really well at kind of going aggressive and trying to shut down that Ezreal.
So the Ezreal locked in a lot of range already with a Jace and an Ezreal on one team. We could see the Ashe. It's a pick that has been sneaking into the meta. We've not seen tons and tons of it. But actually, Rogue Warriors are one of the teams that have been big proponents of this Ashe coming on through, being able to play a utility style setting up. Xiaohao, Jackie Love and Yu Yanja go full Freljord in the bottom lane. Now Rogue Warriors have to figure out what they want to give to Chocho.
Yeah, I think Bard or Karma both make sense in this situation. Just a lot of range for Ras, a lot of utility. And against the Braum, you kind of have a free time. Rakan also makes good sense. You have a lot of gauge tools, and it's a very good matchup in the Braum. The thing with Braum is that, you know, those slower, bulkier melee supports like Leona and Nautilus, hard to get out of range again, and it's very easy to get stunned up. But Rakan, he can dash in, he can dash back out. Very difficult to proc up that Braum passive in the time. So I think, you know, once more, Rogue Warriors kind of happy with the bot lane they've come out in this situation. We will get to see where the solo laners end up. I think ZDZ will be taking the Jace into Xingtian, and the Renekton's going to match up to the Lee Sin mid with those AP junglers. Honestly, feel like both teams have a decent amount of strong options in this one. I'm kind of leaning towards Rogue Warriors just on the back of that Ashe once more being potentially threatened, and we've seen both teams struggling to keep their backline safe in this one. But that being said, Top Esports have a lot of engaged tools to play around with. You know, the fact that they have an Ashe means they have it in spades, and they can hunt for those windows to start team fights off.
And I think a key thing here for Top Esports is just that this time around, they have a little bit more early presence, right? Ashe is going to be able to find priority over an Ezreal in the bottom side. You've got two solo laners that are happy to scrap in the early game. And sure, Diana really wants to wait until level 6, but beyond level 6, Top Esports can actually put the accelerator down in that mid game instead of just having to answer for what Rogue Warriors are doing on the map. So scaling or not, I'm not sure, but in terms of proactivity, I'm much more liking what Top Esports brings to the game here in game number 3 comparatively to what we saw from them in the first 2 games of the series. But we'll have to wait and see how it all pans out, because Ashe is one of those champions that definitely changes how the game is played. Having the hard engage on your AD carry, being able to engage from range, does change the way that the vision game is played as well with the Hawk shot. But that said, we've got some powerful champions on Rogue Warriors as well. The Gwen in the jungle. I'm curious to see how Xiaohao can do on that one, because usually he's the engage tool for the team, right? So it does feel like a bit of a dynamic change for Rogue Warriors.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty reliant on Chocho to find those engages, but that being said, they're kind of happy just to sit back and land the poke. There's not too much range coming up from Top Esports. It's only really the Ashe volley, I guess, that they can use from a distance, so potentially could just get harassed down. We do see Yanja actually moving up top on this Braum to try and find a potential invade. JDG, I think, just going to back away, but pings are coming out. It looks like they might continue this one on the top side. Now, I love this. If you're picking the Braum, that level 1 strength, really like it being used to try and find a little bit more in those level 1s.
ZDZ. ZDZ is completely doomed here. He's trying to walk to the wall, but there's no way you flash there with the Ignite ticket away. And Rogue Warriors, it's just not pretty, is it? It's just not the way that they wanted to start the game. Nicely done by Top Esports. Creative level 1, finding themselves an early advantage.
Yeah, got to criticize ZDZ for this, though. I mean, you see the Lee Sin in your jungle. You've got to think, oh, maybe he isn't alone. Maybe he's not trolling in game 3 of the series.
I mean, he is a blind monk, so maybe he just wandered in by accident, left his cane at home and couldn't figure out the way out again. You never know. You never know.
Thought he was on the wrong side of the map. And then this nice gentleman, right, comes up to him and says, hey, I'll give you a hand. And then this Freylordian with a mustache jumps on him. It's harrowing, honestly. You just try and do someone a favor, help a blind dude out, and
the harrowing is Shadow Isles. This was Freljord, so it's different event.
Yeah.
Let's talk early games here, Hawks, as we have 2 AP junglers starting on opposite sides. Now we know that this Diana loves to wait until level 6 to really make things happen, but Cast is one of those players that does like to kind of play outside of the box a little bit and do things a little earlier. Talk to me about Gwen jungle though. When should we expect Xiaohao to be putting his foot down?
Honestly, it's kind of, you don't have great setup for ganks. It's more like a skirmishing power jungler. So you kind of relying on your teammates to make plays happen. I think for the most part, though, you're kind of happy just farming up to a later point. You'll contest things like the skulls. If your teammates are there to assist you, you can kind of go for plays. But for the most part, I don't expect too much proactivity from Xiaohao early, especially as he's being tracked consistently because of this Ashe. But it's similar with the Diana. Diana has a bit more early agency, but compared to a lot of junglers in the meta, she's on the lower end. And I do like the sort of vision control that's coming out. We see a ward on that red buff, so they know exactly where Karsa is. There's a later ward on that Raptor.
Oh, hang on. We've got an all-in the mid lane. Knight is trying to make this happen, has flash. Does not commit it just yet, but if you could get past that minion wave, get a Q down, it's possible. Knight, good effort there. I thought he was going to go further.
And you know whose fault that is? ZDZ's, because look at the items of Knight. He's got an extra longsword. All ZDZ's fault. It all comes back to him.
Yeah, it's the top laners. Both top laners in this series have been letting the squads down. Xiaohao gonna clear the scuttle on the top side. He looks like he finished the full clear a lot quicker than Carson was able to do. We'll be able to get that scuttle. And Chixia just hiding underneath his tower completely as Stack's gonna be stacking up on the bottom side on both bot laners, but Carson won't find his window and just goes over to the crab instead.
Yeah, it's hard to force on this lane. It's such a safe bot lane. Braum doesn't really have that initial engage setup lockdown that you can use. We do see a lot of action in this mid lane. I mean, we're just talking about it, but it's continuing here. I think Forge, could be in trouble if he dashes in again.
Yeah, the cripple goes down. There's a slow, but I don't think that they can really quite make this one happen. He's too far up the lane. They decide to back away. Jagaliv is taking a lot of punishment in this bottom lane. Honestly, a lot of poke being landed by Betty. Very nicely done by him. But ultimately, Ashe and Braum, a lane that is difficult to all in onto unless they overstep. Chocho, if he can find that knock up onto Jackie Love, it's still very possible. No cleanse here for Jackie Love, but Forge in trouble. The flash forced, and Knight. I love to see this aggression from Knight. I love to see it when he can style like this.
Yeah, and Forge, if he had the stun available and was able to find it in the tower, maybe could turn it around, but Knight is definitely pushing the number, and you don't pick Renekton in this situation to lose lane to Lee Sin, is all I'm saying. But we do see on the bot side of the map, Betty and Chocho, even though like the all-in is really strong from top esports' bot lane, Rogue Warriors are never looking for the all-in. They're looking for the harass, looking for the sustain, they're looking for the extended laning phase to find advantages.
So far, they're finding exactly that. That said, though, Ashe certainly does a little bit better with a couple of levels. And Knight's going underneath the tower for the 1v1 solo kill. He's not even level 6 yet, and he manages to make it happen.
And that is dire straits for Rogue Warriors. Your Renekton losing lane this hard to Lee Sin early, not putting you in a good spot. And we've seen how Lee Sin can really take over games. With the Bruiser itemization currently available, things like the Gordrink and the Sterax, you deal a ton of damage. You're almost invincible, and you can definitely really just cause a lot of issue to the enemy team.
Double knock up on the bottom side. Again. Nothing more is going to come from that one. But we keep talking about how Knight's getting fed in these games, but they're trading these kills on Knight for something else elsewhere. This time, that's not happening. This time, it's just Knight getting fed without top esports conceding the rest of the map.
And the thing is, we don't even see, this is not like it's being forced by the team. We're not seeing any extra.
Oh,
Betty.
Flash forward from Yu Yanja, then back away. Betty gets over the wall himself.
Oh my Lord.
It's Knight! The man has a family. The poor soul. His family's at home watching this in tears at this point as Knight is just bodying Forge in the mid lane. That's going to be the Crab. Surely the Drake as well, because Rogue Warriors literally don't have a mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been crushed, and it's on the Renekton as well. I mean, you can't pick Renekton and lose this hard to Lee Sin. Knight is just absolutely annihilating him. And the problem is, you're melee champion. I don't see how you sort of get out of this situation. See here, the Tempest comes down, finds the Sonic Wave, and just a kick. Oh, no, sorry, this is the early one before he had the kick. So just enough damage on those autos. And this is the one where he has the ult available. Goes for the Warthog back. And he's just beating him in melee range. I mean, this is the thing. When you're fed, you can kind of just do this. The kick, given enough damage that the Sonic Wave execute can finish him off. And things are starting to look like it has a phage advantage over him right now. And again, Forge has to walk up to the wave to interact with it. He's not going to get the opportunity to do so anymore. Because he's just going to get kicked in the head.
Dominus on cooldown for a little bit as well, which means that all-in potential from Knight is even more potent. Knight has a 2-level lead in the mid lane right now. That is disgusting. And now Chocho and Yu Yanja, supportal combat coming on through. They punch each other a few times, and then they both walk away because wants some action. And the top side forces a flash out from ZDZ.
And the thing is, you know, we see Xiao Hao here to assist. We see Forge wanting to move down. They can't fight this. The Lee Sin is just too strong. It just completely eliminates the potential to go for a play here because he just changes the dynamic. This is what happens when you have a 3-0 Lee Sin in the mid lane. Top esports will back off after a bit, but ZDZ denied a fair amount of farm there to help Xingqiang get in a better position. Xingqiang was actually 20 CS down a little bit earlier in the game and has managed to close that gap substantially just off the back of that one lean up towards the top side.
Now an all-in in the bottom side, level 6 hit for Jackie Love, and it's such a huge spike for Ashe. One more auto, will not find the stun onto Betty. Nicely done by Rogue Warriors to survive that play, but look at this. Pressure across the map from Top Esports as they look for a Herald simultaneously to that bot lane all-in, and Karsa, if he can get some pressure onto mid lane and get that Herald down, oh, you'd unlock Knight to take over the game.
And here's the thing is that before this, we saw Xiao Hao on these aggressive early picks.
Can't quite finish this one off. Yu Yanja so aggressive, but the Unbreakable is there. The stun onto Chocho. True shot goes completely between the goalposts, and guess what? is being set up. Knight and Casa moving in. The desperation recall from Chocho, but that ain't happening. In goes Knight. There's one down. Betty gets hit by the Q. Knight is taking this into his own bare hands.
5-0 now on this Lee Sin. It's an absolute disaster for Rogue Warriors. They put up such a great fight in game 1 and game 2, and now they have to deal with a 5-0 Lee Sin from Knight. Gore Drinker already completed, by the way. It's looking rough. It is looking rough already this early in the game. And the thing is, Xiao Hao on this Gwen doesn't have as much early agency. You know, we saw him in the Xin Zhao, a pick that can impact the game so early on, even from level 2. On this Gwen, he's kind of been a non-factor. It's really down to the champion now. We're going to see that replay. We see Chocho overstaying a bit, and this is a problem. If you're trading heavily in these situations, but you don't have your jungler on your side of the map ready to lean in, you're vulnerable to plays like this. The kick auto, the kick Tempest doesn't even give Chocho a chance to charm him with the ultimate, and then lands that Sonic Wave onto Betty and instantly deletes him. Just really clean play from Knight to clean that one up.
Knight just walks up to Forge. He's like, you know what? I fancy a tower plate today. Just walks up and orders a couple of times. He knows Forge can't do anything about it. And even if he does, there's a Gore Drinker to heal it back up. Knight right now is almost 2,000 gold ahead individually. I think it's 1,750 right now. Jackie Love gets his lethal tempo here. Chocho could be in trouble. Has to use that grand entrance to get on out of dodge. Now Casa starts the Drake up as well. As Knight leans down towards this bottom side once more. The Herald will probably be the next port of call here for Top Esports, as that's still in the pocket of Casa. And they've only got 3 minutes to take away some of those places. Knight, he will never not go in now. For the rest of the game, he will never not go in.
Yeah, I mean, it's the right call. There's really nothing Forge can do. He just kind of has to wait for the wave to crash into him and hope that Knight doesn't decide to kill him under tower. Doesn't land a Q there, so he's safe for now, but his bot lane are now under threat. And this is the problem when you lose mid this hard. Like, Knight doesn't even have to show up bot lane, but because he just walks a little bit over, we see Betty and Chocho can't even touch their tower. And I think this one, you know, they have the Herald available to finish it off, but they probably might even not use it here. I don't think they need to. If they keep the tower up and just keep denying farm, it's going to be really rough for Betty.
And this is, right, I do want to take it back to what we talked about at the start of the day and why it's so difficult to properly talk about Top Esports from an analytical perspective, right? Because you look at series like this, they lose both of the first 2 early games, they come back in game 1, they fall apart in game 2, and then you come into game 3, and this is just domination. This is just destruction from specifically Knight and the rest of the team there to facilitate him taking over. And it's like, how can you take the losses that they get and some of the dicey wins that they get and properly factor it in when you have games like this where it is just pure domination and it feels like half the time they're not taking it seriously? Here we go. Knockup comes in as it's a 4v4. Yu Yanja playing unbreakable on the front line, but he will go down surely. The flash actually comes out as Casa drops a cheeky Herald mid-fight. I think it was going to run out. Jingtian showstopper in as Forge goes down for the 19th time this game. A moonfall onto the backline as well. ZDZ to fall. And Top Esports, they haven't even lost a player in the fight. This is still a flawless game from them as the Herald went over to the mid lane.
Yeah, they throw the Herald down as he gets a charge on the mid lane tower, and no one's there to respond. Gets that tower very low, and now they're looking for the dive on this bot lane.
Yu Yanja happy to tag. In they go. Chocho's already down. And it's going to be Xiao Hao finished off as well. At least he ruined the perfect game. But Knight with yet another double kill here is just so out of control. He's 3,000 gold ahead individually, Orcs. Oh, Casa's going to go down. Betty, surely one more Q. Can Casa dodge it? Sidestep Casa. He's got his dancing shoes on today. Oh no, Knight's gone down in the mid lane. He's going to go on to Betty. Can't quite finish it off. Didn't have the kick. So Betty survives.
It's just non-stop action, honestly, it feels like. And Knight is... Yeah, I just find it crazy. We had that... That was a team fight, right? And it's still Knight getting almost every kill apart from the one Xingtian took. He's on 8-0 now on the Lee Sin. I will see the replay. You know, I'm not against this engage coming out from Rogue Warriors. but the TP comes in. The flank TP from Xingtian is a bit of a concern, and they don't opt to back away or collapse onto the set. They kind of just stay forward, and then it's a very easy ult engage coming in, just to lock down the Crocodile, and then that beautiful ult from Karsa forces Rogue Warriors to back away, but they do the slow play. They know no help's coming anytime soon, and they're able to find that repeat dive, and now the goal lead is almost 6,000 at 14 minutes. That's a lot, Joe. That's a lot of gold.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? It's really not bad. And to be honest,
you take it.
This feels like scrim top esports, right? This feels like the top esports that are just coming into the game. They know they got another scrim block after this. They just want to get the game out of the way as fast as possible. And Knight is just running around the map, killing people. This feels like solo queue. The only disappointing thing for Knight this game is that he's on an AD champion, so he can't buy Medjais. That's literally the only negative I can think of for Knight right now.
Bold of you to assume.
He's enabling Karsa to just do whatever he wants.
Bold of you to assume. You know, you actually have an AP scaling on your W on the Lee Sin. So,
look,
you know.
this guy ain't no support, okay? This guy ain't playing for his AP.
True. I kind of missed. What was the AD one called? Was it sort of the Divine? Or was that the crit thing?
Leviathan? Or maybe that was the health one.
I think that might have been the health one.
Sword of the Divine was your next 3 auto attacks are guaranteed crits. Leviathan maybe was the... Oh, Sword of the Occult. Sword of the Occult,
yeah.
That is back in the day.
Man.
For anyone that hasn't been playing for eons like me and Dan have, Sword of the Occult was essentially the AD Medjais way back in the day. It got removed in like season 6, I want to say, but I actually can't remember when that went out.
You know what's the biggest
Could have been way
flex,
earlier than that.
The biggest flex was when you were in a game and you had a champion, you know, maybe a mixed champion, just a bit of AP, bit of AD.
Twitch.
You build both. You build both. That was the real flex. That was the absolute domination on the Rift.
That's a Jax angle right there. That's a Jax angle. Yeah, I mean, look at the gold lead, Orcs. What is this? What are we witnessing right here? This is just disgusting. They're almost 10,000 gold up. It's 60 minutes in. Like, what do you do? What do Rogue Warriors do? Replace the mid lane, I guess is the answer.
It's like, he just has the whole Black Cleaver over the Renekton. And you know, it's a Renekton. It's not like, I'm not expecting much as the game goes on. Gonna throw down that Herald bait and get the tier 2. Rogue Warriors need to back away. Not much they can. Really do.
Ah, dear. Top esports just taking everything piece by piece here. The Herald will be finished off. Chocho gets himself 25 gold, which I would say is maybe the most positive trade that Rogue Warriors have managed to find so far this game. A tier 2 tower for 25 gold. I'd call that a win right now in the grand scheme of things. Look at the gold difference in the mid lane. It's 4,000. The gold drinker just finished by Forge as Knight is already on 2 items plus boots. I mean, I feel like we're just harping on it at this point. I'm not even sure what else to bring up. I kept on talking about how Rogue Warriors beat Top Esports in spring. Well, I think Top Esports might take that one personally.
Yeah. They weren't willing to go down the same route, taking things up a little bit here. And it's just, you know, we can very much talk about like the win conditions of the comp and, you know, the engage potential, but it's kind of just like, I could actually see Rogue Warriors killing like members of Top Esports, taking a couple of them down. And then Knight just kills everyone. I legitimately think even if we find a favorable fight for Rogue Warriors, things will look rough there. So I think they need to try and find a fight really far away from Knight and then get out before he TPs in. That kind of might be the win con, but looks like Rogue Warriors are looking for Forge here.
Oh no. When you see a set walk past you like that, you know you're in trouble. Forge is going to be pulled in. Chinxian gets some true damage in. He's got a bit deep on this one and actually will just go down. Rest of the team could not close the gap. He went way too far. The showstopper was not meant to go in that direction. And guess what? Knight was in base. He's just TP'd into the bottom side. Knight has literally almost all of the gold the Top Esports has right now. So fighting without him doesn't feel like the smartest play in the world. Chinxian is punished.
But that's the win con for Rogue Warriors. Fight without Knight, essentially. Oh, and he's got 600 gold off that tier 2. He's going to have a GA in a second. He's going to reset pretty soon, and he'll have a GA, and Forge still won't have his second item. It's insane.
Look, remember when we were talking about the Rogue Warriors hype train? How it had been derailed by TT, how it had been blown off of the tracks? Well, at this point, Top Esports have gone to that wrecked train on the side of the mountain, placed C4 throughout the carriages, and are now pressing the detonator and just blowing its smithereens. Because this loss here, if Rogue Warriors do lose out in this game, they are pretty much guaranteed not making playoffs.
Yeah. It's not looking good in this game. This is like your last chance. It's not a great one. I mean, look at that graph on the left side. Look at the mid difference.
He's almost double. He's almost double Forge's gold. We're 19 minutes into the game and he's almost doubled the enemy mid laner's gold.
I mean, look at his angles while he picked up that GA. Like, I don't even want to.
He's literally speechless. He's literally speechless. Oh my days. Guess what? It's 20 minutes on the clock, Orcs, and Top Esports, they have a tendency to go for 20-minute Barons. If there is ever a game to do it, this is it. Knight just running around the map, taking tier 2s wherever he pleases at this stage. As here's an ult going in. The Q lands as well, and see you later. Chocho actually manages to get out.
Do see you later.
Fair play to him.
Yeah, managed to dip out. The ult not doing quite enough damage. And I feel like that's my big criticism for Knight this game. Why didn't he go lethality? Then he would have won hit Betty. I mean, sorry, Chocho. That would have been the big brain play. Could have seen a collector Lee Sin come in, you know, really flex on them. But no, he plays it safe. Goes for the bruiser build.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yep.
And you know what? I mean, they still haven't started the Baron. This is, you know...
This is good for Rogue Warriors. They've denied the Baron for a minute so far from Top Esports.
Well, hang on. Let's not call it too early. 2 more seconds. Now they've denied it for a minute.
Okay, there we go.
It was always possible for in that 5 seconds the Top Esports take the Baron there.
Yeah, I mean, Knight's got a lot of damage. Actually, Rogue Warriors clearing some vision in the area. This is good stuff, you know, all things considered. No one's died in the past couple of minutes.
Yeah. It is going to be Soul Point. Infernal Soul Point, of all things, for Top Esports, which suboptimal for Rogue Warriors. Actually, we can say that.
I heard Rogue Warriors say that they didn't even want Dragon Soul anyway, so I think it's fine. Oh.
Yeah.
ZDZ.
Jackie Love is looking for a 1v1 with ZDZ. I'm not especially sure this one Ash wins, but then again, I guess I don't know a whole lot about League of Legends, do I? Because Ash just 1v1 Jace. I don't think that's meant to happen, Orcs, but I guess that's how the game works these days.
No, probably not. Not in melee range, not without your ult, just standing there and just autoing him and winning.
They had even items. No, that's even items.
Yeah, not ideal. We do now see Rogue Warriors looking to contest this one. Xiaohao has to kind of try and steal, but doesn't actually have flash. Has to dash over. The body blockers are there. If he comes near, Xingtian's just going to ult him away. Or Knight will just kill him.
Knight's just going to go out and be like, come on, guys, 1v3, let's go. I'll take you on. And Rogue Warrior's like, no, I think we're okay.
Oh, he landed a Sonic Wave.
Oh, he's going in. He's looking for more. Xiaohao's in trouble. Dragon Rage available to him. Another Sonic Wave lands. Come on, Knight. You got to go for that. His mind was telling him no, and this time he listens to his mind, not his body. He wants to keep that flawless scoreline going on.
I don't think he was. I just think he wasn't in range. I think he wanted it. He was trying to run after him.
Maybe he didn't have the energy.
Yeah, I think he was looking for it. He was hunting, but unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, depending on your perspective, he's not able to connect on that one.
He keeps his Sword of the Occult stacks for now, and that's the important thing at the end of the day.
Exactly.
Oh dear. This has got a little bit silly. 10,000 gold lead at 23 minutes, and it has slowed down a little bit, but realistically, with Baron, you can expect a reset to come out here from Top Esports, and then they'll probably just finish things off. Oh, another Q. Is he going to go for it? Go on, Knight. Take him on. Doesn't commit.
Yep. Should have gone for it. Honestly, it's about sending a message. Sheer confidence coming out. I also like, you know, when you do that thing where you queue in and then you dash out like halfway through, and then like the person of the team uses their ability.
The best one is you run the pool party Lee Sin skin, you throw the Q, you recall, so you're leaning against a palm tree, you get your pina colada out, and then you follow the Q. It's the ultimate disrespect. It's just too beautiful. And also, you get the lovely coconut bonk when the Q lands in the first place. Here we go. Arrow in. Xiao Hao blocks it, and it means that the AD carry is caught instead. Oh, the team's grouped up. Qingtian has a shield. Knight goes in. Moonfall is there as well. As Knight is just killing everyone. That is disgusting as he just jumps through the back line. Betty jumps in for a kill because he knows it's already over. And a showstopper is exactly that. Coming through from Qingtian at the end of the fight. Knight is 10-0-4. Sir, you can take a bow. I've never seen a more dominant 1v9. It wasn't even because his team was lagging behind. It's because he just took everything into his own hands. Knight is having the split of his life. He is in peak form, and Top Esports are dominating.
Crushing victory, and honestly it's kind of mind-blowing to think about the fact that Rogue Warriors managed to win a game on this one, because you look at that game 3 and it looks like night and day, literally. I mean, he was just so on point. Solo kills constantly in lane, roaming in the side lanes, picking up kills, just such a smooth performance. And I don't really know what the takeaway is, you know. Don't play against Knight, I guess. That's the takeaway. Is just don't exist when he's also on the rift with you. Just a little bit too good, it feels, at this game called League of Legends.
And look, ultimately, it's not that hard to draft against Knight, right? All you have to ban is the Sylas, LeBlanc, Viego, Lucian, Akali, Nocturne, Lulu, Lee Sin, Yone, Zoe, Orianna, Syndra. I'm trying to think of any other. I think that's it. Once you ban those, what is it, 13 champions? Like, it's pretty easy to play against Knight at that point.
Well, that we know of, you know. Maybe when a team does ban those 13 champions, he brings out the 14th champion, the super special.
The A-Soul comes through. Yeah,
that
I don't know.
Really
I don't know what you
traumatizing.
can do. Knight is a monster. Knight is on form. He's taken over. And honestly, I think my favorite thing that's been said about Knight this split was iCrystallization on Twitter was saying how, look, you're not a true LPL king of the mid lane until you're on a team where you have to 1v9 every game. We've seen Rookie do it at IG. Now we're seeing it with Knight on Top Esports in half of these games. This was just unbelievable. And Forge, I think, has to go back and think about his actions after this game. That is an embarrassing defeat in the mid lane.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna play Renekton anytime soon. Just did not seem fun, you know. I think did not seem like an enjoyable experience. I think especially when you're playing a champion like Renekton, if you're playing someone like Ryze and you lose lane, you're like, guys, it's fine, I'm scaling. If you're playing Renekton and you get solo killed by Lee Sin a couple of times, you just kind of like, well, there's always next split. There's always next year.
Well, I'm gonna give you guys at home 3 seconds to guess in chat who you think the MVP of this game was. And I know this one's gonna be a pretty tricky one to guess. And you've guessed
Forge.
it right. It's Knight. No, it was close. It was close between Knight and Forge, but Knight just about edged it out in the end. He's gonna be the MVP. And that's his 10th MVP as well. Double digits now for Knight. An exceptional performance coming out from him, as you would expect at this point in Top Esports. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to think how many series Top Esports have played so far, but with 10 MVPs for Knight, I think that might be one per series. Or in fact, it's slightly less than that. They've played 12 series now.
And that was the thing we just saw there. The level 1 death giving him the extra long sword. So at least Forge can blame his top laner for this entire game. You fed him level 1. Everything else wasn't my fault, but realistically, I mean, Knight was just on fire in this game. It felt like he was so confident taking these fights, knew exactly the limits of his champion, and maybe pushed a little bit beyond them as well. In moments like this, just calculates it perfectly, just doesn't give any window for the enemy team to really respond, and it just continued throughout this game.
And I just love kills like that one onto Chocho there, where he doesn't even need his Q. He knows he doesn't need his Q. Ward hop into kick into E to finish the kill. So he still then has his Q to just do the fadeaway shot onto the AD carry afterwards and just finish off the rest of the fight as well. And I think that's what separates some of the really great players like Knight and some of the other mid laners that are aspiring, is how you allocate those resources to be able to min-max your multi-kills, because it's Truly a sight to behold when Knight is popping off, and it feels like he's popping off every single game. Top Esports, they beat their demons here, Orcs. They managed to take the series over Rogue Warriors. They still somehow went to 3 games. They still honestly looked shaky in the first 2 games, and the game 3, Knight happened. Level 1 play happens, and Knight takes over.
And I think that's the thing as well, is that, well, when you think about the view of this series in general, as much as Knight smurfed, he was convincing. Top Esports as a whole, a little bit less so. And you think about, there is a lot of good mids in this league. Knight's definitely very much up there, but there's a lot of good mids. I don't think you can kind of just bank on Knight 1v9ing against some of those stronger rosters. So, you know, as much as it's definitely a win, definitely deserve one, still some question marks about Top Esports and how they're going to match up against these stronger teams they'll be going up against in playoffs.
Well, we're going to head over to the stage where we have the newest member of Top Esports, Yu Yanja, standing by.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and here we have Yu Yanja from Top Esports with us. So congratulations, and I'm very happy to see you here. And let's move on to today's game. So in game 1, Casa has stolen the second Baron from the opponents, and after that, you together with Knight and Jackie Love were able to clean up the whole battlefield. So tell us more about the cause around that scene. 那首先恭喜你们今天获得了比赛的胜利。那说到今天的第1局，其实卡萨是抢到了第2条的大龙，而且在那之后，我们预言家和我们的双 C 一起是收割到了战场。所以说，想问一下，当时的时候队内有进行哪些指挥或者是沟通吗？
第一把当时对面动大龙，我们就是一开始想要去拉哥去拼惩戒嘛，因为感觉对面那个大龙就算吃掉了人也不好走，但是拉哥抢到了，所以很厉害。然后后面的话。是我们双 C 发育到那个时间，就是装备都很好嘛，比较容易拉扯他们，然后他们一直往前追，所以就想着可以打，就我们3个就操作了一下，发现后面就打过了。
So around that scene, we tended to let Casa to try to stolen that Baron from the opponent's team, and because we feel that although the opponent's team they may get that Baron, but they will be super hard to like escape from the Baron pit. And luckily, Casa performed so good to have stolen that Baron successfully. And after that, because at that time the Knight and Jackie Love they got a very good item build already, so we feels like we were able to win the team fight. And the opponent's team they just kept chasing us, so we just punished their mistakes and were able to win the team fight cleanly. And let's talk a bit more about the game 2, because you guys have chosen the mid Gamblanc in the last pick. We know Gamblanc can be a good counter pick against Akali, but in the mid is not a very common choice. So could we know more about the communication in deciding the last mid Gamblanc pick? 那其实说到第2局的话，你们也是在最后一手选出了一个中路的一个船长嘛。我们感觉船长可能对阿卡丽这个英雄是有所限制的一个小 counter， 但是呢，感觉他在中路其实并不常见。所以说，想问一下，你们当时在决定中路就是做一个船长的选择的时候，有怎么样的一些沟通吗？
可能很多人觉得这选的不是特别好，但是因为一方面是 K 皇对船长来说比较熟练，然后其实摆在中路配合猪妹其实也还可以，就是没那么差。 第2把完全是因为我们前面拿到优势之后，中期的那个推进比较冒失，然后才导致后面打不过的。
So maybe some people will feel like mid Gamblanc is not a good pick, but for us, because Knight was really master with these champions, and also we can feel together with Sejuani, mid Gamblanc can have a very good mid jungle synergy with that Sejuani. But I think the reason for we didn't manage to get the win for game 2 is because in game 2 we just played too aggressively in pushing the lanes in the mid game, so it's a bit pity for that. But after the loss of game 2, the game 3 you guys just went so smoothly, and I think the snowball started from that level 1 invasion, because at that time you were able to get the first blood from the opponent's Jace. So has this been planned based on the opponent's habits? Tell us more about that level 1 invasion. 但是和第2局不同的是，第3局对你们来说完全就是一边倒的局势，而且我们雪球好像就是从1集团的一个入侵就开始滚起来了。那当时你们也是成功的击杀掉了对面的杰斯嘛，所以说想问一下1集团的设计是怎么样的？是有特别针对对面的一个进游戏的习惯，然后来设计的吗？
因为当时那个阵容选出来，我们就已经要决定1集一定要就是想办法搞一下对面的上单杰斯，然后没想到他给机会了，就比较幸运感觉。
So after we have settled the after the ban pick phase, we have already decided we want to have a level 1 invasion to punish the opponent's Jace. And inside the game, I think Jace we were able to seek a very good opportunity to make that level 1 invasion. And luckily, we were able to finish it with the first blood from us. And also, my last question is: we feel like in today's best of 3, we have seen some more utility marksmen like Jin or Ash. So I'm very curious about how do you think those champions can affect the ban pick strategy from the whole team, and also as a support player, as a bot lane player, how would you like to comment on those choices like Ash or Jin? 那其实最后一个问题也是想要问到说，感觉今天的比赛我们也看到，比如说像劲啊、艾希啊这些更有功能型的 AD 英雄的登场，而且同时感觉这些英雄也是逐渐的变得有被更多人选择。那你作为一个辅助选手，你觉得大可能这些英雄的变得逐渐的火热会怎么样影响整体队伍的一个 BP？ 那你对他又有什么样的一些看法吗？
我觉得应该是一个选人的顺序上面，就是我们这2把好像都在前3楼上面就选出了上中野，但是后面把很多 AD 都搬掉了，所以没有办法，两边的 AD 都只能选那种就比较偏开团那种工具型的 ADC。我觉得这版本其实下路的选择还是有很多的，如果要在前3楼选下路也是可以的。
I feels like for today's game, because we have already decided to have chosen some champions for the top, mid, and jungler in the first 3 picks, and also in the ban pick phase, we have already banned out so many AD marksmen. So that's a reason for us to choose champions like Jin or Ash. But I still think if some AD champions can also be picked in the first 3 picks, I think there are so many different varieties in choosing the marksmen in current meta. And definitely thank you for the sharing and congratulations again. 那再次的恭喜你们，也希望我们的狗狗能越打越好。And see you guys later. Bye bye.
Thanks very much, Wendy, and you, Yanja, of course, for sharing your thoughts on the series and on the split in general and talking about the meta a little bit. Always good to hear from our players. Definitely an interesting series. What were your conclusions coming out of this one, Orcs? Because I'm struggling to think what great conclusions you can draw.
This Night Guy's pretty good.
Yeah,
Rogue Warriors, okay at times. Top esports, still question marks, right? You know, I feel like a team, their spot in the standings should have a more convincing victory against Rogue Warriors. It shouldn't be reliant so much on individual performances. But we'll have to see how they keep faring up.
I feel like with top esports, each game that they play has a different type of punctuation. A lot of them are question marks. That last one was an exclamation mark. That is for sure. Yep. We're going to jump into a break. Then we're going to jump into the second series of the day. It's Suning versus FPX. And it's coming up right after this.
A strong showing for JDG so far this split has seen them ascend the ladder of the LPL.
Back ends here, doing a bit of damage to ZS. Your Gal wants the angle himself. Does he take the Lee syndrome here? Sonic Wave Resonate Strike not there, but into the back line. Now it's up to ZF, but he's blown apart. Equalize doesn't matter. Gal sets up with a mighty kick. Beautiful stuff as Kanavi receives him with the moonfall. Asking you shall receive as JDG bring it right back.
And the highlight for JDG has to be Kanavi in the jungle. With strong innovation and big impacts in fights, this man is the core of everything JDG do.
Baron's already taken. WLA to the plate. Sleepy Trouble Bubble goes wide. Lumao look for the hook, flashes forward for it. Onto Beishung. Has the Zonyas as well to keep himself safe. The bait call to come in. Shockwave only onto one. As Kanavi just slices them apart.
Off the back of a monstrous win over EDG, RNG can now shake off their slow start to really focus on finishing as high as possible in the table.
Go for a fight, but how do you start it off? How do you fight on your terms? It's go time.
Here we go. This is how they started on their terms. We're going to see the Dazzle not quite come down, but it's going to be the Cosmic Radiance, but not enough to keep them all safe. The Kalista Tarek has fallen. They jump straight back on the Scout, who goes golden to strike a pose. The Cryin will not be taken down today. There's 3 kills, 4 kills for the Varus, and that's going to be enough for RNG. They remind everyone in the LPL that they are still kings in China.
Xiaohu personifies everything about this RNG team. The post-Uzi era is slowly becoming the era of Xiaohu. No matter what is needed, Xiaohu can deliver in spades for the RNG faithful.
Xiao versus Shy, again, Needed Work is not up and available though, and Ignite coming down reduces the healing from the Leeching Lair. It's an easy solo kill for Xiaohu, who's now 3-1.
Prodding, they want to see if they can get in. Xiaohu's behind them.
There's Solar Flare, but it goes a little bit wide. Xiaohu is still underneath the tower. He actually gets a kill while RNG sweep up the front line, and Alias is just left alone.
Playoffs on the horizon, and every win counts. Only the top teams will have the honor to represent the LPL in the World Championship. And now, both RNG and JDG need to take that all-important step to showing that they are that top team.
But you're trying to entice me, no way I see PJ, cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, I'm calling late. I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick, cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama,
but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
下一场比赛对线换分嘛，我觉得他是一名比较全面的选手，跟他打的话，就把自己的对线细节注意好就行吧。我们即将对阵苏宁嘛，我觉得我们打苏宁的话，我们的前面的节奏应该会比对面好很多，所以我们就要把后面的团战打好一点就可以。
We'll see if LWX has dotted the I's and crossed the T's in preparation, if he can play his lane deliberately enough. And I definitely agree that it's going to be a lot down to the early game pacing from these two teams. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Orcs as we head into our second game of the day. And it's Suning versus FPX. This is the kind of matchup where I think FPX are coming in as a pretty heavy favorite, I think it has to be said. But there are certainly some interesting matchups coming out. And Suning is a team that has consistently proven the doubters wrong across the course of this split. So certainly not a matchup to underestimate. And one of the reasons for that, Orcs, is their drafting. Feels like Suning very regularly are thinking outside of the box. They're coloring outside of the lines, and especially in the draft, bringing out things like the Malzahar, the Zac. These kinds of picks are really setting Suning apart.
And you really like to see it because I think being able to flex in this way and bring out these unexpected picks, you know, a lot of the meta picks, they're strong, don't get me wrong, but you'll have had experience played in scrims against things like Akali, Xin Zhao, you know, Viego, Gwen. They've been pretty much staples, but being able to bring out these curveballs that are good in these specific situations has a ton of value. And the Malzahar was a big one, particularly into the LeBlanc. Very hard for the LeBlanc actually to play the game because of, you know, that.
Yep, because of Malzahar pressing the one button and then the Zac as well coming in and being able to make these ganks regularly happen alongside on the Rakannu. I can't stop praising on his development. But also, you know, LNG, I think it's a long time since they played against Zac. Like, really not respecting any of the Zac gank angles that can come through. And SRFM able to succeed massively off the back of that. But I don't think it's going to be that simple for Suning because FPX right now, it feels like they are in their final form. This is a full world champion roster with Nuguri stepping in as the most recent world champion. And when they're playing well, it's difficult to criticize this team. The way that they play around the map, it feels like you just can't make a positive trade.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, there's good things to say about Suning, but I think against FPX, you really have to have a bit of context. And I think FPX have just been really ramping up over the course of the season. There's been moments where there were some question marks, but they look so good recently. And it's across the board. It's consistency on all levels. It's obviously individuals stepping up, but it's not like one individual is carrying the team necessarily. It's not like Knight in the last series. It feels like they're all on the same page and all able to deliver in these skirmishes, these fights, and these games.
Yeah, and it just feels like so often when you count this team out of the play, someone like Doinb is going to step up and pop off. And again, these Ziggs picks that we've seen coming on through, working wonders. And so many times we see FPX winning 4v5s like this play. Nuguri is dead before the play begins, but FPX still re-engage the fight. Crisp finds a flank over the Baron wall as well to be able to shut down these two carries with the headbutt pulverized combo. And it's just like this team fight coordination is just so exceptional.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the main thing, is that the confidence even to go for these 4v5 scenarios. And the thing is with FPX is even if you find an early lead, even if you get that advantage, it's no guarantee you'll be able to close the game up because their team fighting has been so stellar. We've had moments like the Doinb pentakill on the Lee Sin. We've had so many amazing performances across the board.
Yeah, there's been so many great performances. LWX as well in that last clip stepping up. He brought out the Vayne most recently, and LWX, a player that has been criticized for his form this split. That Vayne game was like, hey guys, I'm still here. Remember why I have a world skin on this pick? Yeah, this is why. Absolutely decimating OMG. And, you know, this FPX versus OMG. They should be decimating that matchup, but still felt good to see them flexing their muscles a little bit. Now, we've got to look up towards the top side here. It's Bin versus Nuguri for our matchup today. And let's remember, this is a World Championship Finals rematch between the two players. It has to be said, Nuguri got the better of that matchup.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the expectation as well here. He obviously does get like a little bit more assistance from his team, but he's able to take that and run so far with it. I think against most top laners in the league, Bin is a confident pick that you can feel comfortable in, but I think Nuguri is just something else is how I describe it. And I think if either team is able to apply pressure there, is able to sort of garner even more of an advantage, that could be a big pressure point to come out ahead in this game.
And the crazy thing when you think about these two players is that either player can take over the game if they have a little bit of jungle attention. And whether or not we see any jungle attention up towards that top side is a different question, because SOFM sometimes does like to show his head up in the top side, whereas for FPX, generally speaking, we've seen a lot of dives towards the bot lane recently. It does depend on the composition that they end up going for. So it could well be a situation of who ends up weak side up there, and whoever does end up weak side, how well can they survive, as opposed to it being this classic 1v1 of the two players duking it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the unfortunate thing. I'd love to see that 1v1 just going on, but League of Legends is a team game, and it's going to often come down to the draft as well. If you can secure a really powerful champion, might end up just forcing the other player onto a sort of a weaker matchup just to withstand the pressure. Vice versa, if you're getting counter pick, that can be a big advantage, and it really comes down to how the teams want to play. I'm certain we will see some action in the top lane at some point through the series, but whether it's going to be like this hot pot where we just only get an action there is probably not going to be the case, and it'll really come down to the priorities for the team.
Yeah. Now, I do want to ask, like, stylistically about these teams, because I think for FPX, they're maybe the most defined play style in the whole of the LPL, right? Where it's all about the dive bot. That's kind of the classic. It's what won them the World Championship in 2019. And they've adapted since then, but still that is very much a play style they lean into. For Suning, though, they've become much more proactive over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think they've been able to do a lot more. I think SFM is a big facilitator for this team, and I think you always have to look for him for initiating these plays. It's kind of the standard. Jungle is that proactive sort of role that can sort of facilitate in those regards, but I think it's like FPX are very good at what they do, but they kind of stick to that same strategy, whereas I feel like sometimes you can see SOFM be a bit more on the fly, a bit more flexible. But again, it's all about whether their bot lane can withstand those dives. It's all about whether they can sort of survive that pressure. Don't be getting prior and mid and able to lean it down. It's very much, you know, can Suning stop the FPX domination we typically see?
We'll have to wait and see as they step onto the stage, and this is your standard roster here. Bin, SFM, Angel, Hwanfeng, and On, who, once again, I want to keep praising that he has been getting better, and that's Coach Dion alongside them, who I think deserves a lot of the praise for what Suning have been doing recently. Not only have they been changing their styles and improving in terms of their macro and their proactivity in the early game, but also their drafts really, really intelligent. But then over towards the side of FPX, and this is the full reinvigorated FPX roster. They had some roster-based shenanigans this split. We saw Crisp was unable to play for a couple of series. We saw Nuguri was subbed out for one of the series. LWX playing Alistair, but this is the full roster. Back on top once again. Nuguri, Tien, Doonby, LWX, and Crisp. And then Coach Stake as well, rounding things out in the draft.
Yeah, and I think you hit on it completely. You know, Suning have had good drafts, and that's where we are going to see a lot of the critical sort of pace of the game be decided. Any advantages gained there can have a big knock-on effect during the game. We'll essentially just have to see how these teams look to prioritize. Still on 11-13. Obviously talked a little bit about that earlier. We were thinking we were going to move to 11-14, but we are still on 11-13 today. So still things like the Nocturne, very high priority. The Xin Zhao, the Akali, Gwen, Viego are kind of permanently in the meta, it seems.
And you can see on the graphic at the top of the stage, the Chinese side is certainly going to be focusing on Bin versus Nuguri in this broadcast. Bin sitting ready, Nuguri wondering where on earth things are underneath his chair, trying to figure this one out. I am curious if we get Tien focusing up towards the top side of this game, because it does feel like SOFM does regularly like to get a couple of early ganks up towards Bin, loves to try and set that top laner up if he can. Nuguri has been susceptible to that kind of play. We've seen Nuguri overstepping across this split. We've seen Nuguri being punished for being over-aggressive. Suning does feel like the kind of team that are more than happy to sit Hwanfeng on something like the Ziggs or the Ezreal, play weak side bottom, and just play up through Bin, get him on something like the Gwen or the Fiora or the Camille, and just take over the game that way. So it does feel a little bit dangerous for FPX if they don't focus up towards the top side.
I think you're right, because I think we've seen, as you said, we've seen that before. We've seen Nuguri be targeted specifically, and maybe not the best at handling that. Sometimes still looks for the sort of aggressive play tries to challenge, then gets punished for it even more so. And again, you highlight things like the Ziggs. He's so good as a champion at just neutralizing pressure. He can be left alone quite a bit. He can clear out waves easily. It's very hard to sort of force against him. And that, you know, is another one of those picks that I could see being a high priority in this draft.
Well, here we go. Picks and bans are underway as we start this one off. Viego and Diana banned by Suning. It's Camille and Akali banned by FPX. And it does feel like there are a lot of priorities still. This is 11-13, so things like Nocturne could be a big ban here for Suning because FPX love that Nocturne, especially doing B, taking that in the mid lane, can absolutely take over the game.
Yeah, for sure. And do you see the Gwen being banned out? And in my mind, there's still the Xin Zhao, there's still the Ziggs. Ziggs can get taken. Xin Zhao's priority. Lee Sin is the first pick we've seen. I feel like it's been a constant thing these past few days, is a Lee Sin first pick, but Suning toying with the idea of actually picking up the Xin Zhao instead. I'd be cautious because the Lee Sin still has that early pressure in the jungle, but the flexibility opens up a little bit better as a first pick, but they will lock in the Xin Zhao. Expect to see FPX take the Lee Sin in this rotation, and then we'll get to see what else they look to prioritize in this situation.
And I want to quickly highlight something. We were talking about the creative drafts for Suning earlier on today. We were talking about how they were getting counter picks with the Zac in the jungle, the Malzahar in the mid lane. Even though it was counter picks, those were blue side picks. Those were the 5th pick in both cases for Suning. So keep your eyes on when On is locking something in for the team. Nocturne locked in though for doing B, and then it's LWX on the Varus.
Yeah, so actually switching things up, it could still be a flex on that Nocturne, but he's so strong on this patch. With the Stride Breaker 90% slow, with the full damage to minions from the passive gets priority in pretty much every lane. And then Varus, that long range poke and a lot of follow-up on dives. So already a little bit concerned about what Huang Feng's potentially going to play. Could see a bit of a more defensive pick come out to try and keep him safe. I think they're toying with the idea of that Lulu going into probably a solo lane is what you'd expect to pair with the Xin Zhao. We'll see if they want to commit to the Kog'Maw here. It doesn't necessarily mean
Angel.
Sorry, go
on. I was going to say, we have seen Angel play Lulu twice so far. 100% win rate, 24 KDA in that mid lane. But Huang Feng's certainly a capable hyper carry.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, you know, with the Kog'Maw is even if they have the Kog'Maw Lulu, you don't have to put the Lulu bot lane. It's kind of self-sufficient early and then scales up to put it in the combo. They do commit to that Jace though. It's a double flex. I mean, the Lulu can flex between 3 lanes. The Jace can flex between 2. Still keeping their options open and available. And I mean, if you are going to pick an AD carry, Lulu's pretty good at kind of keeping them alive because it's going to take a lot to make them survive against a Nocturne. And now FPX, they have options in this situation. Jungle makes sense if they're not wanting to lean towards that Nocturne there. Looks like they are toying with some different options, and they will look in the Volibear. So another flex. Technically, it can go top and jungle. We have seen more of it in the jungle, though, and it does have that early pressure. It can kind of match up to what the Xin Zhao can offer. There is some concerns about if you're going into Lulu Xin Zhao, it's a very difficult 2v2 mid-jungle to beat, but at least you will be able to have some of that early pressure and form that role as a frontline tank late in the game.
Yeah, and you have to wonder if it was mind games hovering the Kog'Maw so much and actually thinking about the Xin Zhao and Lulu 2v2 combo, because that is a terrifying 2v2 that you have to deal with. And what we've seen often with the Lulu Xin Zhao is having that Jace in the top side for your poke, and then having a poke AD carry down on the bottom side. But Ziggs is already banned. Varus has been locked in. We're kind of running out of these poke AD carries. Aphelios now being removed. If you ban something like the Ezreal as well, Huang Feng might struggle to find a pick that can work in that situation, although he is a bit of a Jhin mastermind.
Yeah, I'm not sure how well Jhin could necessarily sync in with this, but could bring it out. They are going to ban away that Kog'Maw, concerned about the Kog'Maw Lulu pairing, even though we expect this Lulu to be mid. Suning trying to shut down engage options, it feels, or like strong AoE ultimates with that cannon takeaway. I think you could target something like the Thresh in this situation, but you could keep it open for yourselves. I think Thresh Varus is really strong, very hard to threaten. It allows them just to remain at a safe range, constantly harass. It's also a great blind that leaves that counter pick open and available if they want to lean on it. We'll see what they look to prioritize here. They instead go for the Rise, denying that away from Doinby. And we'll see what they look to pick up here. Again, could look to go for something like the Leona works as a decent blind. I think they have options in this situation. I'd kind of want them to keep the flex of that Nocturne open and available for now being, and probably pick a support. I think with the Varus, you kind of feel confident in that bot lane, regardless of the support matchup, although it appears that they're actually toying towards going for that Orianna mid, so committing to a bit of follow-up on that dive, a bit of protection, and keeping that support counter pick open and available.
You do have to wonder now whether Nuguri's going to go for that Volibear or go for the Nocturne, and the same for Tien. Still a little bit of flexibility available there. But now Suning have to put their chips on the table. They have to confirm what kind of composition they're going to go for. Jinx, weirdly enough, is actually Huanfeng's most played AD carry this split, despite the meta, but the Jhin we talked about, he brings it out against JDG at the World Championship. He invented the Huanfeng where he was ulting from the enemy base behind them, and he locks in that signature pick for himself.
Yeah, and with the Leona, it's a pretty strong 2v2. I think for FPX, in my mind, the Thresh makes a lot of sense, but it looks like they might be wanting a bit more engaged tools with the Rakan. We'll see what they end up locking in, and they do end up going for that. The Jhin, it's fine into the Varus. You're going to be able to hold up in that 2v2. A lot of champions can actually get bullied out there, but it should be okay. It has that long-range ultimate, the W, so even if you feel like you're not able to necessarily get in and up close, you have those options. And I think, you know, both teams, a lot of tools to play around with. I think the FPX dive potential is definitely there, and they have that long-range poke, but for Suning, you have the really strong mid-jungle 2v2 with that Lulu and that Xin Zhao, a solid bot lane, and if they can get Bin ahead in this Jace, it'll cause a lot of problems for FPX. I think that's the critical thing for Suning, is Bin ahead on the Jace is going to be very different from if he gets shut down.
So for Suning, it's all about trying to go up towards that top side, set Bin up, and get the Jays ahead. What's the game plan in the short term here for FPX? How do they start this game off?
I think, honestly, you have a fair few options. I think you can play through bot lane quite easily. I think freeing up Chris to move around the map and impact is of a massive benefit. And then you can lean that around the map and apply pressure. And I think that's the thing, is that, you know, the 2v2 mid jungle is really strong from Suning with the Xin Zhao and the Lulu. If you free up Chris from the bot lane and you make it 3 members, then it turns into a 3v2. Then you find an advantage mid and you can translate that pressure outwards. It's like a step-by-step plan. And I think that may well be the plan here. They could look to try and challenge on the top side, but I think it's just so risky because, you know, if things go wrong and the Nocturne falls behind, if things go wrong and you lose that 2v2 against the Lulu Xin Zhao, you could be in a really rough spot.
We'll have to see how this one's going to pan out in the early game. I'm excited, though. It's Suning versus FPX. And every time we see Suning in one of these matchups where they're up against a top team, Suning have surprised and impressed this split. They managed to beat RNG 2-1. They managed to beat Top Esports 2-1. They 2-0 JDG, 2-1 over LNG. This is a team not to be underestimated, but FPX, on the other hand, they're on a 4-win streak right now. They are looking like one of the best teams in the entire LPL. Duan B having the split of his career by the looks of things. It's both him and Knight are my top 2 mid laners right now in the entire league. This feels like both teams have the ability to take the series, and it feels like both teams, both compositions, have ways of winning the game. Let's talk junglers, though, as we're in our level 1 here. It doesn't look like any shenanigans are going to come on through. And it might be both topside starts, but Tien may be moving down towards that blue buff.
Yeah, and I think you have a little bit of options in terms of here. I feel like, you know, all 3 lanes have a decent ability to contest priority. I think, though, it makes sense for Tien to path towards the top side. Nocturne's so good at shoving waves in that it's kind of like a guaranteed sort of situation. You can just walk up, AoE them with a passive in the queue. So I kind of like the decision to lean up there. And it puts your bot lane a little bit of back foot, but I don't think you're too massively concerned about that one. A big thing for me is FPX when they hit level 6. You know, they get so many tools for the bot lane, so many tools with Doinby having that shockwave really changes the dynamic of the mid jungle. The paranoia, of course. I think that's kind of what FPX can lean towards before they want to get super aggressive. But if a window opens up, I'm sure they will look to take it.
Being all in on the bottom side, on toying with the idea, trying to fight for prio, and I think he might have found it here, as a dancing grenade will do a lot to clear the wave away. Still stacks on. That's say that 3 times fast. But it looks like the level 2 going to be fought for by FPX as well, and I think they actually will be able to get this one first. It's about a tie in the end, so neither team will have a window to all in.
Yeah, and you can kind of see the difference if you look up towards the top lane. Nuguri just hard shoving this wave in. Not really much the Jace can do at this point. We do actually see Angel move in and place a ward in this Raptors. And the reason this is important is because you see that go down at 233. That's going to then spawn at 4:48. We could see Suning look to contest that second Raptor spawn. They have the timer, and a lot of these teams at the top level, they will be making timers of these jungle camps. It's something they do, like summoner spells. We'll put it down in the chat, and they know when the Raptors are spawning, and they can look to make a play around that. So we can come back to that later. For now,
in the bottom side, Crisp gets rooted up, takes a bit of damage himself. No summoner's burn on the side of Suning, but an exhaust comes out from FPX there.
Yeah, and the thing is as well is that the exhaust is down. There's still ignite and heal on the side of Suning, and the thing is, if they go in on Crisp, the cleanse has no value for FPX, so they have to be really careful in this situation. And you can see SOFM making his way down there in position, potentially to capitalize. But I think he might just go for this Krugs. But Skull's still up and available, but he's kind of leaving it a little bit late before he goes for that one. Often doesn't feel really pressured for it.
I love to see the bot lane here from Suning posturing a little too aggressively, right? On saying, oh, I'm going to clear this ward. You should all in me. You should stop me taking vision, because SOFM is down in the tri-brush trying to bait the play, but it doesn't happen in the end. Good read from the bot lane of FPX, who both of which had an amazing most recent series. Nuguri gets the fear onto Bin, even trades in this top side. And remember, when we talked about this top lane, we talked about how it's going to be relatively even until junglers get involved in the top side. That's when you expect that top lane to explode. But let's just think back to the World Championship, because when we saw Nuguri versus Bin at the World Championship, Damwon had a massive focus on ganking that top side of the map, setting Nuguri up, but it was really much more about Canyon on the carry junglers. Nuguri was on Ornn in 3 out of the 4 games of that final, whereas Bin much more set up on the carries, much more a centerpiece of the Suning team back in that tournament.
Yeah, and I think the dynamic's a bit different now, just with the meta shift. I feel like we have a more volatile scenario, whereas there it was very much trying to create that pressure, being met with a bit of brick wall in the Ornn. Here it is a volatile scenario. If Nocturne gets ahead in this matchup, he can just ult onto the Jace whenever he wants. And on the other side, if Jace gets ahead, then he's just able to really harass and bully on the other side. Now, we do actually see Chris made a bit of a roam towards the mid lane there. And you know, this is kind of an interesting one, because we talked about that Raptor spawn, the fact it was warded. And Chris actually moved through mid and was in position so that if any aggression came out from the other side, his jungler would be covered. Because I think it's a big thing to talk about is the amount teams actually try and contest these Raptor camps. It's very easy just to push in this area and invade them, and supports will often on resets look to come and defend them, or in this case look to attack.
Dombey moves in. He gets 2 of the small Raptors for himself, but Tien walks away empty-handed on this one as SOFM does manage to get them. But you can see that 1 CS lead in the jungle thanks to that play from FPX. It's a huge advantage, but actually a ward goes down. So SOFM has closed the gap once again. And a very quiet early game, but look at the top lane CS deficit. This is the power of the Jace having that ranged matchup against the Nocturne.
Yeah, I mean, Nuguri is getting that early prio, but it's kind of got to the point where you're not able to really do anything to Bin. You can't engage on him before 6, and Bin can just harass you and bully you down. By trying to close the gap, you get chunked out, and then there's the problem. If you walk up to Bin, hit him a couple of times, but you're not going to kill him, you have to walk away again, and he's just going to keep trading with you and making sure he wins the extended trade. At level 6, Nuguri has a bit more threat, obviously not in a tower. We do see SOFM looking on this bot side, but it's kind of tricky. LWX is cleanse, Crisp is Rakan. Not the easiest targets to gank in this situation.
Trying to set up the play. You could see Angel was leaning towards that side, but had to return to mid to clear this wave away. Tien moves in for vision himself. SOFM does not want to use the smite on the crab if he can help it, but FPX might just force him to. There's the smite. SOFM gets the crab. Now Root comes out onto Crisp as On trying to escape, and a nice little bit of footwork coming out from Suning to get the crab and get out.
Yeah, it does end up being that flash from SOFM, but they get the crab, they get away. Could have been a lot worse in that situation. Now see FPX hand off that blue to Doomby, and talked a little bit before after this draft about the level 6 impact of this FPX composition. They get a ton of power after that point. The paranoia available, the shockwave. Shortly we'll get the chains of corruption and the quickness to follow. These tools give a lot more agency to FPX, so the fact that we've had this slow early game without too much happening, I think FPX will be pretty happy about. You know, I expected potentially to see SOFM and Angel working together, contesting those Raptors, causing issues for Tian, but so far it's just been slow and steady.
Slow and steady often wins the race, but that's about a hare and a tortoise, not a bird. We might be writing our own fable here in this series. And Suning's certainly no strangers to the late game, right? When we think about this team, especially across the course of this year, ever since Sword Art left, it does feel like Suning are more than happy to go for a very, very slow early game. Just scale up. So long as they're even in the mid game, then during those mid-game fights, that's when they really come alive and find advantages for themselves. And they certainly have a lot of mid-game power, right? When you think about Jin, it's all about the 2 and 3 item spikes. When you think about Lulu's in Zhao, a couple of items in there and you can take over the game. Jace, the same with these lethality items. But FPX, they know that they are priority top. They had the ability to push out mid. And so they're going to be able to grab themselves a Herald. This is totally uncontested by Suning, but it's also untraded, right? Suning get nothing across the map.
Yeah, and I think that's important is the fact that FPX were able to reset Chris Barrieli, get him to move over there and offer support. And because of those priorities you talked about, it was just an easy pickup from FPX. And, you know, Wanfeng was still resetting, Ong was moving up to see what was going on. They find nothing in return. And a lot of times we see that scenario where a team goes for Herald and the other team gets, you know, 2 or 3 plates bot lane. The fact that it's just a flat Herald take definitely puts FPX in a good spot to start snowballing this game. Just comes down to where they want to apply that pressure, where they're looking for with the Herald, and where they're able to find the greatest impact.
Look, all I'm saying is that play didn't feel like Suning were very awake just yet. Swampunk does manage to get himself that cannon. Nicely done. Perhaps a bit of a coffee diff so far in favor of FPX. The caffeine diff coming through. But the gold diff is 500 in favor of Suning so far, and that is all in that top side. Look at the top lane CS difference and the jungle CS difference is in favor of Suning. It's going to be down to how TN can use this Herald to be able to close that gap. As Bin wants the 1v1 with Nuguri, tries to steal the crab, but he's a little bit too late.
Yeah, not able to find it there. Nuguri finding the window, picks up the Herald. I mean, not the Herald, the Scuttle, sorry. And again, things pretty slow. Haven't really seen too much development. That minor gold lead is easily closed up by the Herald, but it's kind of seeing where they can apply the most pressure with it. Wanfeng's been a little bit isolated in the bot lane, and against like a Rakan and a Varus, it's actually pretty dangerous because you don't have cleanse. If one of those connects, it's pretty much a death sentence, but he's been navigating it well, and I think this is credit to Wanfeng. He's very typically an AD carry who's able to position safely. You know, we had Jackie Love we were talking about in the last series. He is someone who values damage over maybe safety. I feel like Wanfeng, it's not that he doesn't want to do damage, but that he is very focused on making sure he survives. And I think as an AD carry, that's often what you want to do.
Yeah, certainly on the Jin as well. I actually think that there are parallels to be drawn between Wanfeng and someone like Reckless, right? Where he is a very safe AD carry a lot of the time. I will say, Wanfeng does play Draven. His Ezreal is pretty aggressive as well. Does like to use that E for damage as opposed to safety. So not always the case, but certainly when he's on this Jin, very much leans into that Jin playstyle, that supportive player, which was very much the meta last year. So you do always have to bear those kind of statements in the context of the metas that these players have been playing in. Because remember, last year, Wanfeng was a rookie. I think it's really easy to forget that when you look at the players on Suning, you think about Bin and you think about Wanfeng. Everyone thinks of these guys as like veterans. They went to the world final, right? Last year they were rookies. These are still relatively fresh players in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, and I mean, it's pretty crazy, honestly, to think about the fact that they were at the world finals as rookies, essentially. And now a bit more experience on their belts. Do you see that Herald come down mid? Just going to be the 2 plate, and we kind of see this quite a bit. It's kind of just like we see the first Herald gets 2 plates on mid. You get 1 Herald kind of passively, and the second Herald finishes it off. So looking for FPX to prioritize the second Herald to finish it off. And I think it's because the mid tower typically is one of the harder ones to take in the game, and opens the map up so much. Now, Chains of Corruption doesn't connect. That's Nuguri kind of old. They make the look for it.
Oh, they just go. They just dive underneath the tower. Wanfeng is surely doomed to Nuguri. One more shot will not finish the kill. In the end, the minion wave isn't there. Doombee's on the bottom side of the map as well, just in case. This will be a couple of plates on the bot side as FPX enacts that bottom lane dive that they are oh so famous for. SOFM taking away the chickens as a payment, but that's about all they'll get. Maybe Bin can get some plates.
I think that's the... I think it just shows the kind of issues trying to keep this Jin safe in this game against this Nocturne. Like, the Chains of Corruption didn't even land. He's under tower, and it's just like, you're just dead. And I did talk a little bit about how Ong was leaving Wanfeng quite isolated throughout this laning phase. there's a lot of times where, like, you know, you see a support roam, but they kind of have to be back when there's a potential threat. And it kind of felt like Ong was just like leaving him safe, was confident in his AD carry. There's not much you can do to outplay the Nocturne in that situation, though. Even though he didn't get hit by the Chains of Corruption. And what I actually did like to see was the fact that Huangfeng knew
the
his
lasers. Nuguri lasering across the map. Sorry.
So he didn't even burn any summoners in that situation, which I think makes sense. The next Chains of Corruption that comes in, he has his flash still available to keep himself safe on that one.
Yeah, very disciplined from Huangfeng, knowing that he's just going to go down there. And, you know, if he heals, maybe he can get another auto on Nuguri. Maybe he can trade the kill. But I think saying that, look, it's more valuable for me to be able to survive the next play than I get 300 gold. The 300 gold doesn't make a significant difference to the overall state of the game, especially in a professional game. So good discipline from Huangfeng in the bottom side. And we'll try and find out what this pause is for as fast as possible for you guys. But yeah, sorry, go on, Ox.
Honestly, I see so many scenarios where players will like burn summoners, even though it's very clear they're already dead, and they're not really going to get value out of them. It's almost like they're like, oh, I'm going to flash just because like you want to try and survive, but it's like you're just burning a summoner that's going to be exploited later on, and these teams will track that. They'll prioritize you as a target because your flash isn't available. They'll base strategy, they'll base their plays around the fact that you're missing that summoner, and I think it's credit to Huangfeng for having the sort of the mindset not to just burn needless summoners. Like we even saw it last game, last series, sorry, from Qingtian on the Jace when he got sort of engaged on a flash. You know, was no way he was getting away with that flash, and then just ended up wasting it. It offers that vulnerability.
Yep, so good stuff by Huangfeng to hold on to that one. And I love seeing the...
sometimes is the play.
Yeah, the kill coming through from the side of FPX in that bottom side as well. We've been talking about how Huangfeng was a rookie last year, made it all the way to the World Finals. Well, LWX basically sitting there saying, look, mate, I know you made it to the World Finals last year. Well, the year before, I'm a world champion. Like, forget the finals. I finished the finals. I've completed it, mate. Already got the T-shirt. Already got the skin.
Yeah, completely
and
legend.
Huangfeng feeling the rough of that one. You can see LWX already on 2 items already.
Well, an item and a half, I think I'd call that.
Sorry, I meant close. I don't know why I said on 2 items. I meant close to 2 items, but my brain is a little slow. Coffee diff happening on the caster desk as well here. But very, very slow early game.
I think that's the thing with the... Oh, saying that, I think Nuguri... I'm not sure what happened to Blast Gun there. Just decided he didn't want to really knock him anywhere. I think that's one thing with the Varus, is that his spikes are very different from every AD carries, just because of the fact that he is building those lethality items. A lot of them are cheaper items and have a massive amount of impact. So could see him just kind of curving out ahead of Huangfeng. Obviously needs to stack up a bit of crit to be super relevant. He's looking towards that Infinity Edge later on. To get a little replay of how that play in the top lane started. Nuguri did end up burning his flash there just to get away from that one. But again, as you said, it's been pretty slow so far in this game.
So let's talk pacing again here, Orcs, as FPX. Maybe I don't have time to talk pacing. SOFM moving in towards Tien here, but Tien has his mid laner moving up. Nuguri going to be clear in vision. Bin and SOFM, I think, have to get out of here for now. Because FPX were threatening with 4 potential players on the top side of the map here. But let's talk pacing. Herald going to be coming up onto the map in less than a minute. In fact, I think it might already be onto the map here. We've got Drake up in a minute as well. Feels like FPX are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been a high, fast-paced game, but they've been the one controlling it, getting those objectives, getting those minor advantages. And actually, they're going for resets here, get back on the map, get some gold spent, and Suning take a great opportunity to rush down this Herald. Let's talk before about how that first Herald from FPX gets the mid-tower low, the second one can finish it off. If Suning deny this, then that isn't really a prospect. They can also use this Herald mid themselves, and that can pull FPX away from the Dragon if they want to contest that. Bear in mind, though, it is just second Dragon. They're not forced to contest this one by any means, and they could just let this go if they want. We do see Bin resetting, but I think just based on the fact that he's walking towards top lane, they may not be wanting to contest this one straight away.
Never underestimate Suning's intentions as they go for the fight, and immediately 2&B is just straight 1v1 by on. At the end of things, Angel flashes out to safety as well, and this is just looking beautiful for Suning. 2 kills immediately, and they just pull the trigger. They snap their fingers, and down go Doonby and Nuguri.
Yeah, just supreme confidence from SOFM there to go straight in, shut down the Orianna. And the thing is, they try to return fire on the Lulu. But because Lulu survived, you're still getting all that value, the constant shielding, the speed ups and everything. And it just allows the side of Suning to continue that pressure and easily win that fight and get the dragon. So a really solid contest came out. And yeah, I didn't think they would necessarily want to fight that one, but they just pulled the trigger so quickly. And it's really impressive when you look at the engage tools from FPX. Paranoia, the chains of corruption, the quickness from the Rakan, that they are the ones that are caught out and kind of left sleeping in that fight.
Yeah, feels like FPX weren't really anticipating the level of proactivity here. And SFM just runs in with the whimsy, gets the W onto Doonby. Just beautiful.
Yeah, really nice ult as well from Ong just to follow up on that. The stun carries over afterwards and just means that the Orianna is getting away. And then here, because Angel survives, yes, he's low HP, but it doesn't really matter because he can still just shield people from further back than them. He doesn't even need to be in range to actually hit anyone as long as he can buff his allies. And they're able to get those 2 quick kills and find a bit of an advantage. We do see during that replay that this bot lane tower was picked up, I believe, by LWX, and he's been able to pick up a pretty significant lead. We talked earlier about how the Varus has those cheap lethality spikes, and with that gold advantage as well, he's going to be in a really comfortable position. If they can set up a team fight a little bit better, we could see LWX just being this massive threat with all that poke and all that damage.
And I want to just quickly correct something I said at the start of that replay. I shouldn't have been talking at the start of the replay. I should have let Orcs take this one. But SFM actually flashing to get the E without going for the W first. So very, very low space for reaction there from Doonby, which is why the flash ends up being late and it sets the whole play up. So really intelligent stuff out from SFM. And obviously Angel following up with the wild growth as well. Beautiful to see. And now FPX grouping up towards the top side of the map here. Bin moves up to clear the wave, but they could set up for a dive here, Orcs.
Yeah, I think the problem is the wave gets cleared out so quickly. I know the dive potential of the Volibear's still there with the ultimate, but very quickly Suning are responding to this and moving over. They want to secure this blue buff, and it seems like a big contest coming down for it. I mean, look at SOFM. He feels so confident now with the Stride Breaker. If you get on top of someone, the 90% slow is going to keep them there. And with the Lulu buffing you, you're likely going to feel comfortable in those scenarios where you're up close and personal.
Look at the way Suning are stacking up here. They want to find a fight, and on flashes over. It's Doonby caught again. No summoners available with the curtain call across the team. In goes everyone. Shockwave onto On, though, means they can't escape, and they don't quite have the damage. Bin now in the middle of the action as SOFM's on the front line. There we go. Humpfunk finishes Nuguri. And now a little bit more as LWX has to cleanse away from that deadly flourish. 4v4 here, and Suning wanted to finish the tower. They want to push more. SOFM's gone too deep. Does not have his flash. And I don't know what he expected.
Yeah, a little bit too deep there. I think feeling a bit hypey off the back of that play. Ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of FPX. And I think the difference there was they got on top of Doonby, but the follow-up wasn't able to come through. A lot of bodies blocking. And as a result, Doonby just able to kite away in that one.
And the thing is, when you look at this composition from Suning right now, they really don't have that much upfront damage. You've got, obviously, the Zinzao can go in and blow someone up right at the start, but Angel doesn't offer much damage to follow up. Bin does if he can get in, but felt like everyone was out of range.
Yeah, so we see here the engage comes in. SPFM's nowhere near. The curtain call can't actually connect onto the Orianna other than this one shot there. The Jace has to kite away because of the chains of corruption. So they do re-engage here and find Nuguri, but again, Doonby survives, and we see many members of FPX backing with low health bars. But then here, you're not going to be able to get a tower. They're able to cut through the Herald, and SOFM just doesn't group up with this team. There's no reason to go in this direction. You're not supported by your teammates. It seems like a little tiny lapse in communication just cost him his life there.
Yeah, really tough one from the side of SOFM. He goes a bit too deep. He wanted a bit more. And this is the thing, right? When we look at LPL teams, when we look at top junglers in LPL, often they get rewarded for pushing that a little bit further, from trying to get a little bit more value out of every single play. This time, FPX read it, though, and punish him. And actually, we're talking a lot about Suning because it feels like they're being more proactive in these fights. But in the grand scheme of things, it's FPX that are leading the charge right now. 1,500 gold lead so far. And a lot of that is in the pocket of Doonby, right? It's in the pocket of LWX, and that is the perfect place for it to be for FPX.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, is that tower take for LWX has given him that advantage. And again, he has those cheap lethality items. He's got the mana immune that's stacking up pretty close to being finished. He has the Serpent's Fang, which is a very high value item in this game. We often see it picked up simply because the stats alone are good. But you're against a Lulu, right? You're against SOFM, who's probably going to be building a Sterak's at some point in this game. Does have a lot that he can offer in this situation, especially even the Locket coming out from on, which you're going to see. Now, the Dragon's prioritized here by FPX. They're able to pick up the second with the Cloud Drake. In return, Suning are threatening this tower and might actually just take it, but FPX looking for the engage of the back of this, I feel.
We could have a 5v5. Tower goes down here. Been the engaged target. Wildgrowth to keep him alive. On the front line as in goes SOFM. The Solar Flare on 3 from On. And he really is on today. It's a great bit of damage on to Tian on the outward side of the play. Suning managed to get themselves a tier 2 and get away with it.
Yeah, I know. As you said, Ong is just on point today. Honestly, feels like every Solar Flare is stunning. Not just connecting, landing the stun. And there, a 3-man stun is not an easy feat. There's a lot of times where you see the ult slow people down. And again, it doesn't mean that they just dominate the fight, but it means Suning are able to back away from that one safely after taking that tier 2 mid. And sure, FPX got that one dragon, but you've lost so much pressure. Now, we can see Suning lean into those side lanes because they feel a little bit isolated with the mid tower. All we need to see from Suning is push up mid lane, use that priority to sort of lean into your side lanes there. What I actually see here is Bin has pushed in this bot lane, and he's going to reset. What I expect to happen is he'll head up towards the top side. He doesn't need to be bot anytime soon, and they can play through the top and mid lane as a 5-man unit. We don't need to see Bin show up yet, because obviously he can rotate down towards the bot lane to cover if he needs, but just his presence there is valuable. And LWX, not the fat finger you want, honestly. Not ideal.
And especially against this composition, that is extremely not ideal. Like, when SOFM jumps onto your face, LWX, you want to have that flash available, and he doesn't. That is a scary place to be. Does still have the cleanse, but now that is both FPX carries with no flashes. Don't be no summoner at all. LWX only the cleanse. And this is a composition from Suning every single fight we've seen started off of a carry getting picked. Now a TP comes through into this mid lane. The flash immediately as well. There was Angel arriving on the scene. Crisp. Bit of CC and gets out. Now SOFM onto the backline. LWX, he doesn't have a flash, and he is punished heavily. Tian now the target as he's slowed, but SOFM looking towards the mid lane instead.
And that's the punishment. They don't know that he doesn't have the flash, but they find the window to get on top of him. There's nothing you can do against SOFM and the Xin Zhao when he's being buffed by a Lulu. Kind of just immortal at this point, and now they're actually baiting around the Baron. But look at this flank angle from SOFM. He wants them to push forward. He's looking for Doomby on this Orianna. They will start it up just to bait them in.
He's going in. He's just going for the 1v4 here. Does have his ulti to keep himself alive. The rest of the team following up. There's a beautiful route from Wonfong, but the rest of the team can't close the gap. Suning looking for a window, but FPX survived it.
Yeah, I think they were hoping FPX would push forwards a bit more, but the blue trinket came out. They saw the Baron wasn't that low, and also they saw SOFM wasn't there, and they started to think some shenanigans were afoot. They're able to back away, but I love the proactivity and the imagination from Suning to look for these sort of plays. The jungler not even being in the pit and looking for the flank angle. It doesn't end up panning out, but they are constantly pressing for these opportunities.
And you know, people always ask me, why Suning? Why do I like Suning? Of all of the teams, why is it this one? And it's games like this. These are the reasons. Because they're so creative. They play so differently to every other team. I love the teams that have their own unique style. And FPX also fall in that category. It's Crisp. Barely slides out with his life there. But SOFM could look for a little more. On just narrowly misses the Zenith Blade on that one. And Suning will have to retreat. Once again, look at Nuguri on the minimap, though, pushing in the bottom side.
Yeah, Bin needs to go answer that, and that frees up a window for Nuguri to move and then be with his team on the map and offer that pressure. And you can see that's why kind of Suning back away. They know that Jace is kind of going to be tied up for the next 15, 30 seconds dealing with that wave. They want to be a little bit cautious around that. And you know what, Joe? Thinking about what you said about Suning, you know the other reason? It's because of the mascot. It's because of the logo, right? Cute lion. You can't deny it. I know how you are. It is cute.
It is very cute. Doing B is on a ward here. Will walk away. I wasn't sure if he was going to overextend, but he spotted the ward, and he's fine on this one. And Suning, you can feel how badly they want to play around this Baron, right? They've been sat on the top side of the map for like the last 5 minutes, but the next Drake is coming up in 30 seconds. And I do wonder if we will see a shift in priority from both teams.
Yeah, I think this might be the last attempt to play to the top side. You see once more, Bin pushes in the bot lane. It causes Nuguri to have to respond to this, and then he moves up to the other side of the map. He doesn't even show up, by the way. He can't even be seen by FPX. But just because they know that Nuguri is tied up in the bot lane right now, and they don't know where Bin is, they have to respect that and allow Suning to go a bit more aggressive. And then without even showing up, Bin's going to move back down and cover this wave. FPX are looking to start this dragon up early, and Suning aren't really in position to contest it, but honestly, neither are FPX. It's kind of just an impromptu start.
Yeah, I've seen SOFM take these 2v1s before, but with Doomby TPing into the play. That is going to be FPX grabbing themselves Soul Point. And, you know, that is the second objective this game that we have seen where Suning essentially don't contest whatsoever. They don't trade on the other side of the map. They just allow FPX to get it. We saw it with the first Herald of the game. Now we're seeing it with the fourth Drake.
And you know what? I kind of wonder, would they have still done that and just not prioritized it as much if that had been a different dragon? If that had been an Infernal, right? I feel like maybe we would have seen a bit more priority on it. Hard to say, but it did definitely feel like Suning didn't really set up for that one, didn't really get in a position to do anything with the time. Kinda just went, okay, well, I guess you guys get it, we're a bit late on the play. And again, it puts FPX on the Soul Point. It's something to play for now. They are hunting here for LWX. Intercruption comes out.
Has to use his ulti to keep himself safe from the Varus damage. Now the follow-up as Nuguri flies into the side of the play here. Wild Growth onto to keep him alive. Shockwave only onto one. As Doombe's actually caught, they turn it around, but they just get blown up. FPX, the giant meatball of stats right now as they charge forward at Hwampong. I hope you like Italian food, buddy. As he flashes away, but Tien flashes after him. The stun comes in, and down he goes. Why the long pause? Because he's a bear right there. Nuguri charging in as well. Angel and Bin trying to escape the solo laners from Suning, the last two onto the map, and Baron will be started by FPX, but Bin isn't done just yet. Crisp forced out of the play here. Health bars are pretty low on FPX, and maybe Angel and Bin can at least stop the Baron from being taken down. Another couple of shock blasts will do a lot of work as Nuguri low on HP. An auto goes in, a shock blast goes into the backline. LWX is there. Bin flushes into the play. The Baron is taken and Bin goes down.
So
nobody dies from FPX.
It's an absolute disaster for Suning. They once again look for that aggressive play, but FPX are ready to respond. Nocturne in position to fly in, and they make a critical error that costs them massively. They lose the Baron. They don't get a single member. And we can see from this replay that, you know, Nuguri's in position to assist with this. He doesn't need to be bot lane anymore. They're playing aggressive here without the assistance of their Jace. And remember, the Nocturne has that much higher range, so they start the fight off. The Nocturne just flies in, and instantly it just feels like they're going to lose on. We've already had the ult used from SFM, so he's down. And with those two members deleted at the start of the fight, there's just no way they can continue this. The chase comes out from Tian, and Hwampong just can't do anything to get away now. With the Baron in hand, with a 3k goal lead, we're finally seeing some real momentum built up for FPX.
And you see On go on to Doom B. You see SOFM follow up, and it's like, oh, hang on, another solo fly. 3-man shockwave from Doom B though, and in go everyone from FPX. SOFM is alone as Nuguri is dived onto the backline by himself and takes a 3v1. FPX have gone from 0 to 100 in this game, and they might just take the base.
And we kept praising the solar flares from Ong, and sure, they're great, but it's very different when you land in those 3-man solar flares or a massive shockwave from Drumby, and Suning are just getting obliterated now. It feels like just the momentum's hit, and there isn't even an opportunity to breathe. It's once again top and mid for Suning to defend. 5 members strong of FPX, and they're looking for the end.
Tian difference in this game as FPX take game number 1. Suning will have one last ditch fight, but it cannot happen. And FPX take down the Nexus and show Suning that they cannot be out Team 4.
It just feels like it hits a point and the momentum just goes insane. Like, if you blink, you'll miss it. The game just went, as you said, from 0 to 100 in an instant, and it felt like Suning couldn't even regain control. It's like they made that mistake on the top side. Boom, it's Baron. Boom, it's another fight. Boom, the game's over. And it's just like instant repetition. It really felt like, you know, they had a decent control of the game in the early stages. They didn't maybe have as much momentum or like proactivity as I would have liked. I feel like with the Lulusians out, you could have done a bit more, but it felt like they were in it. They had that good fight around Dragon, and then the second they just take their hands off the wheel, it's out of their control. And I mean, look at the goal graph.
Yeah,
it's just
that goal graph is insane.
It's like it's back and forth, and then look at the massive downward sort of. It's crazy.
If you look at this goal graph, it's like you're looking at an X-ray of the ocean floor, right? And it's kind of bumpy up and down, then boom, Mariana Trench, and that's the goal difference at the end for FPX, winning 2 fights back to back. And the thing is, a lot of this to me felt like the AD carry pick, this Jhin, just couldn't do anything in most of these fights. You see him ulting when Doom B gets ulted, gets stunned up, whatever. And Huanfeng just has 4 shots that all hit Tian, and Tian has basically got a minor itch on his back, and that's about all the damage it does.
Yeah, I think the problem with the Jhin here is Nuguri is such a massive threat to you, right? You can't position safely against him. Jhin isn't the best at killing like bulky front lines. He's better at hitting squishy targets. There was a lot of bulk on that team. And, you know, you're also going up against the Varus, who can just snipe you from a long distance, you know? If you're playing like something like the Jinx, you can shred those bruises a lot more. You get the reset, you can start pushing forwards. But it kind of just felt like, as you said, pops the ult, fires, nothing really comes from it. And in the meantime, you saw the damage LWX was doing on this Varus. He fires 1 piercing arrow over the enemy team. He's doing more damage than the entire curtain call was.
Yeah, and we're getting to the point now where it feels like the bird is winning this one out against the lion. The Phoenix flying once again, 1-0. We're going to jump to a break, and then we'll find out what Suning have left up their sleeves after this.
Not in lane. So with this priority, they can try and create skirmishes, they can try and create dives, and I think they're going to do that.
Oh my goodness, this is the party you're looking for. LNG's early proactivity coming alive here. Ale already got 1. LP looking to go down. No, he doesn't! And he gets the kill! That's huge. You get a double at least for the top laner. Ale's getting reset. They might look for a third as they're all still down here.
RNG are continuing to play towards that bottom side for Xiaohu. That's how they're splitting it up. Forgetting about the top lane for the time being. Good hook, though.
Great hook, as they're going to go in with the quickness and the grand entrance. There's a lot of damage on Tomeko, and it's...
Has to flash away. Okay, now Knight has been spotted. He's on a control wall. Gumby's just going to move on over. Remember, sole point here for FPX as they get onto Knight. True shot barrage, but Knight jukes back through the jungle. He's buying space, he's buying time for the rest of the top esports. Nuguri, though, on the front line. He's going 1v3, the rest of the squad. Now to jump in as well. Yu Yanja low on HP. Jangalov still going strong, but no damage coming out. Carter falls. It's 2 for FPX as they manage to get themselves the Mountain Soul as well. Jin Tian goes down. Tian jumps on top of Jackie Love, and Knight has nothing in the canister. It's FPX to take the fight. Nuguri gets the first day quadra kill.
Just looking at items, he's double Leandry. He's almost identical items pretty much for Angel and Huanfeng on the Ziggs and Malzahar combination. On the other side, actually Everfrost for Yagao, we're seeing this a lot more from players in the LPL. They're using it as more of a utility setup to try and catch out a prime target. And speaking of catching out a prime target, it's Zoom who gets hit by the Sonic Wave, and they will get themselves the refresh. And oh!
6 you are, doesn't matter.
All right, enough projected. Now Huanfeng, he's moving forward now, I think. There he is, he's behind it,
Okay.
but Angel, he's gonna... Angel is just around. He's the guard dog.
Angel,
He spots it.
Oh, he's going for the source and he flashes immediately. Angel matches as well, looking forward, trying to end the game. But there's still an Elder buff there. But into the pit, Betty's joined too. Suning are outnumbered. The Nexus getting hit down. The heroic entrance. Betty needs to hit it.
我觉得像比赛对阵方 pass， 我觉得我们的英雄池是要比他们深的。我觉得我们要在 PVP 上面就要处理的比较好，然后就会在我们游戏中取得优势。我觉得面对方 pass 的时候，我觉得最重要是注意他们中 F 的节奏，然后好好的跟他们打中 F 就好了。
It's good to see that said by Bin in the interview, because it does feel like that was the focus coming into game number 1. It was all about getting out of that bot lane and matching what was happening on the top side of the map. But we did also see Huanfeng punished in the early game because of that exact fact. I'm Munchables, I'm joined by Orcs as we head towards game number 2. And straight off the bat, let's jump into our MVP here. It was TN. We all knew it was going to be TN. His Volibear was absolutely massive, taking over the game, leading the charge, and being this big, beefy front line that his team needed.
Yeah, and I mean, that was one of the things, is there's a bit of a concern. You're going up against Lulu and Zhao, that's a super powerful combo in the mid-jungle, and they kind of just managed to skate it for the most part. Didn't really interact with them much, and then when it came to the later game stages, was capable of finding those opportunities to punish. Like this one, this is the big one, finding that engage window, and just knowing to pull the trigger, having the team there to follow up. And I think the patience from FPX really paid off for them here.
And it was fights like this where it felt like Suning had pushed a little bit too far, right? They try and get their combo off onto DMB, but realistically, they're getting picked apart, and Tian's able to just finish the job off. And even though they got on DMB, Tian just blocks everything, as does Crisp, CCing everyone up. And this fight, again, feels like On is making the right play, trying to do things. DMB just ruins it, and then Tian jumps in the middle of everyone.
Yeah, I mean, the solo flares were so good, and On was just being so proactive, but at the end of the day, the follow-up just wasn't there. And things like the Nocturne, just things like the Volibear as well. You can always dive a turret. You always have that Nocturne who can fly in from a pretty long distance and make things difficult. I feel like it just meant that FPX had the tools. Whenever there was a mistake coming out from Suning, there was FPX there to capitalize and punish. And we saw just the pace of that game, the quick momentum we found. It just felt like it instantly accelerated off the back of that mistake on the top side.
Yep. Bit of a tough one here for Suning. Bit of a tough loss after that early game, because it did feel like Suning were in charge. It did feel like Suning were the ones setting the pace of the game around the mid game, right? And then they over-push in that top side. They lose Baron off of it. Bin almost makes the hero play, like 4 people on 10 HP, and he goes down. And FPX get that Baron. And off that point, there was no coming back from Suning. So it does feel like this was a game that was decided in 1 or 2 very brief moments in the mid game. And if Suning can just tidy things up a little bit, these are winnable games. But we have to return to the draft here, Orcs, because again, I don't think the Jhin pick really worked out here. I actually think Huanfeng, mechanically, in terms of what he was doing, looked good on the Jhin. I just don't think the Jhin was a pick that worked out in the draft. So I'm hoping for a bit of a change up in what we see out of that bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I think as well, Varus is just, it's so hard to deal with because it outranges, obviously Jhin has the long range ultimate, but it's so easily body blocked, and the damage from the piercing arrow will chunk anyone irrespective. It just feels like the effective range of the Varus is so high, it really limits what you can pick into it. And I like the fact that FPX prioritized that. We are seeing a side swap, so maybe a bit that's going to guarantee a change up at least.
Kali, Ziggs, and Camille banned away by FPX. Suning gonna go with the Viego, the Nocturne, and then removing away that Volibear from Tian. And I respect that. And also, just a quick shout out to Tian. It is his birthday tomorrow, so feeling good to see him get an MVP the day before his birthday. He's firing on all cylinders, and it looks like he's gonna get the first pick as well.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to take the Xin Zhao here. Again, this has been heavily prioritized. In the first rotation of bans often been left open, but a quick response from Suning. They take the Lee Sin with that flex and the Gwen. And it looks like FPX may well prioritize the Varus once more, which I completely agree with. but I feel like Suning may end up having some better tools to potentially deal with it. The effectiveness of the arrow kind of limited into a Gwen, and also the Lee Sin good at finding those angles to approach, find the flanks, find the kicks. We'll see if they want to lock that one in.
FPX have to decide what they want to go for in the bottom lane here. Or they don't have to, but it looks like that they're going to. Is the Varus being the hover here? And you could go with something like your support to go for your support jungle duo, get your bot lane locked in as well. Or you could go for something priority in one of these solo lanes.
I think for FPX, I'd want to see a solo laner just because you know you're going up against the Gwen. The Jace really works because it's flexible and you know you're going to have a solid laning phase. So locking that in feels pretty good. I think Suning, you kind of, I think take the AD carry here. I think one of the issues with the Jhin was the fact that the pool got thinned before you had an opportunity to pick. So I think I would rate taking your AD carry option now before the opportunity comes in from FPX. And then you kind of roughly even in terms of the lanes you picked up. Obviously the Gwen and the Jace are flexible ones, but instead they opt to go for that Twisted Fate. So looking for that map pressure from Angel. He's had some really strong performances on this before, able to play the map very intelligently, but it does mean FPX will once again probably be targeting the AD carries with their bans. And Suning, I guess you can kind of thin the options in the mid lane for Doomby. Maybe you could get rid of the Orianna, something that does decently well into the TF, but actually going to target the Galio first as something that can match the roams. Silas could even actually be an okay ban here, just for the fact that we often see that matchup because he can steal the ultimate for the Twisted Fate and match. See if they end up going with that.
Yeah, we'll see what the ban is from Suning. It could be banning away the mid lane Galio, could be banning away the support Galio as well if they want to go for an aggressive bot lane or something to try and punish this Varus, go for dives on the bottom side. But when you see the Gwen in the top lane, exactly. When you see the Gwen alongside like a TF and a Lee Sin, you expect Suning to play towards the top side, right? Try and set Bin up as the carry. This Silas you predicted will be banned.
Yeah, and then they go for the Thresh, which, you know, we didn't see too much priority than last time. But I think the thing with the Thresh is it frees up a lot of AD carries you can pick. Things like Aphelios, when they have the Thresh with them, are a lot more sustainable. You kind of feel like it has to be that AD carry pick coming out here for Suning. Unless they have a support they have particular priority on, they could take that now. If they wanted the Leona specifically, with the Thresh down, it could be good. Looks like they might end up leaning into the Rakan. So a safe laner, but doesn't have the most pressure. So we'll see what FPX want to do in return. They could pick a longer range support to harass. They could just go for something like the Leona. They have a bit of choice in that regard.
Yeah, I think Suning are going for Ezreal, aren't they? They've got the Rakan. We know Huanfeng loves Ezreal. He always plays Ezreal when he can. And it feels like it would be that safe bot laner for the side of Suning. But for FPX, they want an engage tool by the looks of things, and it will be the Rel for Crisp. And now they have to decide on what does Doonby take in this mid lane. The Silas, the Galio removed, but he could go for something like a Kled.
Could definitely bring that out here. Would obviously threaten the TF quite heavily. I think Orianna, if you're playing the safe game, makes sense. It does decently well into the Twisted Fate and contest priority, but see what he's toying with. The Rise was banned away in the last draft, and obviously can, to an extent, match that global pressure. Could have contested priority. That one will get picked up. And Suning, the problem with this AD carry option is, like, it's not just that Varus is frustrated to deal with on later stages. It's also the fact that he's got such a long range. It's very difficult to... Sorry, he has a long range in the later stages, but in the laning phase, he has such a powerful lane. A lot of champions just get pressured by it, and they are going to take the Jhin here. Now, I think this is better here than it was before, because before, the problem was there was, you know, you just hitting the front line. There was just too much bulk. You look at this FPX lineup, it's only really Tian who can soak ultimates, and that's kind of when he's got his Crescent Guard up. Everyone else, you're going to be doing a fair amount of damage for. There's squish your targets, and I do prefer the Jhin against squish your targets. I'm still not super sold on it, but I think it's definitely better here than it was in that game one. And as you said, Huanfeng was playing the Jhin mechanically well. It was really the setup that wasn't there for him to succeed.
So we'll see if the setup is different this time. Well, the setup is different this time around. Let's see if they can execute the setup better this time around on the side of Suning. Angel on this Twisted Fate. I keep on talking about how Angel's an underrated mid laner. Well, we need to see it here in this game because they are 1-0 down against FPX. And this is a team that if you could beat, if you could upset FPX, you would prove that you're a team to contend with when it comes to playoffs. But if it's a 2-0, the story might be a little bit different. FPX, though, never a team you can ever quite count out. And it does feel like they have a lot of tools to snowball the game in their favor.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, I look towards that Brawl in the bot lane. I look towards the Varus. That's a threatening lane, especially post 6. You know, the Rakan is safe as a pick, but the Jhin less so. And we saw, you know, Huang Fong, we saw Ong very much leaving him alone, isolated, and he played pretty safe, but it came to a point where FPX just forced. They managed to find that dive. Could see a similar fate here. And I feel like, you know, there's good tools on the side of Suning, but FPX have kind of matched the Twisted Fate with that global pressure. It's going to be matched by the Prio contest of the Rise and his Realm Warp to assist in the side lanes. So I feel like it's pretty even overall, but I'm kind of edging towards FPX with what they have. And I think, you know, I'm looking towards that top lane. Jace against Gwen. Either of these two snowball, it can be pretty disastrous for the opposing side.
And I want to mention what happened in the World Championship final between these two players, because sure, Gwen wasn't the champion that existed at the time, but the one time we saw a carry come out from Nuguri, it was actually a pretty one-sided lane in favor of Nuguri because Canyon got involved, because Showmaker got involved. They were able to get this Kennen ahead, and then in the team fights, Nuguri was able to just take over the game. Whether or not that can happen, though, in this kind of setup is going to be a different question, because Dumpy does have the potential to roam. There is plenty of potential to be able to dive onto that Gwen in the top side, but whether or not Nuguri wins that early laning phase is a different question.
Yeah, and I think he should have the pressure in the early levels. But again, we saw such a slow early game last game. You know, they had these high agency junglers, but just didn't see too much proactivity from them. And, you know, wonder if we'll have a little bit different here, if they'll look for those gank opportunities. I feel like it was kind of, you know, we saw those pressure coming in invades, contesting for camps, contesting for objectives, but neither team felt comfortable to kind of bank on, you know, going for an aggressive play that might backfire, you know, committing to a gank that might end up being punished. And we do see once again, FPX looking for that ward at the Raptor camp. We can see, pretty heavy engaged.
Nice sidestep there, and they're going on towards LWX, turning towards Crisp instead as the fourth shot comes through. That means the trade pretty handedly won by Suning.
Yeah, I mean, managing to dodge away from that one, but it is going to be the level 2 hit first by FPX, so they have to back away and be careful. Just respect this. But as I was saying, we do see that ward placed down by Doomby onto the Raptor camp, so they now have vision of SOFM. They'll have a timer on the respawn of these Raptors, so going to be around sort of 4:55 when this camp respawns.
Look at this efficiency. Tell you what, there's not going to be any... Oh, no. I had
you
to
lost all that
curse it.
efficiency.
I was literally about to say there's not going to be any competitions in the Chinese community for speed efficiency on the Lee Sin clear when it comes to SOFM, but one of the chickens resets. I think he's still fine. He's still probably on track. But both junglers, for the first time today, pathing to the same side of the map. Nuguri has priority right now as the scuttle will spawn in 10 seconds. We could still see a bit of a scrap.
Yeah, I think, honestly, Tiannis takes this because Doomby's got priority, Nuguri's got priority. It would be suicide if SOFM tried to contest this in the jungle, so it's a pretty big advantage. And we actually see Doomby move down to the bot side. Doesn't have a ward up and available yet, but they are very much wanting to deny this scuttle. You see the bot lanes moved as well. This is triple prio lanes for FPX, serving them really well in this regard. And they are just going to clean this one up. So SOFM will not get a scuttle crab in this first clear. And now his entire jungle's down, right? What can he do other than gank Nuguri? That's the only option he has at this moment. And Tian knows that. He knows there's nowhere else the Lee Sin can be. So he's ready to match.
2v2. Tian has been spotted on a ward from SOFM, and SOFM knows that this cannot happen anymore. Jumps over to Bin. They part the seed to dodge the accelerated shock blast, and nothing will happen in the end. I'm not sure if SOFM managed to get out of Baron Pit without getting spotted by the Scuttle Crab there or not, but regardless, very well answered by FPX. Double Scuttle comes through. The players answered on the top side. Flawless early game.
Yeah, and, you know, denying that scuttle, getting that advantage, allowing Nuguri to shove in and then get the reset. Well, he didn't actually look for the reset there, but was able to reset the wave. These are all positive things that FPX get that on paper, they don't look like a massive amount. It's not like you suddenly saw, you know, Nuguri getting a pentakill or something at level 4, but it's still these little advantages that build up over time and then amount to something more.
Yeah, and I mean, that is the nature of FPX almost always, is building up these incremental advantages until you've got yourself into a position where a dive can happen, where a play around Dragon or around Baron can happen. And then those incremental advantages are exposed so beautifully by the mechanical skill on these players, by the outplay potential that you have across this entire roster. And, you know, there was a lot of questions around Nuguri joining this squad when he was first picked up as Bin. Guess his recall cancelled. That is really unfortunate for him. But, you know, we had Khan on this roster last year, right? And everyone was excited for Khan. It's a carry top laner. Let's see what he can do on FPX. Really didn't work out. And then Nuguri comes over and it's like, well, Nuguri known as quite often a carry top laner as well, but he can play the tanks. He's a bit more well-rounded, and people weren't sure whether it would be the answer. And sure, he definitely has had some rough series across the year, but in the grand scheme of things, I think it's been a huge upgrade for FPX. I think that's pretty unarguable, to the point where Nuguri has been one of the best top laners in the entire league this split now. And it feels like this is a very well-rounded version of FPX where they can carry through any single lane. That's such a valuable toolkit to have.
And I think it's so important, especially when we look at the diversity of the different teams in the league. But I'm going to hold that thought. It's like we could be setting up for a dive, although I think TN may be just backing off on this one. But yeah, especially when you look at teams like EDG, sorry, not EDG, RNG with Xiaohu in the top lane. You know, that is a team where you want to be able to, you know, potentially either have a top lane you can play safe or one you can play through to contest that. You look at teams like EDG who have a super strong bot lane. Having that versatility in your roster, being able to play through multiple lanes, having reliable carries across the board, it gives you more flexibility that's going to help when you're playing against all the different teams we have in the LPL. It's a big league, there's a lot of teams, and having that flexibility is very valuable.
And I think it's also, it's incredibly important to be flexible across metas, right? Because what we often see in the LPL is the teams with a very distinctive style do the best because the meta comes their way and suddenly they can take over. And, you know, it's not always the case, but quite often the way that LPL teams succeed. And it feels like FPX right now, the meta, certainly suiting this heavy roam style from the mid lane and these playmaking junglers. But at the end of the day, if it ends up being an AD carry meta, I believe that LWX can step up to the plate. If it ends up being a top carry meta, I believe that Nuguri can step up to the plate. It does feel like this is a team that is one of the most well-rounded versions of FPX. Well, probably the most well-rounded version of FPX we've ever seen. And now Nuguri and Bin in a 1v1. TP from Angel, and Doonb is here to answer, but he's going to get gold carded and snipped on through. Doonb is almost just removed immediately. Bin's in trouble, flashes away, dodges the shock blast. Nuguri goes down, and the 2v2 goes to Angel and Bin.
I mean, Angel's able to get there first, and then you see Nuguri, he's not able to walk back up again on that low HP, backs away, and then Doonb almost gets popped instantly as he arrives. This is the point of the Rise pick. You want to be able to match that Twisted Fate, and you know it's the correct decision in theory from the side of FPX, but they just aren't able to hold up against Bin and Angel. They lose out that kill, they burn both their flashes and that TP down from Doonb, so just a massive win for Suning there.
Beautifully done. Tian, in the meantime, is going to start off this Rift Herald. Now, that ward is not in range of the control ward. So SOFM has full information right here. Bin is skipping on over. Angel 2. With ultimates down, it might be a little bit dicey. SOFM could just go for a steal. Sonic Wave goes in. Eye of the Herald is there, but Tian has no fear. Just going to drop the ulti and finish that one off in the end.
Yeah, I thought that maybe he was trying to have used the ulti to like interrupt the Lee Sin Q, but the timing just wasn't even. Yeah. Anyway, the ward in the rivers. Yeah, the ward in the rivers, really nice placement because obviously you want to put that control ward in the pit, clear any wards there. So actually a nice one to give them vision. Again, they don't really act on it. They aren't able to capitalize on it in time. So FPX will be able to pick up that Herald, and after that little mishap they had in the top lane, I think it's important to be able to try and pull up a bit of a lead. And it's a bit similar to game one, right? Where FPX are the one taking the objectives and Suning, I guess, are watching them take the objectives. We kind of had that a fair bit. And this first Herald's a bit of a repeat.
In terms of the gold difference in this first Herald, it is almost exactly the same as game number one. I distinctly remember saying, hey, look, Suning at 500 gold up, but there's a Herald for FPX. Where does Tian go with this Herald to even the gold difference? And well, we are in almost exactly that exact same situation. So TN, once again, where's he going to go with this Herald? By the looks of things, it's that top lane. Bin could be in serious trouble here because Doan B is roaming up as well. SOFM is like, all right,
there's no destiny.
I'm doing Drake. Good luck, Bin. You're on your own on this one, buddy. Gonna go for the needlework. Flash forward from Tien, and down will go Bin. Has a bit of sustain, but it's not going to be enough. And Tien grabs himself that kill. That will be Herald up towards the top side, and that should be first tower.
Yeah, and again, the timing's beautiful. Angel's Destiny has just come up this second, so there was no possible response to come in there. Bin was completely isolated. You have no flash, no way you're getting out on that one with the extended chase. They managed to get that tower in the top lane, a ton of gold for these carries, and now they can push for a second one. You do see the pings coming out now. Maybe Angel goes in with the ult. Bin can TP as well. I think that's going to be the play here, but they just back away. They'll defend the tier 2 in the top lane, but they're not getting anything off this. They're just mitigating the pressure from FPX, who've got that pretty significant advantage.
Angel does have Destiny if shenanigans should continue, but Huanfeng at least is trading plates on the bottom side, right? So 80 carry gold in trade for Nuguri getting a tower early on. Now that gold was spread across the whole team for FPX, so you could see an individual advantage for Nuguri, for Tian, and for Doan B in their respective lanes, although Doan B only about 50 gold up right now. Whereas Huanfeng will be ahead individually for Suning. So the gold just about even, but minor advantages spread out across these lanes.
Yeah, and something to bear in mind as well, with a Twisted Fate, the gold numbers are always a little bit askew just because of the fact that he gets a lot of extra gold from his passive. So as much as, you know, Angel's slightly ahead in this mid lane matchup, you have to kind of factor that in, that it's the kit giving that extra gold value, which you wouldn't see if it was a different champion. And obviously you can argue, well, he's still got the extra gold, but it's like, well, that's kind of part of his kit that's factored in with his strength. So, you know, gets a little bit hard to judge, but it's still a very close game at this point. That tower advantage does mean there's a longer lane. You can see Doanby, he's comfortable going up there because he can just essentially blow through the waves with his wave clear at this point. And at the moment, Nuguri's just in the bot lane trying to apply pressure. Obviously, on the Jace, you're pretty comfortable even going up against an 80 carry. You can just clear the wave from a distance.
I'm going to be clearing some vision here. Drake are not going to be up for another 3 minutes or so. You expect Herald to be the next objective that we see these two teams fighting over. But whether or not we actually see them fighting is the question, because certainly in game number 1, it was much more a game of trading across the map. But if that ends up being the case again, well, so far it definitely feels like FPX are the far better team at doing that objective trade. The Herald used beautifully, but Suning at least answering in terms of gold across the map here. Now, we only have a minute and a half left on plate, and I do wonder if either team will try and make a significant play anywhere to garner some more of those plates, but right now it doesn't feel like it to me.
Yeah, the team's kind of just lining each other up. Not too much has come from this. LWX is getting some good poke on Huanfeng, though. This could actually lead to some pressure if he keeps getting chunked out. Gan has shown up here to clear out some vision, but again, it feels like you clear out some vision and you back away. And it's just been that slower pace in these games. Feels like both teams sort of eyeing each other up and waiting for this sort of advantage they can find without pushing too far. And we're probably just going to end up hitting 40 minutes and get no plates.
You know, since we're talking about a Phoenix here, it's worth mentioning that, you know, Harry Potter, The Order of the Phoenix, is the slowest book, like by a country mile. They spend so long in that book just camping and just waiting for things to happen. Although I may be getting the books confused. It is a while since I read them. But it makes sense that this is a bit of a slow one. But when the book kicks off later on into things, that's when it really pops off. And so I'm hoping that just like Harry Potter, we're going to have something magical coming our way, Orcs.
Wasn't it Deathly Hallows Part 1 where they were camping, right? You know, where they like left Hogwarts and they went camping around.
It's not Part 1 though, because it's one book. We're talking about the books, Orcs. But also, Order of the Phoenix is very slow in the early game as well. In the early game. Towards the start of the book.
Tell you what, Voldemort's late game was kind of weak, by the way.
Yeah. It's when Harry is caught. He's stuck in the house that used to be Sirius's house. And he's not allowed to leave because it's dangerous and all that stuff. And he's just like bored out of his mind.
That is Order of the Phoenix.
He's just like, when is something going to happen? That's kind of like the
yeah, and there's Creature, the house.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah.
The house elf.
House elf, that's it, yeah. I don't know why I was thinking house gnome, and I'm like, they're not gnomes.
Gnomes do exist in Harry Potter, though. Another mythical
but he
creature.
isn't a
Very
gnome,
exciting. Welcome, everyone, to the Orcs and Munchables Harry Potter podcast. We do have a bit of a flu powder coming out from Angel as he's trying to traverse the map here. But needs to be careful not to sneeze. Needs to very specifically say diagonally, or he's going to end up in Nocturne Alley, just like Harry did in book number 2.
Yeah, you see SFM, bit of Wingardium Leviosa, and we'll just grab that scuttle away from FPX. Do you see the dragon spawning on the bot side? You know, Hagrid nowhere to be seen.
Okay, let's... this is going too far now. I'm going to put an end to the Harry Potter references. As the Scuttle Crab will be taken by TN. And I'm resisting all urges to make another terrible joke here. Nuggery stopping yet another recall from Bin. I think that's like the 19th time that's happened this game. My concern, Orcs, the reason I'm stopping the Harry Potter jokes is I feel like you and I are English. Harry Potter is like a part of the culture here. Over in America and elsewhere in the world, it was just a set of films. So they're like the difference in level of reference is pretty dramatic.
Maybe, yeah, I get the difference in the references, but still, it was pretty popular everywhere, right?
That's true. There are theme parks, I guess. But anyway, Herald comes down. We saw a trade across the map. Dragon Fasooning Herald for FPX. And now they're going to slam that into the mid lane as it does a ranged charge. Okay. Wow, Heralds are evolving. The Void is becoming stronger. Maybe that'll be the next global event as the Void comes on in instead. It's going to be a tower. On is on the flank. Here's the TP. Angel's behind everyone as well. This is the moment for Fasooning, but he just gets rooted. On can't play the game. He has to back out the other side of the fight. Nuggery now the target, but it's on to go down first. Nuggery falls. Bin escaping with his life. Snip across the team as well. And Huanfeng can start to clean up. Doomb gets a root, but SOFM is in looking for the play. Sonic Wave goes in, dives the tower here. SOFM flashes over the wall after Doomb, finishes the kill, and Huanfeng finds LWX, and it's an ace for Suning.
What aggression coming out from Suning. They see FPX pushed up. They take the opportunity, and it was messy, don't get me wrong. Ong nearly getting blown up instantly off the back of that fight and shut down. But the rest of the team are there to follow up, and they keep pushing. They don't give any room to breathe. Look at Ong on this initial engage. So Doomb does a great job of rooting him, stopping the quickness. The Chains of Corruption comes in as well. Renders him useless, but the problem is they just used a ton of CC tools onto that Rakan, and the rest of the team start moving forwards. Bing gets a ton of value off his ultimate, and SOFM, Lee Sin in the mix of all these champions, able to tempest them all, and then they go for the chase here. The Sonic Wave connects, and they commit. And I mean, look at Huanfeng in this situation. Flashing forwards, Gale forcing forwards under the tower to kill LWX. This was a full team commit coming out from Suning.
On the bottom side of the map now. Quickness just on cooldown. Another like 10 seconds and he would have had quickness to make the play onto Nuggery there. Nuggery will get away with it for now. So Bin doesn't get himself another kill. Let's assess where the gold is across the map right now, because it is 1,000 in favor of Suning. When you look at the carries right now, Huanfeng, 1.5 items. Same story coming through for Angel as he looks towards... In fact, he's just finished his second item, Rapid Fire Cannon coming on through. But FPX finding a tempo advantage and getting themselves a tier 2 in the top side.
Yeah, we saw Suning lead bot side, but now they're in position to contest this. Look on.
Gold card comes on out. Here's the CC chain. Tien going to be locked up here, but it's on just removed once again. Tien jumps into the fray onto Angel, but he's gone too deep for this one. Flashes over the wall, but here comes the curtain call. Nuggery has found Huanfeng, but Gale Force keeps him safe. 1-for-1 here, support for jungler, and now the re-engage. Angel on the front line. Again, gold card comes through. Crisp going to be locked up. FPX are on the wrong side of this play, but it doesn't feel like Suning can punish them.
I think they just did a great job of kiting backwards. I think the critical thing when you don't have a flank in that situation, the Chains of Corruption has so much value, especially in that tight choke point where you can't really move to evade it. SOFM.
This play isn't over. Ooh. It is over. He gets away with it. Oh my days, that could not have been closer.
He was wearing his invisibility cloak there, Joe.
Got him. Nice. Oh dear. LWX manages to get away with it. He's got one of the Deathly Hallows. We'll see if he can collect the other two across the course of this game. I don't know where to go with that one, honestly. We got Baron coming up in under a minute. We got Dragon in a minute 15. It feels like the game pace is sped up.
Yeah, definitely feels like we have that slower early game. The mid game, we've been getting fights pretty consistently. The approach from Suning is they want to try and get on this back line. They want to try and get that access, and they can. The reason it's so effective if you're flanking is LWX's Chains of Corruptions can only go in one direction, right? Dornby, he wants everyone clumped together so he can get that big AoE combo, and they're just not allowing it to happen. But we do see Tian playing with fire a bit here.
Oh, good CC chain. That's going to be the ult coming through as well. Realm Warp out to safety. Everfrost keeps them at bay, and On just endlessly CC'd. He doesn't get to move at all in these fights. Beautifully done by FPX.
I think we might actually see him build a QSS in this game, honestly. He's got the null magic. These fights just feel unplayable for him. Every time he's getting locked down and then just goes almost instantly. It's really painful. Do you see them now starting up the Baron? Is a 5v4 on the map, but the ult comes down the Destiny. They have spotted them out here.
4v5 On not here just yet. The root comes in on Chris, but he still gets to go in anyway. Bin is just shredding the entire team. What was that, Bin? That was unbelievable. And Suning tear FPX apart. 4v5, they couldn't care less.
Bin goes huge with the triple kill. Manages to find the huge ultimate across the team fight, takes out Dornby, takes out Tian, and they're able to deliver. Things were very back and forth, but this is now a big lead for Suning and a Baron to boot. It was a 4v5, Joe, and they managed to come out ahead.
That is insane coming out from Suning, and Bin especially, so often the star player on this team. And when we get a replay, we'll take another look at the Gwen play here, because he just gets to shred through the entire backline of FPX.
It honestly feels like FPX were a little bit disrespectful in this situation, because they just didn't anticipate the damage. They go for this engage, and you watch as Bin is able to close the gap and get a bit closer, and then fires off the first ult, second ult, and then third ult just does so much damage. Follows up with the snip to take out Dornby, and it's like, right, fight is already over. You've lost 2 of your vital members. And FPX, they were trying to commit to that play, and they end up getting punished for it massively. There's a shutdown as well that went on a Bin. He is now monster fed. 3 items completed when everyone else is on 2, if that.
SOFM wants to try and go for this Drake, but he is totally alone right now. TP coming through from Bin behind the play. Can they steal the Drake away for themselves? Goes the way of FPX in the end. Now the fight ensuing. Angel has to use the Zhonya's Nuggery, getting chased down by Bin, who's in the back of the fight, causing mayhem, distracting, trying to take them down. Realm Warp out to safety, but it's LWX has been abandoned by the squad. The invisibility cloak doesn't do much more anymore. Crisp stuck in the pit and executed by Bin. 15-6, and it looks like Suning might just push us to 3.
I mean, they're looking good in this game. FPX, you know, they commit to the dragon, but it's third, right? You're behind in gold already. I think they try to sneak it and get out. Maybe the plan was use the Realm Warp, but they end up losing Nuggery in the fight, and they end up losing even more on the back end. And now, going to be slow. They're looking for the curtain call.
I don't know if Tian can even tank this. Yeah, tanks it for DoingB, but SOFM just goes in. 1Q might finish off DoingB if SOFM can land it, but Huanfeng can't follow up for now. Just going to use the Baron, take these towers. Bin in the bottom side, pushing. No one can really properly match him. Nuggery has to stay underneath the tower at this point. That's 2 tier 2s taken already off of this Baron, and Angel is up in the top lane. Suning are looking to take everything.
I mean, they're playing the map wide, and honestly, it feels like FPX, they can't even answer individual lanes. Bin is too strong. Level 15 now, massively ahead. Angel can apply that pressure in the side lane. Now, it does look like they're going to reset. They've still got a bit of time on Barons. So they want to use those Baron recalls, spend some of the gold they have. And I mean, you look across the items, and it's 3 completed items from Huanfeng with the crit cloak as well. He'll be doing so much damage. And Bin, you know, he's already completed 3 to Nuggery's 2, but he's picked up a needlessly large rod as well.
Yeah. And look at Angel right now. He delayed his recall to go do Scuttle Crab. Now he's moved to Chickens to clean those up. He's about to finish a Lich Bane when he does finally go for this recall. It was a good Realm Warp, but Crisp, in the edge of it, ended up still Realm Warping back into the pit. That is a little unfortunate for him. But SOFM, maybe going a bit greedy, but I guess not. Nobody can punish him.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty tanky at this point, has mobility, so just able to pick up those Raptors. We do see, as you said, that reset coming in for Angel, so he's got that Lich Bane. Essentially, Suning they're looking for windows here. They might have found Durenby. There's no way he gets out.
Oh, the timing. The timing was so close, but Durenby realm warps out to safety. It's going to be an ulti for an ulti between the mid laners here, and he gets out with his life. So Suning, unfortunately, does slow their pacing a little bit, because Destiny is a pretty long cooldown.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that was the windows they would be looking for right now. Can you catch someone out who's isolated on a rotation? Outside of that, you're not really going to be able to do too much else. You don't have the sieging power without Baron minions to take any turrets right now, especially as it's only that top lane tier 2. And it's 2 minutes on the Dragon and the Baron, so we're kind of leaning towards those as the play points.
So we've got a couple of minutes here, Orcs, before the next fight is likely to happen, or so you'd expect at least. What do you want to see from FPX? How do they claw this one back from the jaws of defeat? How do they make the miracle comeback happen? Is it possible?
What they've been able to do well is when they kite back effectively, they CC single targets and they just blow them up, right? You know, you have a lot of that power coming out from Durenby. You root someone, you have the Chains of Corruption, you just execute them with an arrow and you keep kiting backwards. I think the reason it becomes problematic is because when the fights become messy, LWX doesn't have any free time to really do anything. Durenby doesn't get too many casts off. And I think in those sort of scenarios, they can find a lot of value, but you need that backline to be able to kite back and stay protected. And it's been very hard to do so against Suning, but I think that's when things look best for them.
Suning setting up vision around this Baron. It's going to be the Cloud Drake and Baron spawning at exactly the same time here, almost about 6 seconds apart. So in the grand scheme of things, nobody cares about the Cloud Drake. Nobody's on Soul Point. Like, it's a Cloud Drake. Who cares? We're looking at the Baron here. It's very much going to be a play around that. But one thing that you have to say about FPX, they are one of the most intelligent teams when it comes to playing around the opponent's win conditions. FPX will know exactly what Suning are trying to do. Generally speaking, are good at being able to deny the picks that this Twist of Fate will be able to offer. The only question is that gold lead just too insurmountable? Because it feels like at this point, if you've got like Bin, SOFM, and literally anyone else, probably Angel, you could probably just 3v5.
Yeah, it's definitely rough. I think if someone squishy gets picked off from Suning, I mean, that's the thing you gotta think about, right? Is there are members on Suning who are gonna have, like, you know, around 9,000, 10,000 gold. If you take out one of them, then you're removing that gold advantage from the map. The problem is you end up committing so many resources to do so, it becomes difficult. It's an uphill battle by all means, but I don't think FPX are the sort of team to give up. And you do see Suning just quickly pick up that Dragon. There's some pings coming out from Suning on the Baron. They're still very afraid of like a Realm Warp rush, but for the time being, I think FPX just contesting some of this vision before backing off into their base once more.
I mean, the big thing about the state of the map right now is, oh, hang on, Tian, have you been caught, my friend? That is a big gold card. My lord, the damage that Angel is doing at this point. Tian down to half, having to use his ulti. And that is an opportunity now for Suning to just run at the Baron, right? The enemy jungler is completely chunked, doesn't have his ulti, just start this one off.
I mean, yeah, they assume he's going to have to reset, so they'll just start straight on it. And again, they are happy to take a fight off this. They don't necessarily need the Baron. They just want to potentially bait into a fight. The Angel's hovering around. The gold card does not too much damage to Chris, but we'll just chunk him out. And I think with this, Baron's just gone.
I love how you see the Realm Warp from Durenby at the pit there. And it's like, it's obviously to try and get vision. Maybe they could steal with a Shock Blast or something. But the idea that maybe they try and make the miracle play happen, there is no universe where you win that 5v5 at this point in the game for FPX. It is just not happening. That would be teleporting directly into the meat grinder.
I would respect the play, though, if they went for that one. Wouldn't be smart, but would be pretty wild.
It's essentially what Bin did on the Baron play last game.
Yeah, pretty much.
It flashes into 5 people, and it was so close, but he did get one shot.
We do see Bin. It's not the sorting hat to Rabadon's death cap that he's completed there, so a lot of damage from that Gwen. Seeing components being picked up for Angel and Huang Fong, but it's that GA for SOFM, and it's just really compounding the issue for FPX. The site advantage pretty significant. It's only really Durenby who's kind of a little bit on par with Angel with 3 completed. But, you know, I am still... And actually, I think Huang Fong just reset and picked up an Infinity Edge. So he's 4 items strong on this Jhin. His autos are going to do so much damage.
And just remember that, you know, you've got Angel there with his tarot cards, big on the divination, and we've seen through the books of Harry Potter that those that focus on divination often can see the future. So it feels like Suning know what's coming ahead.
That's the point of divination.
That's
literally the point of divination.
Well, the whole point of the whole books is that it's kind of a scam, right? Except occasionally. It's mostly just a scam, though. Tea leaves, whether they show you a picture of the Grim or not, are probably not the end of the world. I don't know what we're talking about anymore. Suning is so far ahead. This game is basically over, but it's such a slow one. They're struggling so hard to actually finish this one. But with the Baron, you expect they should be able to get some pressure. At very least, get the tier 2 on the top side.
Yeah, and I think they're doing a good job of playing this essentially 3-1-1 where Huang Fong is kind of feeling safe just to push the wave in. They have the support and jungle rotate up the Angel, crush this wave in, take this tower here. And now actually I believe they're going to have all 3 waves. No, sorry. Yeah, they have. I think they have a wave mid as well. It's going to crash in about a similar time. So FPX have to move up here and clear this wave. We'll see a wave coming mid. It was actually a bit slower. The wards on the map were baiting me. It's not the wards, it's traps. I see the traps.
Play from FPX. They want to catch Angel here. The flash forward. Angel locked up. There's the stun as well. And they managed to find one member of Suning. At what cost? Has Bin dives onto Nuguri. 1v1 under the tower in the base. Bin does not care. He wants revenge for the World's Finals. Now in the mid lane, the Inhib in trouble here. This is a 4v4 across the map. As Suning will take 2 Inhibs. Can they end the game? Are they willing to risk everything to end right now? The answer is no. They move up to the top side. They want themselves a 3rd Inhib.
Yeah, I think it's super risky to go for this again. Chains of Corruption, a lot of value if you push in or onto those Nexus towers instead. They want to apply that pressure on the top side. Does look like FPX are getting in position to contest this. I think they have to go for the fight.
On takes some damage here. They go engage onto On. It's not the greatest target though when the tower is down. Bin is just completely untouched. He can do what he wants in these fights. Tian can't do anything to him. Bin can just 1v5 at this point. And Swan Fong is like, you know what? Count him, baby. That's 2 shots going in as Tian does just get onto the fountain, but it doesn't matter because there's a needle and thread out and Bin is sewing up a storm right here. It's going to be FPX going down on the fountain. Angel locking everyone up with the Everfrost as Huang Fong gets himself a bonus little kill. 8-0 and 5 on the Jin. And that is game. That is 3 games now that we're going to as Suning even us up in the series.
And a convincing game. It felt like once more the slower paced early game, teams just testing the limit, even FPX having that little advantage with them picking up the Herald early, and then it felt like Suning found that great window to punish with the flank opportunities. I feel like that's been the story of today, is teams just being able to get on top of these backliners, causing massive issues for them, and the team who engages first tends to come out ahead. And on the back of that play, they managed to cement a pretty substantial lead and continue that pressure throughout this game.
Beautifully done here by Suning, and I have to say, even with that gold lead, I was a little nervous when they seemed to be stalling out. They didn't seem to be able to just push that last little bit forwards, and then FPX managed to find a pick on the top side, but Bin took things into his own hands. He sees everyone going top side, he's like, right, come here, Nuguri, I want a 1v1.
And yeah, I mean, he convincingly won it, and I honestly think had a great performance on this Gwen. I think kind of showed what this player can do when he's able to find that advantage. And it wasn't even like the team necessarily played massively for him. He just found these windows to accelerate a lead. He found that window in the fight around the river where he chained together the ultimates and just decimated Doinbi and Tian. Really well played for him, but I feel like the whole team stepped up. It was a better game for Jin from Huang Fong, and we saw the impact of that.
It was really an exceptional game on Jin for Huang Fong there, because I think, especially after game number 1, I was very critical of the Jin pick. And again, I said it at the end of game 1. I didn't think it was a Huang Fong issue. I thought it was a champion issue. But you said it at the end of the second draft that this was a much better setup for Jin. He had way better targets to select from. And I swear, Huang Fong doesn't miss a W. He doesn't miss an ult shot. Like, every single time, he is an absolute marksman on this champion. There's a reason it was everyone's favorite Huang Fong pick at the World Championship. And it continues to perform even when it's not really in the meta.
Yeah, and I think, you know, especially when the champion pool gets thinned a lot, which we've seen quite a few times in this series, where a lot of them are banned away, a lot of priority picks are gone. You're up against something like a Varus, which is kind of hard to deal with. The fact he's bringing this out and making it work is really cool to see.
It's beautiful to see, and It's a game for Suning, so it does mean we're going to 6 games today, Dan. We're going to jump into a break, then we'll see what this is going to finish out like. It's FPX versus Suning. You don't want to miss the climax.
这把阵容我起来，
他在 TP，
应该乱成4成，应该无脑冲你。没事，我裸那个副甲挺难死的。
裸副甲，
裸副甲是什么？能看一下我吗？
看一下中路，那挡不住，
挡不住，人太多。来，
我大了位置，
干了一，打人死，干了一，哎，
都杀光。
这人是不是
大龙？
还得你来开呀，杰克。还是得杰克开。原来杰克才是开团的死。你露头就开你。
有点变态这个。
只开你。
是。中间要不要直接加速喷他？我可以给你。
来，给，看你们。那个你不是那边。看。
看一下前天。
关灯了。没事，应该赢了。
赢了。
那还是得靠我开呀。
怎么只开？
只开水。来，冲！
来，我有大。
这波，等等，7秒 W。
好了，要不再来。
Go！ 救命！来点兄弟！来了！
给不到。一波吧。
拆了。我的肉身开台，真肉身。说实话，这把有点没玩到。
一波吧。
中了。
啊，来一波吧。
可以了。
收一个。来，
还有一个啊
！W 这里，哎呦，他不 W 吗？哎，别拆！
啊，真别搞！哎，原来你要他死。
下吧。
你要杀人。
下吧。不杀人，让他死的。
来，兄弟们，下野都是毒。
我动不了啊！妖姬一直多踢，完前面妖姬多踢怎么来啊？
不在了吗？下路
啊？怎么来？
不来，下野一直刷野，
有病哦！
中路一直多踢，盲僧还来抓我几次，我怎么动啊？
先下吧。
OK。
没事，下一把吧。
大家跟我联动不？我带你。给我指挥啊，小哥弟！
我求求你们两个真的千万不要来中路，我求求你们了。
我一定会来的。
离我远一点就是。
你放心，
真的，
我来帮你。
我们321，我喊321，小哥弟。
你喊321，我直接开团。
林伟翔，你离我远一点，真的，我不想看到你今天。
我会来帮你的，别怕。
先别来了，林伟翔，求求你。
我真的会来帮你的。你信我。
我不需要你。
起飞。
离我远一点。
我一定会来帮你的。
哎，真不需要，谢谢。
起飞。AD 没闪。
我别打。我要走。小心。我大阵没好，但是
跑，走，慢，走，能走就走。
哎，可惜，可惜，那个 AD 没闪，这里应该有眼。
哎呦，还可以。来，我逼了，别打，你小心。
我们 AD 上了没闪 ，AD 上打有闪，
能打吗？我可以打，
打也没打，慢点，打也没打。上单没闪，小伙，打也没打。
慢慢打。
nice， 起飞！
可以一波。
nice，
就这。
打到这里 ，OK，nice。
我也是100%胜利。
nice，
100%牛。
对，
打破了我们队伍的
1个。
Shooters on deck. All we do win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do win. I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy. I need to go. You cannot match the glow. I'm covered. I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice. Excel like POTUS. And I stay open. Hold up, let's get coders. Crep down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and a step like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep. We cut, we hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shoot Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it. Yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach. I cook like I'm frying up chicken and ain't no debate on the hood, man. They catch it. I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, but beating it. Yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, hot. Fresh out the skillet. Yeah, busy. I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy. I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG. It won't get you nothing but fake love and a whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man. We finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion. I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile, stiff arm you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you getting mobbed, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Bands rack it up, first of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, shots to the face. So rock with the Sprite, he might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cop shut us down, but we turn up anyway.
다음 경기 빈 선수랑 이제 라인전을 하게 되는데 지금 정글과 호흡도 굉장히 좋은 것 같고 지금 그냥 LPL에서 가장 뛰어난 탑 라이너라고 생각하고 있습니다. 수닝 같은 경우는 지금 좀 탑 정글의 캐리를 하는 게임을 좀 많이 지금 몰아서 하는 느낌이라서 그런 부분을 좀 잘 생각해야 될 것 같고 좀 그거에 대한 생각을 하다 보면 조금 대응책도 나오지 않을까라고 일단 생각을 하고 있습니다. 돌아가서 좀 경기를 보고 해야 될 것 같습니다.
Well, they've been watching the VODs, but Orcs, have they been reading the books? That is the question, because we're moving into the Prisoner of Azkaban here for game number 3. Orcs, I hope you like Dementors, because this series is definitely getting demented.
Yep, absolutely. And I just found it interesting they were talking about how Suning tend to get their advantages through the top jungle. They definitely got an advantage through top in that game on the back of Bin, who had a really good performance.
Yep, he's going to be our MVP, I think. I really don't think that's surprising to anyone, especially that mid-game fight in the river where he literally just ran at them and just annihilated the entire team by himself. It was beautiful. The damage percent is pretty insane. 36% of the team's damage as a top laner is off the charts, man.
Yeah, I mean, just so well played. And the thing is as well is he didn't have like a massive advantage in the laner phase. He kind of found those windows for himself. Obviously, there was this scenario where they try to make a play on him and he's able to turn it around with some nifty footwork. But just felt like in these moments in the team fights, he's able to get really good target selection and just pick off the critical targets and get massive value with their ultimate firing across multiple members.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming out from Bin across the course of this game. And I think one thing that has to be said is that it feels like Suning are just so decisive now. Like, there were certainly moments where I wanted to see them being more proactive, but this fight especially, Bin just knows he has the damage. They trust themselves, they trust in their mechanics, they trust in their knowledge of the game, and just take over. It's so beautiful to witness.
Yeah, and I think this level of play, this confidence for the team to go for these aggressive plays against FPX as well, are really what we need to see in this game 3 if they want to close this series out with a win. Fully expect FPX to put up a strong contest in this one. Obviously, you know, this team has been really on point so far this season. This would be a massive upset for Suning to take this one.
Certainly would. We're going to jump into picks and bans, though, and get into game number 3. We've gone to all 6 games here today, Dan. Just quick shout out as well to Orcs, because he's filling in today. It was meant to be Lyric on the schedule. Orcs has dropped everything for the day at the drop of a hat and come and helped out. So big shout out to Orcs. Give him some love in the chat. It's going to be Viego and Nocturne banned away here by Suning, and Camille and Ziggs answered by FPX.
Yeah, and FPX have kind of been banning the same three picks like throughout the entire series. Hasn't been too much of a change up in that regard. So expect to see them just going for the Akali as their 3rd ban off the back of this. But Viego and Nocturne, see what Suning want to round out with in terms of their bans. And they will actually take away that Varus from LWX, something he's had a lot of impact on like throughout the series. And I kind of respect it. It's hard to match up into, and as much as we saw the Ziggs working, makes it a lot easier if it's just completely off the cards.
Yeah, I mean, this Camille has been banned against Bin like pretty much every single series that I've seen recently. It feels like you just can't allow Bin to have it. When we do see Bin on the Camille, he takes over the entire game. It is terrifying to see. He's got the Gwen this time. He loves any champion to do with scissors. Camille scissor legs, Gwen with the actual scissors. Feels like Bin can take over. And the Lee Sin, it feels like maybe has to be a priority for FPX here, because can you really afford to go against SOFM on the Lee Sin when Bin has the Gwen? I'm not sure you can.
Well, actually, they've opted to go for the Aphelios here. Something that wasn't as highly prioritized through the series, and maybe they're thinking about the dive threats that are coming through and the effectiveness it can have. You could see Thresh come in here on this rotation as well if you want to have that safety, that strong lane for the champion. They could end up just taking, like you said, something like the Lee Sin, something like the Xin Zhao. They have options in this situation. And I think Lee Sin makes sense with that flexibility. Obviously, we've seen Doinby absolutely pop off on this champion. So definitely one they can move around and play with.
Yep, the Lee Sin taken off of the board. So now SOFM, does he go for the Xin Zhao himself? Does he opt into the other side of that matchup? And then the next question is, where does Suning go with the last pick in this first rotation? Because they could opt into going for an AD carry early on, because that pool is almost certainly going to be pinched, or you could go for your support and set up that top side of the map.
You could even take something like the Lulu in the mid lane, which we saw working really well with Xin Zhao. Obviously, didn't win Suning the game, but gave SFM a lot of power and agency. See what they want to do in this situation, though. They have options available to them. I think having something that can achieve priority is important. Obviously means that your jungler can be a lot more proactive on the map. So as a bare minimum, that's something I do expect. We'll see what they look to do.
Yeah, I would have been surprised to see the Zoe. It's not something that's played a massive amount right now. The Twisted Fate locked in once again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what Suning is saying right now. And FPX could look to go for an answer in the mid lane before they are banned out themselves. The Sylas was banned last time around, and we all know what Doinby can do on the Sylas. This has been one of his pocket picks in solo queue for years at this point. But it doesn't look like it'll be locked in. It's a Renekton in the end.
And I like this. I mean, one of the things with the Gwen is you can punish it, you can shut it down. We've seen teams do that before. And Renekton is a pick that can cause issues. So if FPX are wanting to play around the top side, this is a viable pick to do so. I think for bans here, Suning, I think Sylas is a decent shout. I think Thresh is also a solid option as it's so good with that Aphelios. FPX are targeting that Rakan away from Ong. I think you could also take Leon off the cards, but actually, you're going to ban away that Kennen instead. Still concerned about that team fight potential.
Banning away the Kennen. Draven taken away from Huanfeng. I love the amount of respect people give to Huanfeng's Draven. He plays it so rarely, and yet so often you see it banned away against him. And now Suning, once again, they could ban another top laner, try and set Bin up for success. Maybe something like the Jace that is known to be able to do well into the Gwen on the top side. But Bin didn't seem to struggle against the Jace in the last game, so they're going to ban the Galleon.
Now for FPX, they can sort of decide where that Renekton is and look a pick in there. Kind of reveals their flex, or they could look... You know, I feel like the Thresh here is so good. You know, I was saying I feel like they should ban it. It's got pretty good into almost every matchup. It doesn't really have that many bad matchups because it can work as a defensive pick and work as an offensive pick. and it gives that extra safety net to that Aphelios. So I completely agree with this pickup from FPX. There's not really anything Suning can pick in the bot lane here that's going to be too problematic. They are going to instantly lock that Jinx in though, and I think maybe leaning into that Braum as well. It's a strong 2v2 combo. It's not necessarily going to be able to do too much to the Thresh Aphelios. Braum not the most aggressive pick, but it will lock that in. And now for Doinby, toying with ideas, the Sylas is probably the one I would think, but we'll see what he ends up committing to.
Plenty of options still available. The Sylas, the Rise once again, if they really wanted to, because it does have that roam potential that Twisted Fate has, but didn't really work out in the last game. So changing tack this time, and this Sylas comes on through. And when you look across this composition here from FPX, it just screams topside, doesn't it? You've got the Sylas there that can roam alongside the Twisted Fate. You've got a weak side of Aphelios there, and you've got a Renekton for Nuguri with Tien on the Lee Sin. They want to get into a brawl on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this bot lane seems like it's going to be pretty boring. 2 hyper carries, 2 kind of defensive supports who won't really be able to do too much to each other. It is going to be topside lean. That's why they went for the Renekton for Nuguri. That's because they want to shut down this Gwen and just pummel Bin into the ground. They don't want to give any opportunity for this pick to get rolling and do what it did in the last game. So I like the decision. I feel like the fact they have the Sylas as well means the TF's pressure is going to be matched. So I want to see that productivity. I want to see you pathing bot to top. I want to see you leaning into that Gwen.
That's going to be the matchup to watch out for. It's the matchup we were talking about at the start of the day. It is the rematch of the world's final top lane. Bin versus Nuguri, and this time they both have carries that they're happy with. This time they both have aggressive early junglers that can be set up to come and play on the top side. And they both have weak side bottom laners that are happy to be left on their own and just farm it up. So it does feel like the perfect storm to see both teams playing up towards the top side. I think the big difference this time, though, is Doinby on the Sylas against Angel's TF. Because yes, Twisted Fate can roam around the map well, but once Sylas gets a few levels, he can definitely take TF on in a 1v1.
Yeah, for sure. And then obviously you can just steal his ult, so you can match him. It will be a longer cooldown, of course, but all you need to do is match one ult the critical time, and you can obviously dissuade that, and Doinby will also likely be running the TP and use that to match as well. Now, we had some exciting game 1, exciting game 2, and this one looks like it's really amping up to be a pretty exciting one, which when you think back to Harry Potter, that was really where the books started to get quite exciting, was with
No.
You don't
Look,
think?
I'm on board. I'm on board with the Harry Potter conversation. I'm on board with the memes. I'm not on board with suggesting that it only gets good after number 2. Chamber of Secrets is lit, dude. It is,
Prisoner of Azkaban,
in my
was a banger.
opinion,
Come
the
on.
best story in them. You get to learn about Sirius Black. You get to learn the story of Tom Riddle as a kid as well. It's such a great book.
Azkaban was where it really started to take momentum, is all I'm saying. You know, maybe this is the end of us as a casting duo if we can't agree on this, Joe. This is big.
Look, at this point, I thought you were Tom Riddle, right? I thought you were a nice young boy. A little bit of a problem with killing animals and stuff, but generally all right. But you're turning into a bit more of a Voldemort at this point.
Oh, wow. That's cold, man. That's cold.
All right, let's talk early game. We've got SOFM at the top side. Will the Harry Potter references ever end? That's what the chat is wondering. As Bing gets an aggressive trade on the top side. SOFM pathing down, Tien pathing up.
Yep, that's what I like to see from Tian. Path towards Renekton. And obviously, Nuguri can't really actually contest the wave level 1. Renekton kind of spikes at the level 3 point when he can combo his abilities together, whereas one of the strengths of Gwen is she's just like the most broken level 1 champion in the game. You E forwards, you auto attack, you out trade anyone, you have a massive attack speed steroid at that point. So does mean that it'll be an overextended Bin potentially who doesn't have that flash available, and with SOFM pathing towards the bot side, it's definitely a potential vulnerability.
Certainly could be. And remember, Angel, Doinby, they do have the TPs. So just because at level 6 they have big run potential, remember when it comes to important matches like this, when you're in match 3 of the series, creative plays can often be the decision-making moments. And SOFM knows exactly that. There's a ward in. Tian doesn't know that SOFM knows. He likes critical information. Did he
pinged? I think he must be aware.
I think he saw the ward. He saw the very end of it, but Tian has to jump away from the play. Sonic Wave doesn't land in time. It's going to be a smite fight between them, and it's SOFM that gets it. The red buff stolen away here as Bin was hovering towards the play as well. Will channel his recall. This might be a double scuttle for SOFM. Can certainly get the top one. I'm not sure if he'll be able to get bot as well.
I mean, he has prior bot and mid, so he might just build a beeline towards it. And the thing is, this is set Tian behind. We wanted to see him head towards the top side, look to enact pressure on Bin, but because of that scuffle in the jungle, Bin's actually been able to get a reset on the back of that and is in a pretty comfortable spot. So SOFM, creative jungling, finding himself an advantage as sort of translated to his team.
Beautifully done. Now helps Angel push out that mid wave so that there is no universe where Tian can contest this bot side scuttle. Crab, as you said, priority in the bot lane as well. A beautifully executed early game here from SOFM to take control. And look, they're even in CS right now. SOFM's going to have a minor CS lead. He still has his whole bottom quadrant of his jungle up.
Yeah, he's still got a lot of things to do, and that's one of the things that's so valuable with these invades, and be able to shut down the enemy jungler, especially with the longer spawn time on camps. You end up in a scenario where you just literally have nothing to do. I mean, look at Tian. He's just wandering around. He's not going to commit to the bot side towards his Grump because he doesn't want to leave Nuguri isolated, so he heads up here, gets a bit of vision, but he's not doing anything. He's gonna eventually be able to find this Grump on the respawn and contest that, but SOFM's already level 4, already up 3 camps on him.
Yeah, this is a brutal start in favor of SOFM and a really good start for Sunic. And remember that the further ahead SOFM is, the more that also enables Angel to roam around the map. Because one of the big things we often see with Twisted Fates, if they start to lose out early, if they get pushed under their tower, if their jungler lose control of the game, it's very difficult to make those roams happen. When SOFM is finding an individual lead by himself already, it does make things a lot easier for Angel to execute in these side lanes.
And the thing is, as well as that, the Renekton into Gwen matchup, we wanted to see the pressure applied early. We want to see the gank onto Bin, shut that pick down. It hasn't come. You know, Bin's closing on level 6 where he gets a lot more power in the matchup. And if they miss that opportunity, they may not get another opportunity, another chance to really apply that pressure. Now, something I will say is that because Tian invaded this top side, cleared it out, SOFM is forced to go into the bot lane.
Crisp is in trouble here. Flash from On to get the slow. That's 2 stacks of the passive. Gold card comes in, and the stun stacked here, but Crisp, he's already used his flash. There's no way out of this one. Give the kill over to Angel if you can. The wild card's dodged, and it's On that just takes it. He knows that somebody has to take it. They can't let him get away. Wolves will be taken by SOFM, though. A smite going to be used quite happily for that one. Drake is onto the map, and Cernan could just go for a super early Drake if they wanted to.
Yeah, potentially could. I think they may be toying with the idea, but they may want to invade and steal a little bit more of the jungle. The Grump is available in the blue spawning soon. Suning just are unrelenting, and Tian is kind of getting shut out this game. And again, you know, is Tian miles behind SOFM? No. It's not like enough of a lead that the game's over for him, but we talked about the key win conditions for this team was shutting the Gwen down early. That's the reason you should be, in theory, okay with Bin having it, because you pick the Renekton, you plan to absolutely annihilate it, but you need that help from your jungler to be able to do so. And with the way the game's gone now, you're not really going to get it at all.
Does feel difficult. Crisp moving in, though. It is going to be the Crab taken in the end. Double TF ults coming in. SOFM taking down the hook from Crisp. That was so clean onto Angel. Does get a gold card out, so he might be able to walk away here on trying to body block for his mid laner, and the Unbreakable keeps him safe. SOFM goes down in the end, and I believe the Crab might have been taken by FPX.
I think Crisp might have got it with the Flay. It went down to a really low amount of HP, and then something like AoE hit it, and I think it was the Flay from Crisp. I'm not sure, but regardless, it was FPX who picked it up, and now they're looking towards that early dragon. Tian really far behind, but his team do a concerted effort to try and get him back into the game, and overall, it's pretty successful.
And this is kind of... honestly, it reminds me of me when I played jungle with a lead in solo queue. You see the Grump spawning. Drake is up. You could go for Drake. You could go for the Crab. There's a Grump there as well. And you try and bite off a little more than you can chew, and FPX punish SOFM so heavily for that.
And the big thing is Doomby gets the kill as well, and the Silas was kind of shifted. We'll get a replay. So I believe that was the Flay there that did kill it. So Crisp, I think, got that. Great hook from Crisp just to continue this play, and obviously unable to get more off the back of it, but they force summoners, they force them away, and FPX finding a little bit of momentum in this game where it felt like they were being choked out.
Yeah, FPX kind of staying afloat with that play, right? Managing to even things up and make sure that they are in this game. Bin gonna start the Rift Herald off by himself here as Nuguri pushing that top side. It's gonna be SOFM grabbing his Gromp and then moving over towards the Herald himself. Bin, you expect, will start to move up towards that top side instead and let SOFM finish this Herald off because there is a wave crashing underneath the tower, but it looks like Bin's just going to stick around. They want to try and force this one as fast as possible. Doing B, stolen away On's ultimate. Herald taken, but denied by the looks of things. On could be in trouble. There's a CC chain and a half from Doing B as he finds himself a solo kill. The Herald is denied, and FPX, they may have fallen slightly behind at the start, but it does not matter at all.
And there's no value game for this Herald. All you do is deny in this situation. It's the fact that, you know, we still see On die, right? He still goes down. The whole plan there was let's back away because we're not able to get the Herald without losing a member, but you still lose a member. If anything, On should have just suicided for the Herald and at least you get something out of it. It's a massive, you know, failure there for Suning and FPX, punishing again and again, and these kills are going on to Dornby on this Silas. He is going to be a scary prospect in this game.
Yeah, Doing is getting really far ahead. We talk about it all the time with Knight. LWX thought the turret was going to get another shot in there. We always talk about Silas with Knight. Well, Doing is just as scary on this Silas pick. He's already got 2 kills for himself, and he has the power to just completely take over this game. And remember, the LWX is on Aphelios. It's not like they don't have any late game threat on this side for FPX, so it feels very, very good for them. They are still a tiny bit of gold behind in this game, but it is insignificant at best comparatively to where that gold is placed. So much in the pocket of Doing B feels really good for FPX.
And we're starting to see in the top lane, Nuguri dashes in the Bin barely phased, you know, and he's just able to turn around. And remember, Bin has Ignite as well, so I don't think Nuguri's winning this 1v1 at this point. And I don't think it's going to get better either. That window of opportunity to punish with the Renekton, not there.
And it goes in onto SOFM. The flash kick comes in and Doing B takes him out. You want a mid-jungle 2v2? Here's a mid-jungle 2v2. Doing B and TN just body SOFM.
Really clean. And SOFM, you know, a great early game, but he's starting to get punished, and that's bleeding over into the mid lane. This top lane matchup, I've highlighted it. It didn't go the way we'd hoped, but it doesn't really matter if the rest of your team are finding advantages.
Oh,
Look for On here.
On. Look at this. FPX are feeling it right now. On 1 HP, walks away with his life there. LWX had already hit 6 and goes for the Moonlight Vigil. Bin trying to chase Tian out of this side of the map. He's in a 2v1 here. If he commits to the play, should be able to take away this wave. It's only going to be 2 plates, but Nuguri still getting himself a couple of plates. He's going to be happy with that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the pressure bleeding out from this mid lane advantage they found. Well, from the mid jungle advantage, it bleeds in the mid, they get a couple of plates. It bleeds in the top, they get a plate. And now it's starting to feel a little bit rough for Suning. FPX with that advantage. The early lead from SOFM really eclipsed at this point. Tiana's still a little bit down in XP, but it's not too relevant. And again, more kills for Dornby at this point. It's getting more and more and more of an issue in this game. So got the Crescent Guard that kind of will help him keep him safe, but I think they are going to look for him here.
Yeah, he's TP'd in. SOFM knows that Tian is not on this side of the map right now. You can see Tian over at Gromp, just starting that one off. I don't think Doing B is going to bite. He's not going to be willing to try and make that play. Knows there are too many people missing on the map. And SOFM just has to settle for that scuttle crab. And I do want to revisit that jungle lead that you were just talking about. Right now, SOFM about 20 CS ahead. He is still individually ahead in that jungle matchup. It's just that Doing B has done such a good job of roaming and punishing whatever SOFM tries to do. And that momentum from that lead is all but gone.
Yeah, and the level difference has also been eclipsed as well, which was a major factor. And now I feel like you can't really even say SOFM is going to offer more than Chan on the Lee Sin right now. Whereas the mid lane difference is a pretty relevant factor. And you see FPX feeling confident just to stop this dragon. LWX is another player who's just been unchecked this game. Has that Kraken Slayer completed. And with the Thresh safety net, you feel pretty confident go for these more proactive plays. Now, still, it just feels like this top lane matchup, especially Bin now completed the Riftmaker, that is the kind of saving grace for Suning here, is that this top lane matchup still going in favor of Bin. And we saw what he could do last game on this champion.
We've seen what he can do a lot of times on this champion at this point, because
he's pretty good.
He's one of those players that it feels like if you give him Gwen, if you give him any of his comfortable picks, Camille especially, he is just going to dominate that top side. And at the end of the day, like, he has played Gwen 7 times. He's won 5 of those games. Well, I guess 6 now, because this is probably not including that last game. He has a 70% win rate. His average KDA is over 3. Like, he just dominates the game whenever he gets this Gwen.
And that is going to be the concern for the side of FPX, because when I look at the later game scaling, you know, TF does pretty well in the late stages. Jinx does pretty good in the late stages. Bin is the big pivotal point that kind of pushes it in Suning's favor, because Aphelios, Silas, both solid, but the concern is what that Gwen can do. If he finds backline access, if he gets up close to LWX, the needlework just does so much damage. You can shred through an entire team, as we kept seeing again and again in that game too.
So FPX doing a really good job to keep their foot on the accelerator here and keep pushing the game forward. It's going to be plates traded on the bottom side for the top side, as SOFM toying with the idea of a dive here, but I'm not sure that this is a wise idea. They're going to go for it anyway. Nuguri trading back very efficiently here. Oh, and the TP cancelled. DoingB cannot make the play up top, and it means Nuguri's in trouble. The needlework under the tower, the snipe from Bin, and Huanfeng throws a rocket up as Crowny's Comet flies on by. It's going to be the top lane tower taken.
Yeah, FPX do get that first tower on the bot side, and actually they get some more plates as well. If you look, that's only 1 plate for the side of Suning. Because they were delayed by the dive, they didn't get to pick up any before it went past 14 minutes. So yes, Suning get the kill, but they actually lose out massively in the play because they missed that first tower gold and all those plates. FPX pretty far ahead on this one, and a lot of that gold is going onto that 80 carry now. Crisp is looking for Bin. TP coming down.
Yeah, Nuguri TPing into the play. Crisp will not let Bin out of the play. There's nothing Bin can do to survive this one. Great answer from Crisp. Newly back onto the roster once again, and very much recovered by the look of his form in the last series and in this one.
And the thing here is that the one advantage that Suning found there was the kill, right? Because you're trading down in terms of towers, in terms of plates, in terms of the first tower. Well, I mean, equal in towers, but the first tower gold. And as soon as Crisp makes that play, you've now equalized in terms of the kill that Suning had the advantage with. And actually, with this pressure, FPX going to be able to take another tower. So it's just a massive win for the side of FPX. The setup coming in from them a lot more effective on the bot side of the map. And now you actually see Tian also taking the Herald, which they can potentially use to craft open. I was going to say craft open mid, but mid's already gone. That's all 3 out of towers gone in like the blink of an eye. 3,000 gold lead for FPX, and they're going to secure this Herald. It feels like they've set a pace for this game. Soon they're not really able to keep up with it right now.
And this is exactly what FPX are specialists at, right? When they find themselves a lead, they dominate the rest of the game. They take over, and DoingB, especially when he is ahead individually, will be everywhere he needs to be on the map. His understanding of how to play the map in League of Legends is near unparalleled, honestly. It's so beautiful to witness. Let's take another look at the dive on the top side. I want to see what cancelled. It must have just been a gold card on Stu.
Yeah, I assume that was it. We do get to see it. So yeah, gold card comes in. DoingB not paying too much attention there. And as a result, Nuguri, I think, went a bit far forwards, thinking, I'm going to have backup here, I'm going to have reinforcements. The final needlework doing a ton of damage. And now we're seeing more of a fight.
Another fight is SOFM starting this one off. Huanfeng is here, though. Rockets over the wall onto DoingB, but he's got a Crescent Guard to keep him alive. Angel flashes out. DoingB. Oh, that was a clutch Zhonya's if I've ever seen one. In fact, it wasn't even a Zhonya's, just a stopwatch. But it keeps him safe from the rocket of Huanfeng.
Yeah, using the Crescent Guard as well to buy a ton of time. But you see Bin able to take that tower on the bot side in return for this play. But FPX not one to be punished on the back of that. And now setting up for this third dragon. I don't think really sitting on a great position to contest this one. On literally just reset now. It's up in 18 seconds. Vision control in favor of FPX. And this is an Infernal Soul. And this is the third dragon. I think FPX can just rush this one.
And the thing is, a lot of ults on cooldown right now for Suning. They only have the needlework, whereas FPX, they've got Dominus, they've got Dragon's Rage, and DoingB can just hijack someone else's ult. Silas's ult CD is exceptionally low, so feels like FPX in prime position to get themselves onto Soul Point, and importantly, put Suning on a timer. Remember, they're running with a crit 80 carry. Huanfeng not only is playing a champion that takes a long time to get online, but is down in items right now. Heads back to base, picks up a Zeal, but you can see LWX, with all of those plates he got earlier, is well ahead in the gold department.
You already got that Runan's finish, which puts him in a really powerful spot. Now, FPX going to throw down the Herald in the bot lane, apply pressure to the tower, but they're looking for a fight here.
They dive on in. Dragon's Rage across the team as well. On is going to be there as SFM dives in, but knocks B out to safety there. Not sure that was quite the play he was intending, as the Herald just hammering away on the tower in the bottom side. Suning at least stopped the pressure.
Yeah, a little bit messy, kind of going a little bit back and forth, but SFM ends up banning his flash in that situation. They also committed the TP from Bin, so I think FPX can still be happy with that scenario. They got what they wanted in terms of the Dragon, and now, you know, Baron spawning in a minute 25, but all FPX have to do is wait for that Dragon, be in a position of strength when it spawns, and then Suning are forced to fight them or sacrifice an Infernal Dragon, which puts you in such a rough spot.
Yeah, I mean, you can't forfeit the Infernal trait. It's just not an option. Like, Infernal Soul is terrifying to deal with, especially when it's on an Aphelios, when it's on a Sylas. These champions that really do scale well and can blow you up. So, not something that Suning can afford to do. That's 3.5 minutes away. But Baron is on the cards in 45 seconds. And honestly, I wouldn't put it past FPX right now.
I probably wouldn't put it past them, but I don't think it's a smart decision because Angel has a Destiny that can just call out anytime. You have the Super Mega Death Rocket, which you can fire over to like check as well. I think it's hard to sneak it, and I think if you do start it and the enemy Suning are aware, it is risky. You know, I don't mind them controlling the vision in the area, but I think a flat start could be the one thing that kind of throws the game from this position. I think just play for Dragon. That is really where you're going to be strong. But LWX,
Zap on LWX.
To power the Thresh.
Okay. Yep, the Prince of Bel-Air stepping forwards there. Crisp is able to save his AD carry to play B-ball another day. But LWX going to return to clear the wave in the mid lane. And it does feel like things have slowed down. FPX, this is one of the things about this team. And it's one of the things about actually good League of Legends is ultimately FPX don't need to fight, right? And they're well aware of that fact. They're not going to just fight for the sake of it unless On mispositions and just gets caught out in the jungle. And then I guess it's not really a fight, right? At that point, that's not fighting, that's bullying.
Yep, literally, On just caught out on that Braum. No one to jump to, which obviously renders him a little bit vulnerable. And I think you saw this complete confidence from Suning because they pushed the wave and bot. They had Bin move with them. They were 5 men strong, so they were able to push up and get some control. And then they had to back away as we saw Angel move to the bot side of the map. And I think On just like a little bit disconnected from his team there to get punished. There won't be anything really to come from it. For FPX, it's just an extra little bit of gold. And you can definitely feel that they don't really want to go for this Baron. They want to wait for that Dragon. Because the thing is, if you go for the Dragon, even if Suning steal it, if you win the fight, you're probably getting Baron off the back of it. Whereas if you go Baron, you know, Suning could steal it. Suning could win the fight off it. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. And it is the safer play. Stacks the deck in their favor. And,
I mean, ultimately, if you just win the 50-50 smite, even if you lose, even if Suning wins the fight and gets the Baron, like, you still have Infernal Soul for the rest of the game. Like, Baron is temporary, Infernal Soul is forever. So, definitely a good-looking trade for FPX if they can play for that objective. I agree with you there.
You can see they go for the last reset before the objective, and now it's kind of going to be the battle of mid-priority. Establish that, you can rotate through. What I actually like, we've seen Nuguri already moving to the river to try and establish some control with Tian. Suning can't really walk up and contest this now. But I think maybe if Angel starts to move in, they could. Obviously, Doranby is trying to apply pressure on that top wave, have it pushing, and he needs to group with his team. So I think Suning know they have the quicker response here with the TF. And the fact that he's vanished from vision means that FPX have to respect him until Doranby groups up.
And Angel actually TPing to the bot side here. Doomby gonna reset, and you expect him to TP over towards his Drake play. But look at that control ward. It's gonna be TP'd onto by Doomby. It's gonna be Angel in trouble here. The Everfresh flash from though. And actually Doomby using his E a little bit early. He thought he'd be able to get the Everfrost and dash onto it. Bin in a 2v1 here. Angel comes to back him up, and they've managed to find a pick. It's going to be Tian, of all people, being picked off by Suning, and maybe, just maybe, there's a window here for Suning. They have a 2-item Jinx here. The Hurricane is going strong for Huanfeng, who should be able to clean up this team fight. Crisp low on the front line. In they go with the fight. Crisp goes down. That's one for SOFM as they look towards the Drake. That's a Moonlight Vigil, but Huanfeng still going here as Nuguri jumps onto the back line. Onto the AD carry. Cleanse comes out. It's going to be Brawn passive for SOFM. Surviving. Huanfeng flashes us away on desperately trying to escape. LWX cannot finish the kills. SOFM, can he make the miracle happen? The W in, but he can't go for it. And the Infernal Soul is taken by FPX.
Suning doing their best there. They take out the jungler. It looks like it's a one scenario, but they don't have the fighting power to continue it. It looks okay at first, but as soon as LWX starts pushing forwards into the fight, he's doing so much damage. You can watch the replay here. So Angel caught out a bit, and Doomby actually misplays this. I think he should have used the speed to get up the wall, then dashed over. But Bin comes in, and he does a ton of damage, but he's actually getting bursted pretty heavily by the Dragon's Rage and Doomby. And now it's a 1-for-1. Obviously, the smite's down, but losing Bin, I think, hurts the team fight so much more for Suning. So FPX make the decision. We are going to fight this. We don't want a coin. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be a coin flip when you don't have a smite. And initially, you know, things look favored for Suning. They burst out Crisp here. They start chunking out Nuguri and dealing with him, but Doinby finds this great target selection here, and then LWX starts pushing forwards as the work has been done by his solo lane. As everyone's low, he can go up, he can force them away, and as much as they escape, they're choked so heavily, the contest can't be there.
Really exceptional stuff coming out from FPX. This is the coordination that we know and expect, and Doinby once again, even with the minor misplay on the opening play there, still being a huge factor in the team fight, still able to take over and push Huanfeng away. That was the most important thing, it felt like. Just keep Huanfeng out of the fight. If Huanfeng is only hitting onto our Thresh and onto our Renekton, while Bin isn't a factor, there is no damage on this Suning team. There's nothing else Suning can do to win the fight. So now, Infernal Soul for FPX. This is not going to get any easier for Suning.
No, it's rough. The extra burst damage pretty significant. And it's still not a massive gold lead, but you have to think about the amount of value they're getting off the back of that. It's pretty substantial. It gives them a lot of fighting power. Now FPX feel confident to lean up towards that top side, really zone away on the vision. And if Suning come and face check them, I'm certain FPX will be ready for a fight.
Now, Suning do have that destiny for Angel. So if they can find a small window, if somebody oversteps from the side of FPX, Suning can collapse and try and find a pick that way. Destiny actually going to be used here. Perhaps Tian could be a target, but I don't think the rest of Suning are really in a position to do so. They were just trying to check if Baron was being done already.
Yeah, I think just trying to use the vision just to make sure they have full information. I think it's a little bit weird when LWX was in vision because he kind of needs to be there to be dealing damage to it. Now with the Destiny down, they're going to start this up. TP already committed here by Bin.
Here we go. Suning arrive on the scene. TP's being used, as you say, on. Going to be caught up by the Everfrost. His own ult used onto him, but he's still pretty healthy, honestly. There's a lot committed to not much of a goal there as the hook goes onto SOFN. And Suning, I mean, honestly, they're going to be happy with the way that ended up going.
Yeah, I mean, it's two sides of the coin, you know. Suning, they stopped the Baron. They didn't lose anyone. That's fine. But FPX, they got the TP from Bin. And realistically, that could just be all they were actually looking for off the back of that play. And if they saw a window to engage, great. If not, cool. We can just reset, spend a bit of gold, try that again. And I don't think they're too concerned about this game going later. And, I mean, obviously, I talked about how both teams are scaling options. The Gwen is probably the only sort of, like, one that I'm kind of concerned about for FPX, but with the Infernal Soul, you feel so much more confident to go late.
And we have to mention once again, the Jinx is going to be a terror later on, and if you can free fire, but Nuguri all series has done such a good job of shutting Huanfeng down, not allowing him to have that space. We saw him on the Nocturne in game number 1. Now we're seeing it on the Renekton here in game number 3. Suning pushed into their base here, and Baron is on the cards for FPX once more.
Start this one up, and it's going to be on Angel to move over. Has the TP and the Destiny. But the TP's coming in from Nuguri. They're committing to this 100%. They want to finish.
I'm going to try. Hook comes in from Crisp onto on. Doomby with the Everfrost. There's Baron gone, and Doomby wants to fight as well. Jumps in, Crescent Guard, keeping himself safe for now. SOFM with the re-engage. It's Nuguri on the front line as the target here. Huanfeng free firing. This Doomby on the back line. I think it's going to be 1-for-1 here, but Huanfeng is down. B with a double kill, and he wants a little bit more on top of it. SOFM chased down for the hat trick, and now Bin finds himself alone with just a pair of scissors, and I tell you, you cannot run with those. A quadra kill for B, and that might just be game.
Think it might be. Beautiful kick comes out from Tian to get the Jinx, and you said gonna be a problem that Tian solved instantly there. 4 members strong, they're gonna keep the minion alive and tank the tower themselves, but there's another wave coming in. Only Angel defend. I think this is gonna be the game close, although actually they're making the decision to back off, play it safe, don't want to over push, and this has kind of been the story of FPX in this game. They haven't overstepped, they haven't given a single window to Suning to really get back into this game.
And the key thing is, respawns are coming through from Suning. Elder is up in 50 seconds. If FPX overstays there, ends up going down, or even just a couple of people go down with the death timers, that could have been an Elder trait for Suning. That could have been a way to throw the game. FPX super respectful.
Yeah, and I think, you know, obviously Doomby absolutely popping off, but the kick coming out here from Tian, really excellent. I believe was what knocked Fong all the way forwards. Flies in, gets the kick flash. Jinx straight in the middle. Now, we don't have time for the rest of the replay. Fight's going on.
Let's see how this one's going to go down. Elder in 20 seconds, but FPX, they can just threaten ending the game instead. It's very difficult for Suning to deal with. And on the front line, has actually used his Hallowed Mist, though, which makes it very difficult to get into the middle of the next skirmish, and FPX continue to just threaten the end of the game here. Tian maybe has been caught with the ward jump to safety. Suning, they're being raced into their own base. Tian goes down. Can they find more? FPX are just going on to the Nexus. Sod the team fight. They're just going to end the game. FPX don't care about your fight. They want the series.
And it's a great decision from FPX. They get the back door through the front door. Essentially, they just steam forwards. Suning out-rotated there when they pushed to try and contest the Elder Dragon. It was a slower game. It was a methodical game. But FPX really performing well and closing this one out and making sure that they finish this series with a win. Because there was moments, definitely moments, where it felt like Suning could have had this one in the bag. But I think FPX showing they can control the outcome.
Really exceptional performance coming out from FPX in game number 3. And honestly, from start to end, it felt like FPX were going to take that third game. It felt like they were in control, and there was a couple of good moments. I mean, the very, very beginning, SOFM really intelligent jungle pathing to start it off, but then gets caught a couple of times. And from that moment, from SOFM getting caught, felt like that jungle lead that he'd garnered for himself did not matter for the rest of the game. And FPX just play so well with their tempo. They play so well at controlling that map.
Feels like one mistake from the enemy team is like a seed, and they just nourish it until it becomes like a giant oak tree. It just
like a Whomping Willow, if you will.
Yeah, a Whomping Willow, actually. Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, I wonder what happened to the Harry Potter references. You know, we kind of dropped the ball on that a little bit there, Joe. But yeah,
we only got 20 in across the cast. That was a conscious decision to drop it with the Harry Potter references. To be honest, I think we maybe overdid it.
Well, I think we can firmly say that FPX won the Triwizard tournament on that one. But yeah, I mean, really solid performances.
Suning going full Cedric Diggory.
I think you can see at the end, and this is kind of the thing we've seen from FPX. It's like, you know, it was a slow one. There was like a steady advantage built, and then we have that skyrocket, the Mariana Trench again, where they just accelerate the game. And they're like, okay, we are ending now. The kill score isn't even massively favored towards them. And I think we can definitely say that FPX are one of our smarter teams in the league. They understand how to push those advantages, how to play the map. They have very skilled individuals, but I don't think that's the really scary thing, because they put them in a position where they're able to pop off. They set things up so effectively when it comes to those team fights. And on top of that, we get to those moments like the Tian kick on the Jinx, which was flawless. Dorian B just, in general, I feel like is the only way I can describe it from that game.
Yeah, Dorian B, he's going to be our MVP coming out of that one as well, because I mean, who's surprised? He had a flawless KDA by the end of things, just took over on the Sylas. I honestly think Sylas is maybe the most underrated pick in this entire meta. We see consistently players like Dorian B, like Knight, able to just completely take over the game in the right circumstances. It's almost never banned.
Yeah, it's a weird one, because I have seen times where it's kind of shut down a bit in lane, but I can say the same for Gwen, right? And Gwen's super hotly contested. Like in the later game situations, it's so powerful. maybe the one thing you can say is that, you know, you want to have a good selection of ults to steal from, but, you know, there's so many champions in the game with broken ultimates that you can sort of choose from. At least an example of someone who's a very good ultimate, as you can see from Chan here. I want to bring up again because she's just so clean.
Yeah, there it is. Beautiful little kick. And Tian, you know, making his name known in this game. Did exactly 999 damage in that fight. And honestly, Huanfeng needed to call an ambulance, so it seems only appropriate. That's our equivalent of 911 for anyone that doesn't know the English emergency number, because I realized that it's actually a super niche reference for people watching from the rest of the world. Beautiful game coming out from FPX. And ultimately, I think an expected win here. I would say I think Suning did well to get a game in this series. They did well to have 2 very close games in the series, but I can't say I'm surprised to see FPX with the dub at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think, you know, we went into this thinking FPX going to come out favored. Credit to Suning, they definitely made it close. They had good performances in their win, and obviously in that last game, even the start from SFM was pretty solid, but it definitely feels like FPX are just a cut above. And the question is on Suning to sort of develop. It's not long till we sort of getting towards playoffs. They're still in a decent spot to be making playoffs and should be able to lock that in. And it's just making sure you're improving and you're working on those mistakes, because it was just those critical mistakes in the last game that really cost them, set SOFM behind, and then obviously allowed FPX to take control. And that's the thing, when you're going up against the top teams in this league, it only takes a couple of mistakes, if even just one mistake, and the game's kind of thrown away.
Yeah, definitely feels that way. And I think one of the big things with Suning as well is I would love to see them lean much more towards having Angel on things like the Silas himself, because we've seen things like the Lulu come through. We've seen things like this Twisted Fate come through. And honestly, I'm not super convinced by the Twisted Fate from Angel. I know it's a style they've played in the past, but it's always felt like they're not quite able to be as proactive as you need to be with a Twisted Fate a lot of the time in the early game. It doesn't ever quite feel like Suning are the best at this style of composition. It feels like they want to be. They try it all the time, but it never feels like it works out for me.
Yeah, I feel like the problem is, I mean, Doomby is just such a good player finding those windows to move on the map individually, but also, you know, you pick TF, they pick Silas, and then they get Silas, who has TF ult. So it's like you get the best of both worlds, you know? And I feel like that's one of the problems with it. There's a lot of picks that can challenge it early in the meta. There's a lot of picks. It's not necessarily the best in skirmishes. It's good at finding the numbers advantage. But if you're in a straight up like fight, there are picks that can perform better. And I think that's kind of the problem, is that it just doesn't have enough early presence in those skirmishes, other than the fact that it can obviously join them very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you can find yourself numbers advantages, but when you're against an intelligent team like FPX, who know exactly what you want to do in the early game, they can do an amazing job of shutting it down. We're going to head over to the stage, though, to Wendy once more, as we have our recovering member of FPX, Crisp, who's back on stage and looking good. Let's hear what he has to say.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and I'm standing by with Crisp from FunPlus Phoenix. So congratulations on today's win, and for your opponent Suning, they are on a very high note, and I think Suning is super strong in the macro and also controlling the vision across the whole map. So tell me more about the any targeted strategies you guys put into today's game. 那首先恭喜你们，今天是2-1战胜了苏宁。那其实苏宁最近也是状态火热，特别是他们一些后期的运营啊，然后包括说视野上的控制都打得特别好。所以说呢，针对他们有没有哪些特别的一些安排呢？
其实也没有什么特别安排，主要是就是我觉得我们的状态也很好，就是我们只要打出我们自己所擅长的东西，就是面对苏宁的话，我觉得我们是占优势的。
So to be honest, we didn't have any specific strategies prepared for Suning because we are on very good momentum as well. So if we try to perform normally and try to put into the game contents that we are very confident in, definitely we think we have a higher win rate to play against Suning. And definitely in today's game, all of you just performed so good. And let's move on to this game 1. For game 1, because before you guys were able to get that Baron, the opponent's team Suning, they tended to just get into your jungler area, but this action just punished by FPX, and this guaranteed you guys to win the team fight and also get the following Baron. So tell us more about that scene. 那其实说到第一局的话，在你们拿到大龙之前，对面其实是有比较深入的进入到了你们的野区，但是却被你们抓住了机会，反而是一波赢下了团战，同时拿下了大龙嘛。所以说当时是队内有怎么样的一个情况呢？
因为当时的话，就是维鲁斯在上面带线，然后我们所有的人都在比较靠近上路半区那个位置，然后看到他们野辅就是 我们觉得他们的野辅的位置不是很好，然后就选择去开团。
So at that time, our Varus, he tried to push the lane around the top lane, and also the rest of us were all around that area. And after that, we have realized their SOFM and on the two players, they tended to like be into our jungler area. So we just punished them, and I used my hard engagement to target on them, and luckily we were able to win the falling team fight. And also my next question is, let's move on to game 3, because in game 3, we have seen a very typical mid, jungle, and support roaming and the early game tempo from you guys, but meanwhile, you were able to get a 2-level lead compared to the opponent's support player. So tell us more about how to just balance the early roaming and also the individual skill of as a jungler, as a support player. 那其实说到第3局的话，我们也能够感觉到你们又重新打出了我们方 Plus 特别常见的一个中野辅的前期节奏，而且同时呢，其实松松也是和对面的辅助相比有2级的一个领先，所以说在前期你是怎么样去平衡一个游走啊，然后包括说前期的一些自身的发育的呢？
游走的话，更多的话就是对兵线的一些理解，然后跟队友能从队友身上取得到的一些信息，就是从队友的情况来看，就是如果去游走的话，就是能进行到一些什么样的帮助，然后就是主要是为团队这方面去考虑，然后去做一个抉择。
So I think for the early game roaming, I try to based on the situations for the bot lane waves, and after that I try to get more information from other team players. So from the teammates, I can seek for more opportunities to make some roamings, to effective roamings to help the teammates. So that's a reason for me to be able to have so many effective roamings in the early game. And also my last question is, in game 3, before you guys were able to get that Dragon Soul, to be honest, Tian got caught. So without the jungler, could we know the reason for you guys to just make the hard engagement around the dragon pit for that 4th dragon? 那其实说到第3局，你们是在小天是被对面抓到的情况下，在没有打野存在的一个情况下，你们也是果断的去动了最后的一个龙魂第4条小龙。所以说想问一下，当时队内是怎么样来进行的一个决策呢？
就当时我们剩下的几个人就觉得自己很猛，然后能赢对面，然后他们就去做了一个那样的选择。
At that time, the the remaining 4 of us, we think can be super strong at that moment, and we are very confident in winning that team fight. So we just made that decision and made the hard engagement around the Dragon Pit. And definitely, thank you for the sharing. Congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望松能健健康康。And see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.
Crisp looking happy as ever in his interview there, as he's always smiling. I swear, I've definitely seen him smile before. I think. Good to hear from him though. Sounds like he's feeling confident and good about the games that we got coming out today, and it is going to be a confident win from FPX. And again, when we talk about the standings, FPX continue to climb. That will be their 10th win, if I'm not mistaken, in the LPL, and that certainly is a statement to be walking away with. Let's look at our results as we round out the show here today. We had the full 6 games. Orcs, you definitely got more than your money's worth on a random fill-in day.
Yeah, I mean, this felt like an entire series, a selection of novels maybe for young adults and kids of all ages. Top esports against Rogue Warriors. Felt like this was going to be more top esports favored, but Rogue Warriors definitely shown that they can answer back, and I think that's kind of what we've seen. They can rise up to the level of their opponents, just not quite enough. And then obviously we just had that series. FPX really actually doing a pretty good job of closing up on that gap on EDG after they had their loss to RNG. Now on a 5-win streak and in good form heading towards playoffs.
Yep, feeling pretty good for FPX, tied up in wins. But they are going to be in that 2nd place due to those losses. So EDG, who are going to be playing tomorrow, will be exciting to see if they can maintain their position after a loss versus RNG. Now, tomorrow is where it all kicks off. We're on the Super Weekends once again. RA versus UP, JDG versus RNG, which is always a bit of a banger between those two orgs, and then EDG versus WE. And if I'm not mistaken, according to EDG's Twitter, there is a certain jungler that may be returning for EDG tomorrow against WE. From what I've seen on Twitter, Clear Love might just be back.
Ooh, that is spicy. That definitely, you know, irrespective of who EDG faced, that makes it worth watching. But I think WE are a team who could at least give them a bit of a challenge, and we'll have to see how that one plays out.
It's going to be a good day tomorrow. It's definitely not a day you want to miss an EDG. If they can beat WE, maintain first. If they lose out, they will lose their first place to FPX, or at least be tied. We'll have to wait and see as the standings pan out. We're going to round out the day. Thank you so much for joining me, Dan. Thank you for joining us on our magical Harry Potter-based journey across the course of today. And we will see you guys in chat tomorrow. But until then, we'll see you in Chap Select.
Thanks for watching.
Okay, I've got to run.